in a certain apartment in Yunhai, Huaxia. A handsome young man stood in the middle of the empty living room, his body trembling as he stared at the letter in his hand. Clearly, he was absolutely furious. The reason was naturally the content of the letter, which was utterly outrageous. "Kid, your mom and I are heading out. Don't come looking for us unless it's really important. You've been a total burden on our married life for 18 years, a full 18 years. Do you have any idea how your old man has survived these 18 years? You can understand why we're leaving without saying goodbye, right? It's fine if you don't understand, you won't be able to find us anyway. The day we found out you had no talent for mecha, I can't tell you how happy your old man was. That way, you'll have to stay on Blue Star and won't be able to disturb our couple's paradise. We've set up a repair shop for you. Take it as a gift. From now on, you'll have to learn to stand on your own 2 feet. Oh, by the way, I'm not that heartless. There are 1 million star coins on your card, which is enough to last you a lifetime if you just want to lie flat. Love, your dear mom and dad." Subai stared at the familiar handwriting, completely stunned. "So that's why the old man gave me 10,000 star coins yesterday to go out and have fun. It was all a setup, wasn't it? This is ridiculous. It's the year 3033, and people are still leaving letters behind without saying goodbye. Is paper free? Don't they know how to send a message on Douxin?" At that thought, a glint flashed in Subai's eyes. He hurriedly pulled out his interstellar phone, opened Douxin, and quickly typed out a scathing rant address to his old man. The content was tear-jerking, condemning their behavior from multiple angles, especially regarding the part where they called him a burden. After churning out a 5,000-word essay, he still didn't feel it was enough, so he quickly copied it, preparing to send it to his dear mother as well. Hey, perfect. After proofreading his essay and finding no typos, Subai clicked send. "The user is not your friend. Message failed to send." Staring at the red exclamation mark and the words saying the user wasn't his friend, the corner of Subai's mouth twitched. "Fine, you win. Good thing I saved a copy." He immediately found his mother's Douxin account, pasted his essay, and hit send. "The user is not your friend. Message failed to send." The all-too-familiar scene played out once again. Subai was left completely dazed. Shocked silent. Even mom has been led astray by that old man? No, this can't be real. At this moment, Subai finally started to believe that his parents saying he was just a gift for topping up a phone bill wasn't actually a joke. After standing there for a long time, Subai finally accepted reality. With dull eyes, he walked over to the sofa and slumped down in a state of complete lethargy. He rubbed his temples repeatedly, feeling a massive headache coming on. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Forget it, they probably have their reasons. I should try to understand them. Maybe they are some kind of legendary powerhouses with countless enemies, and since I have no mecha talent, they were just afraid I'd be caught in the crossfire. Yes, that must be it. Subai didn't have many hobbies, just reading books, especially novels, so he was quite familiar with these kinds of tropes. After mentally comforting himself, the light returned to Subai's eyes. Humming a tune, he tucked the transparent card from the table into his pocket. He prepared to go out and see the repair shop the old man mentioned. In this era of the great interstellar age, a repair shop naturally referred to a mecha repair shop. Even though Subai had no talent for piloting mechas, his own interests had made him quite familiar with them, and he had even obtained his junior mecha technician license a year ago. Running a junior mecha repair shop shouldn't be a problem, and even if business was mediocre, it would be enough to survive. As for the million star coins the old man left behind, Subai didn't plan on using it for now. Never look down on a young man who is currently poor. He, Subai, had his own ambitions. Just as Subai was heading to his repair shop, at the Blue Star Interstellar Airport, a fashionably dressed middle-aged couple, who could be described as stunning, had just passed through the checkpoint and were about to embark on their interstellar journey. Subai's mother, Zhou Moyun, looked down at her phone and spoke with some hesitation. "Su, is it really appropriate to treat Xiaobai like this?" Su Nanqian, standing beside her, gave a charming smile. What's inappropriate about it? That little brat has probably been looking forward to this day for years. Besides, it's not like we're not coming back. We'll just go travel the stars for a few years, then come back and check on him. As for now, let's just forget about that little brat. He's been bothering our couple's life for so many years, and now you belong only to me. Hee hee. Looking at her husband's behavior, Zhou Moyan blushed and reached out to pinch Su Nantian's waist. You old rascal, acting like a child at your age. But you're right, Zhou Bai has been quite downcast these past few years, and without having awakened any meta talent, us being around might just trigger him and cause him to give up completely. By the way, where's our first stop? Enduring the sharp pain in his waist, Su Nantian looked at the interstellar ticket in his hand and smiled. First stop is the Centaurus star. Alright, let's just enjoy our trip. Since the first one is a bust, let's try for another one. Ignoring her husband's nonsense, Zhou Moyan rolled her eyes at Su Nantian and stepped into the cabin. Su Nantian hurried to follow, but just before entering the cabin, he turned back to look in the direction of Yunhai. Bye-bye, kid. Aku, Su Bai, on his way to the shop, suddenly sneezed. Looking at the bright sun in the sky, he was confused. That shouldn't happen. Why would I catch a cold in the middle of summer? Rubbing his itchy nose, he didn't give it much thought and soon arrived at the repair shop the old man had told him about. Looking at the scene before him, Su Bai's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He clenched his right fist, relaxed it, then clenched it again. Fine, I'll endure it. In front of him was a very dilapidated warehouse. The area did meet the standards for a mecha repair shop, about 1,000 square meters, which could accommodate around 10 mechas at once. But it was just way too run down. The location wasn't too far from the city center, but just looking at the holes in the roof, the walls of indeterminate color, and the rolling shuttered door that looked like it had been obsolete for ages. It was truly an abandoned building. Sure enough, I was too naive. Now, Su Bai was speechless, and looking at the warehouse, he finally understood why the old man left him 1,000,000 star coins. It was obviously for renovations. Just as he was feeling a sense of despair, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Repair shop owned by the host detected. Interstellar Mecha System officially activated. System. This ethereal voice sounded like heavenly music to Su Bai's ears. As a veteran fan of web novels, he understood exactly what a system meant. It seems I really am the chosen one, Su Bai thought with a smirk. Without even needing to transmigrate or be reborn, I have awakened a system. He immediately began checking the system's introduction. Interstellar Mecha System. You can use interstellar points to purchase goods in the shop, or use them to grant target mechas interstellar enhancements. The description was a bit brief, but Su Bai did not mind. After all, this was a system, and this interstellar enhancement must be something extraordinary. The only question is, how do I get these interstellar points? That was his biggest concern at the moment. Interstellar points can be exchanged for star coins, at a rate of 10,000 star coins to 1 interstellar point. Exchange with star coins. A 1 to 10,000 ratio? That is a bit pricey, Su Bai thought, grimacing at the exchange rate. He had just taken a peek at the top-tier items in the shop, and they were truly impressive. Truth level mecha, exchange price, 100 billion interstellar points. All heaven energy technique, exchange price, 50 billion interstellar points. Truth level exclusive material, Starry Sky engine, exchange price, 10 billion interstellar points. The prices were astronomical. If converted at that rate, it would amount to trillions of star coins for just one item. You have to realize, even the richest person in Huaxia today only possesses 500 billion star coins. Star coins have immense purchasing power, which is why Su Nantian wrote in his letter that the 1,000,000 star coins would be enough for Su Bai to live a comfortable, carefree life for the rest of his days. Forget it, no point thinking about those shop items for now. I should just renovate the repair shop and save money slowly. After a brief thought, Su Bai felt full of drive. Even if he could not afford those things now, as long as he worked hard, there would be a day he could afford them. Filled with ambition, He looked at his dilapidated repair shop and found it more and more pleasing to the eye. Ding! Detected that the host's repair shop does not meet the standards for interstellar enhancement. It requires 90 interstellar points for renovation. Do you wish to proceed? Seeing the system prompt, Subai did not hesitate for a second. He gritted his teeth and chose to renovate. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Although this meant spending 900,000 star coins, Subai believed it would be worth it. With a tap of his finger, his balance dropped by 900,000. Subai, oh no, my money. He swore that this was definitely the largest purchase he had ever made in his life. He just hoped the system would not disappoint him. Almost the moment the balance was deducted, starlight erupted, instantly enveloping the warehouse before him. A minute later, the starlight faded. The original ruined warehouse had vanished, replaced by a metallic structure. The colorful graffiti on the walls had disappeared, replaced by shimmering, metallic alloy. The old rolling shutter door was gone, replaced by a sensor-activated light door flickering with faint stardust. The hole in the roof was fixed, replaced by the most durable vibranium. Looking at the repair shop, Subai's jaw dropped. This was not just a repair shop. It was more like the most advanced interstellar sanctuary. Fine, these 900,000 coins were well spent. As a junior mechanic, Subai knew exactly how much material it would take to renovate a 1,000 square meter warehouse. The value of these materials alone far exceeded 900,000 star coins, not even counting the labor costs. This was an absolute bargain. He excitedly stepped into the repair shop. He discovered 10 mecha repair bays inside, with materials identical to the exterior. At the front desk, several light screens clearly displayed the data and status of each repair bay. Walking into a repair bay, the tools inside made Subai's eyes sparkle. These are all the most advanced repair tools. Gravity lifter, beam thermal cutter, nano spray painting system. If he had doubts before about earning enough money to buy items from the shop, he had none now. Now he was absolutely certain. Just by using these tools for repairs, he could set his prices to be more than double those of regular shops. What's more, he still had the interstellar enhancement ability. He would surely make a fortune. Though he hadn't checked closely, he believed the shop definitely contained a way to help him awaken his mecha talent. Piloting his own mecha was Subai's lifelong dream. After all, mechas are a man's romance. Just then, the ethereal voice rang out again. Host owns a repair shop that meets the standards for interstellar enhancement. Newbie quest. Successfully perform 1 interstellar enhancement. Time limit, 24 hours. Quest reward. Host will receive a chance to awaken meta talent. My God. Upon hearing the quest reward, Subai lost his composure and cried out in surprise. Speak of the devil. The time limit is a bit short. Whatever, for the sake of his talent, he would give it his all. Subai immediately uploaded his shop's details, naming it the Interstellar Repair Shop. He took a few simple photos of the basic equipment and posted the information directly to the StarNet. This was the fastest way he could think of to attract customers. Fortunately, the old man had already handled all the paperwork for the shop, so it didn't take long to get it up and running. With the reach of the StarNet, he was sure customers would come. 2 hours later. Is this the place? They actually used real vibranium for the walls and roof. A young girl dressed in a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, her long, fair legs catching the eye, stepped out of her red hovering car and stood before the Interstellar Repair Shop, looking it over. Sun Henny was somewhat stunned to see that the shop matched the photo on her phone. This boss is really rich. A shop like this must be run by a star-level mechanic, right? I wonder if he can fix my little red. Sun Honey's eyes were filled with gloom. As a talented girl at Yunhai No. 1 high school, she had acquired her first mecha early on. A DB-266 class, speed-type mecha Red Moon. 12 meters tall, 25 tons, engine output 720,000 kilowatts, propulsion 60 million kilograms. Among starter mechas, this was the best choice for a 1-star mecha pilot who awakened speed-type talents. By shedding heavy armor and boosting engine power, it achieved high agility, specializing in hit-and-run tactics. The downside, naturally, was its fragile defense. Last week, during a school test, she had shown off her skills while piloting Red Moon, but suffered a Waterloo at the moment of impending victory. Red Moon was severely damaged by her opponent in the final battle. She had visited many repair shops, and they all said Red Moon was essentially a write-off. They all advised her to replace it. But since it was her first mecha, Sunhani still hoped to repair it. She just happened to see the post about the Interstellar repair shop that Subai had put up online. The equipment in the photos looked like fake, prank images to others, but to Sunhani, it felt like a final hope. She wanted to come here and give it a try. After entering the repair shop, Sunhani felt even more convinced of her decision. The equipment in this shop was surprisingly high-end. It wasn't just a flashy exterior. The interior was also full of surprises. She found it hard to imagine how such a repair shop could be located here. As far as she knew, a repair shop of this scale would typically only be found on the most prosperous space stations of the Blue Star Alliance. And there weren't many of them either. Who would have thought that Yunhai would have one too? Instantly, Sunhani was convinced that she had made the right gamble. "Welcome, welcome," a youthful voice echoed, and Sunhani looked at the young man in front of her in astonishment. In her mind, anyone working in a repair shop like this would at least be a veteran mechanic, usually of a much older age. But the boy in front of her, he didn't seem much older than her. "Are you a clerk here?" Sunhani asked subconsciously. "No, I am the owner and the lead mechanic." Subai shook his head helplessly. He wasn't surprised by her question. After all, she was his first customer. He maintained a smile and asked, "How can I help you, miss?" After Subai uploaded the photos to the Star Network, the anticipated flood of customers never arrived. Instead, the comment section was extremely lively. "Aha, using fake internet photos to scam people? I've been to that place before. It's just an abandoned factory. There is no way it could be such an impressive repair shop. I really don't know what the people in charge of market verification are doing, letting such internet bait pass the review. Brothers, let's work together to expose this shop's true face, so no one else gets scammed." Seeing these comments, Subai's first instinct was to delete them, block the users, and ban them. But he soon understood why. He had clearly listed his location, so surely some people knew about the existence of the old abandoned factory. And the photos he uploaded were indeed a bit too high-end for Yunhai, so it was only natural that they didn't believe him. Under these circumstances, a customer finally arrived. She was a pleasant young woman, and even though she didn't seem very discerning, Subai didn't get angry. Sunhani, realizing she had made a social blunder, felt embarrassed and immediately apologized. "I am sorry. But I really didn't expect the owner to be so young." Her eyes held a trace of doubt. The owner was so young, and there didn't seem to be anyone else in the shop. That meant he was the only mechanic here. Could he really fix her little Red? "Is there something you need help with?" Subai asked with a faint smile, having guessed her thoughts. "The skeletal structure of my mecha is damaged. Can you fix it?" Sunhani asked with a faltering tone. This was almost her last hope. If even this place couldn't fix Little Red, then it was truly over. The skeletal damage hadn't reached the core yet, but if too much time passed and the frame collapsed, the core would self-destruct, and then no one could save it. "Please take out your mecha and let me have a look." Subai didn't agree immediately. He needed to confirm the state of her mecha first. After all, for skeletal damage, even average primary or senior mechanics would be helpless. Only a star-level mechanic would have a slight chance of success. Sunhani nodded. Guided by Subai, she went into the first repair bay. Seeing the equipment inside, she felt slightly more relieved. Judging by these facilities, Subai must be at least a high-level mechanic, maybe even a star-level one. Although he looked very young, there had to be some hope. "Take it out," Subai said calmly to Sunhani. Sunhani snapped back to reality and hurriedly tapped on the star ring on her wrist. Whoosh! Instantly, a flash of white light filled the entire repair bay. A moment later, a 12-meter-tall humanoid mecha, covered in gleaming crimson light armor, appeared in the room. From the luster of its paint and the metallic texture it emitted, it was clear that Sun Hanyi took great care of Red Moon. Unfortunately, this giant, which looked like a work of art, had a gaping hole at its waist. The void passed from the central connection point right through the mecha's skeleton. The carbon-colored frame inside was riddled with dense fine lines, and traces of dried, blue radioactive material still clung to the cracks. Seeing the condition of Red Moon, Subai couldn't help but frown. Is this a C nuclear ray puncture wound? Was it done by someone from the cold light star? C nuclear rays were a type of weaponized ray formed by triggering energy collapse through nuclear fission. This technology was now only used by the cold light star, about 0.32 light-years from Blue Star. The people of Cold Light Star could not awaken innate talents, so they used purely scientific means to pilot mechas. However, this method placed extreme demands on the pilot's physical condition and left strong side effects. Due to the radiation from the mecha cores, most pilots only lived for about 2 years. Such methods had long been abandoned by Blue Star and the entire Star Alliance, and the weapons of Cold Light Star had been abandoned as well. Modern mechas mostly required stellar power, relying on the resonance between the pilot and the mecha. Current weapons also followed this trend, and weapons with high radioactivity were almost all discarded. However, people from the Cold Light Star shouldn't be appearing on Blue Star. This matter was not that simple. Seeing that Subai had identified the culprit behind Red Moon's injury with just one glance, Sun Hanyi's eyes lit up. In her excitement, she rushed forward, grabbed Subai's hands and pleaded, "Do you have a way to fix it?" Seeing the excitement in her eyes, Subai didn't even have time to notice the softness of her hands or the warmth radiating from her. "Answer my question first." Hearing this, Sun Hanyi realized she was being inappropriate. She quickly let go of his hands and apologized. "I'm sorry. I was too excited." "You're right. It is a C nuclear ray, but the one who attacked wasn't from the Cold Light Star. He was also from Blue Star. I don't know what method he used, but he actually made an innate mecha capable of using C nuclear rays. I was careless, and that's how Little Red got hurt." By the end, Sun Hanyi's expression dimmed, her eyes filled with immense self-reproach. Subai nodded. The situation was indeed surprising, but others would likely investigate it, and he didn't need to worry about it. He walked up to Red Moon and reached out to touch the light armor on its leg. Damaged mecha detected. It meets the requirements for interstellar enhancement. Due to the low level of the mecha, only a Tier 1 enhancement is needed. Enhancement costs 10 interstellar points. Would you like to proceed? Not bad, it can be fixed and it's not expensive. However, Subai was more interested in the actual effect of the interstellar enhancement. He thought to himself, what is the effect of a Tier 1 enhancement? Tier 1 interstellar enhancement can raise the target mecha's material grade by 1 tier, enhance the core by 1 tier, and awaken a low-level innate skill. My God! Subai couldn't help but be shocked after seeing the effects of the Tier 1 interstellar enhancement. Upgrading the materials and core by 1 tier was fine, but the real highlight was the awakening of the innate skill at the end. Even with the lowest tier as a prefix, it was enough to make Subai lose his composure. It wasn't just Subai. If word of this got out, even mechs above 5 stars would be shocked to the point of losing their minds. Red Moon is a basic Earth Tier 3-star mech. It ranks at the bottom among the 9 mech quality levels: Earth, Sky, Star Stepper, Starbreaker, Starfall, Constant Heaven, Vast Universe, and Truth. And within the 1 to 9 star rating system, it only reached the peak of the entry level. In theory, it's impossible for such a mech to possess an innate skill. Forget Earth tier mechs. Even among the higher tier Sky mechs, those capable of having an innate skill are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Any one of them could be sold for more than 10 times the price. An innate skill is a skill inherent to a mech, determined by both the mecha's own attributes and the pilot's awakened talent. and is distinct from techniques learned by pilots through long practice. The initial proficiency of an innate skill is maxed out, and it is the skill most perfectly matched to the mech, boosting power by about double when used. If an Earth-tier mech possesses an innate skill, it's enough to run rampant among other Earth-tier mechs, and not even fall behind when engaging Sky-tier mechs. And such an enhancement only costs 10 interstellar points. That's equivalent to 100,000 star credits? That is way too cheap. Putting aside his surprise, Subai was now having a headache about how to set the price. If it were just upgrading the materials and core by one tier, that would be easy to handle, as there are corresponding references. The price of a 4-star Earth-tier mech is around 200,000 star credits, so charging 200,000 for upgrading Sun Henny's mech to that level would naturally be acceptable. But adding an innate skill makes it a completely different story. After some brief thought, Subai caught sight of Sun Henny's pleading gaze once again. It was clear that she truly loved Red Moon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made that expression just for repairing a common 3-star Earth mech. Subai stated his price directly, 1.5 million star credits. Are you sure you want to repair it? Upon hearing the price Subai quoted, Sun Henny was completely stunned. She had considered that repairing Red Moon might cost almost as much as buying a new one, or even a bit more. But she never imagined it would be 10 times more expensive. The average price of a 3-star Earth-tier mech is only around 150,000 star credits. Even ones with excellent craftsmanship and rarity would cap out at 180,000. After all, the ceiling is there. Starting as a 3-star Earth mech, the potential is at most 3-star Sky level. Once it hits 3-star Sky level, it will almost certainly be phased out. 500,000 is generally enough to buy a Sky-tier mech, which has the potential to eventually become a Star Stepper mech. No matter how much she loved Red Moon, Sun Henny couldn't help but think Subai was a profiteer after hearing the price. Is Subai a profiteer? Of course not. He's actually being very reasonable. That's an Earth-tier mech with an innate skill. It could sell for 10 times the value of a regular mech, and he's even giving away the full-tier upgrade for free. However, if you tell someone the repair fee is 1.5 million star credits, without explanation, they would leave without a second thought. And the look of struggle on Sun Henny's face made Subai realize he had made the right decision. This isn't just the cost of repairs, it also includes helping your Red Moon awaken an innate skill, Subai said slowly. Sun Henny was so startled by his words that she became tongue-tied. You said, what? Innate skill? Wait, let me repeat that for clarity. The original text's emoji was removed per instructions. Red Moon can awaken an innate skill? She now suspected that Subai had gone crazy. A 3-star Earth mech? An innate skill? How on earth are those two related? If it weren't for the fact that Subai was quite handsome, and she had been a bit rude earlier, she would have wanted to punch him. Haha, the store manager really knows how to joke, Sun Henny said, crossing her arms, her expression already tinged with anger. If you can't fix it, you can just say so. Why try to con me with sky-high prices and fake innate skills? In her heart, Subai had become a major scammer. Subai didn't mind her reaction and smiled calmly. We can sign a contract. Oh? Sun Henny raised an eyebrow. The validity of contracts in Blue Star is common knowledge. Once signed, the other party must fulfill their promise, or they will have to pay extremely high compensation. Seeing that Subai was willing to sign a contract, Sun Henny's thoughts immediately shifted. Could what he said actually be true? If Red Moon could really awaken an innate skill, then 1.5 million is really not expensive. It might even be considered cheap. Forget it. A contract is being signed anyway. No need to worry about him running off. After a brief mental struggle, Sun Henny nodded fine. 1.5 million it is. As long as you can fix Red Moon, we can negotiate the innate skill part. Sun Henny wasn't going to be too petty. As long as Subai could fix Red Moon, even if it didn't end up awakening an innate skill, she wouldn't demand compensation, just a refund of the premium part of the repair fee. No problem, please wait a moment. Subai immediately drafted a contract, stamped it with the repair shop's official seal, and handed it to Sunhani. Take a look. If everything is fine, sign it and transfer the funds. Sunhani took the contract, carefully reviewed the contents, confirmed everything was correct, signed her name, and transferred the money to Subai. 1.5 million star credits received via Star Sky Pay. Payment successful. Subai asked Sunhani to wait outside. He then turned toward Red Moon, a faint smile on his lips. This money is really easy to earn. Indeed, Subai had earned 1.5 million star credits for a mere 10 interstellar points, equivalent to 150 interstellar points of 15-fold profit. And that was only because he saw how attached she was to Red Moon. Otherwise, just the fact that he could awaken an innate skill would have allowed him to charge 2 million star credits, and he was sure she still would have agreed. However, I didn't expect that girl to be such a little genius, Subai sighed, thinking about how Sunhani had mentioned her awakened talent was the A-grade Thunder talent. Among the 9 levels from F to SSSS, A-grade talent ranks in the upper middle tier. This doesn't mean it's common. On the contrary, while it falls short of the 1 in a billion S-grade or higher talents, A-grade awakeners are still 1 in 10,000. Across the entire Cloud Sea, there are likely only a dozen or so people in this cohort with A-grade talent. And Sunhani awakened the Thunder talent, which is highly offensive among A-grade talents. She probably has the potential to get into a top interstellar academy. Soon, Subai arrived in front of Red Moon and placed his right hand on the red light armor. Use Tier 1 enhancement. With a thought, a white light instantly covered Red Moon, filling the entire repair room. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, as if a lightning bolt from the 9 heavens had struck down. A touch of purple brilliance manifested. It caused the entire repair shop to shake. Sunhani, waiting in the hall, felt the vibration and her heart tightened instantly. He wouldn't have dismantled Red Moon, would he? At this moment, she felt extremely anxious. She had dismissed Subai's claim about being able to awaken a latent talent skill as a mere joke. Her greatest hope was simply that he could actually fix Red Moon. Now that this unexpected turn of events had occurred, her expectations dwindled significantly, and a surge of anger washed over her. If he really dismantled Red Moon, I will definitely make him pay. Sunhani's gaze turned cold, and she ground her teeth in fury. Being able to fork out a massive sum of 1.5 million star coins in one go to repair a Tier 3 Earth-class mecha was enough to prove her true love for Red Moon. It also served as proof of her extraordinary status. After all, in all of Cloud Sea, only a handful of families could afford to give someone her age 1.5 million as pocket money. Sunhani was a member of the Sun family. Her father was the current head of the Sun family, with business ventures spread across all of Cloud Sea, and strength that had reached the 5-star Starbreaker level, making him a true Starbreaker mecha pilot. More importantly, her father held another title, Captain of the Cloud Sea Fleet. While this might not be considered the absolute pinnacle in the entire Xia Kingdom, in Cloud Sea, he was definitely someone at the very top of the social pyramid. Cultivating as a meta pilot is not easy. One must rely on absorbing the star energy contained in the cosmos. Depending on the strength of one's talent, the speed of cultivation varies drastically. Being able to reach the 5-star Starbreaker level meant his talent was at least B rank or higher. With such immense wealth combined with her father's power and status, anyone in Cloud Sea who dared to cross Sunhani would not have a good ending. Just as Sunhani was stewing in her anger, Subai's voice suddenly came from inside the repair bay. "Come in." Upon hearing this, Sunhani became even more certain of her guess. The kid had definitely broken Red Moon. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he's handsome? Suppressing her emotions, which were on the verge of a volcanic eruption, Sunhani stepped into the repair bay. The moment she stepped in, her previous resentment vanished into thin air. Her mouth fell slightly agape as she looked at the brand new Red Moon before her, and she couldn't help but rub her eyes. Red Moon's light armor had undergone some changes. It was still crimson, but the red was deeper than before, exuding a sense of high-end sophistication. On the previously plain fuselage, lines of purple lightning patterns had appeared, making the mecha look even more imposing. As for the shocking gaping hole from before, it had long since vanished. Through the gaps in the light armor, a carbon-black metallic luster was clearly visible. As someone intimately familiar with Red Moon, Sun Hanyi could tell at a glance that the mecha in front of her had grown by 2 meters. It had gone from 12 meters to 14 meters. If it weren't for her unique personal markings on the cockpit area, Sun Hanyi would have suspected that Subai had simply swapped it for a different mecha. Boss, is this Red Moon? Even though she had the answer in her heart, Sun Hanyi asked Subai subconsciously. Subai just smiled faintly. Of course, go ahead and test it out. Sun Hanyi's eyes lit up instantly. She leaped into the cockpit, having gone far too long without piloting her Red Moon, and she needed to satisfy that longing right now. As soon as she jumped into the cockpit, she placed her hands on the central control unit, which was a circular crystal sphere. As her hands made contact, the cockpit lid sealed shut instantly. Then fine cables extended from inside the cockpit and connected behind her. Almost the moment the connection was made, her consciousness merged with the mecha. Red Moon's eyes flashed with a brilliant red light. The growth potential has been upgraded to star treating level. Sun Hanyi's voice echoed through the mecha, and even though it was processed through mechanical filters, one could still hear the awe in her tone. You can try the talent skill now, but remember, don't actually fire it off. Subai reminded her kindly as he watched Sun Hanyi, who was moving Red Moon's limbs like a child excited with a new toy. This statement made Sun Hanyi pause, a bit uncertain. Really? There's a talent skill? After learning that Red Moon was fixed and its potential upgraded, she had already decided not to ask Subai for a refund on the repair fee. The 1.5 million was money well spent. Now that she heard Red Moon might truly have awakened a talent skill, she couldn't help but gulp. Of course, I treat everyone fairly. In business, integrity is everything, Subai replied in a firm tone. Who? Then came the sound of heavy breathing from inside Red Moon. Sun Hanyi tried her best to calm down, closed her eyes, and began to sense it carefully. As if sensing something, Sun Hanyi snapped her eyes open and held her hands out in front of her. Zzt! Faint arcs of electricity instantly wrapped around Red Moon's palms, then swirled in the air, gathering and rotating. In an instant, a sphere of lightning had formed. Purple electric arcs flickered, lightning surged, and the sound of 1,000 birds chirping echoed. Looking at the lightning sphere in her hands through Red Moon's eyes, Sun Hanyi's voice trembled. It really is a talent skill. My God, Red Moon has actually awakened a talent skill. This is impossible. Beyond her shock, she felt a profound sense of reverence for Subai. A mecha of Earth class possessing a talent skill. That was completely unheard of. And yet, this boss Su in front of her had not only taken her almost scrapped mecha and upgraded its potential, but also bestowed upon it a talent skill. His methods were simply divine. Even a star-ranked master mechanic couldn't do better than this. No, in fact, a star-ranked mechanic probably couldn't even achieve this. Just who is Boss Su? Sun Hanyi couldn't help but be curious about Subai. She really wanted to know what kind of extraordinary person this handsome young man, who looked to be about her age, really was. Alright, you can put it away now. If you break my equipment, you'll have to pay for it. Sun Hanyi, who was lost in thought, was snapped back to reality by Subai's voice. She quickly withdrew the lightning sphere in her hands. At the same time, she exited Red Moon and walked over to Subai. She bowed 90 degrees and said, "Thank you, Boss Su, for fixing Red Moon. I was very rude earlier. I hope you can forgive me." Sun Hanyi was well endowed, and this bowing motion inevitably caused some subtle swaying of her figure due to gravity. It was truly spectacular and breathtaking. Subai, Araksapik. Cough. It's fine. It was just a fair trade. You can stand up now. After catching a quick glimpse, Subai regained his calm and indifferent expression. He, Subai, is an upright gentleman. Hearing Subai's words, Sun Hani breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried about whether her previous attitude had been too poor. Offending a genius mechanic with such godly skills was a consequence she couldn't afford. Looking up and stealing a small glance at Subai's expression, she realized he truly didn't take it to heart, so she gathered her courage. Boss Su, if you don't mind, could I add you on a contact app?
Subai blinked upon hearing this, momentarily confused by what Sun Hani meant. Seeing Subai's expression, Sun Hani hurriedly explained, I'm just worried that if there are any issues with Red Moon later, having your contact information will make it easier for me to confirm if you're at the shop, Boss Su. Her flushed cheeks made this explanation seem somewhat pale and unconvincing. Subai didn't overthink it, and after a brief moment of reflection agreed. After obtaining Subai's contact information, Sun Hani quickly tucked Red Moon back into her bracelet and waved goodbye to Subai, saying, "Goodbye, Boss Su. Thank you so much." Watching that beautiful figure walk away, Subai gave a faint smile and closed the repair shop door. The corners of his mouth curled up, his mood quite buoyant. Let me see, exactly what kind of talent have I awakened? His mission had already been completed the moment he performed the rank 1 enhancement on Red Moon. All that was left was to claim the rewards. Congratulations to the host for successfully performing an interstellar enhancement. Time elapsed, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Mission rating SSS. Now issuing mission rewards. Would you like to claim them? Yes or no? Is that even a question? Without the slightest hesitation, Subai directly selected yes. As the selection took effect, a surge of power instantly flooded Subai's body. His brain felt a sharp, stinging pain at that moment. In an instant, everything before his eyes seemed to dissolve into nothingness, as if he were standing on a barren wasteland. Faced with this sudden change, Subai clenched his fists. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, chunks of metal from all around flew toward him, covering his body while continuously merging and devouring each other. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening an SSS-level talent, Fusion of All Things. The moment he heard the system's prompt, Subai's pupils contracted, and a sharp glint flashed within them. SS-level talent, Fusion of All Things? Based on his previous experience, he could understand the function of fusion of all things. It allowed him to manipulate and fuse surrounding metallic materials to enhance his own mech. In other words, as long as he was in a place with metallic elements, he could enhance himself infinitely. The Tao follows nature, all things merge, the universe is one, endless cycles, infinite and eternal. Suddenly, the vision before Subai vanished, and he returned once again to his repair shop. At this moment, countless points of light had begun to gather around him, things he had been unable to see before. Star energy. Subai guessed what these points were almost instantly. This was the very source of a Mecha Master's power, star energy. It was just that the star energy before him was too scattered and seemed somewhat thin. And it wasn't staying still, but rather surging toward Subai constantly. Ding! Detected host has awakened a talent. The store's mega sale has begun. Would you like to spend 100 interstellar points to redeem the truth level breathing technique, the first layer of the star whale breathing method? Subai. Seeing this system prompt, some unpleasant memories instantly surfaced in Subai's mind. This was exactly like those common traps for first-time purchases in games. Trying every way to scam him into spending money? Damn it. Subai will definitely not fall for it. Ding, redemption successful. Now issuing the first layer of the star whale breathing method. There was no choice. This was a truth level breathing technique. Using this to test a Mecha Master, what Mecha Master could resist such a trial? Watching as his newly acquired 1.5 million star coins instantly dwindled to just 500,000, Subai shed tears of regret. I hope you don't let me down. Money really doesn't last long at all. After soothing his slightly stinging heart, the stinging sensation assaulted Subai's mind once again. Again? Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the scene before Subai changed once more. He arrived within the vast universe, the stars shining brilliantly everywhere, when suddenly a figure as immense as a galaxy appeared before his eyes. Its whole body was covered in starlight, with a massive head and a long, slender body, flicking its giant tail that resembled a constellation of stars. As its giant mouth opened, a powerful suction emerged, and he saw a star in front of the giant whale instantly being swallowed into its belly. One swallow of the star whale causes galaxies to fall. A star is but an appetizer. The flick of the whale's tail shifts the stars and moves the heavens. Subai returned to the repair shop once again, but this time, a breathing technique was imprinted in his mind. Star whale breathing method, first layer. Subai quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to circulate his power according to the breathing technique in his mind, drawing in the surrounding star energy. Boom! As the star whale breathing method operated, the originally scattered light points around him began to swell rapidly, surging in from everywhere to form a tide of star energy. And Subai was right at the center of this star energy tide. Star energy rushed in, strengthening his body. Nourished by the tide of star energy, Subai's rank began to soar rapidly. Earth rank level 1, Earth rank level 2, Sky rank level 1. By absorbing all the surrounding star energy, Subai leaped past the stage of an Earth rank Mecha Master and became a Sky rank Mecha Master. If word got out that he had become a Sky rank Mecha Master at just over 18 years old, fresh out of graduation, it would definitely cause a sensation. In the recently concluded Mecha Grand exam, the strongest on Blue Planet was only at Earth rank level 9. Even after entering a meta university for advanced study, their current rank wouldn't be much higher than Subai's. Not to mention that the other party had reached that level only after years of bitter training. Subai took a total of only a few minutes. Brushing off his pant legs, Subai felt satisfied with his current strength. I never expected that I would actually become a Sky rank Mecha Master. The only problem is, what do I do without a mech? Although he had become a Sky rank Mecha Master, another problem appeared before him. He didn't have a mech. He only had 500,000 star coins on his card, which wasn't enough to buy a Starry Sky level mech. Moreover, finding a mech that matched his fusion of all things talent was even more difficult. Sigh, I still have to make money. Feeling his current state of poverty, Subai's conviction to make money had never been stronger. As for the cost of future upgrades for the star whale breathing method, he didn't bother to look. It was enough for now. Looking would only add to his troubles. He couldn't afford it anyway. Just as Subai had his breakthrough, in a high-rise building in the center of Yunhai City, a middle-aged man with a square face suddenly frowned, his gaze directed toward the location of the Interstellar repair shop. His eyes filled with shock and suspicion. What is going on? A star energy riot? Did a star beast descend? Impossible. The Star Guardians haven't issued a warning. Huh? The star energy riot stopped. It must have been caused by a temporary shift in the star energy tide. After a simple analysis, the man withdrew his gaze and looked at a document on his desk. His right index finger tapped the table rhythmically. See nuclear rays. What on earth is the C family trying to do? Bang! Suddenly, the door to the man's study was pushed open, and Sun Hani entered with excitement. Dad, I have some great news for you. Seeing his beloved daughter, Sun Yu instantly cast aside his cold demeanor and put on a kind smile. Yi, is it 'cause Crimson Moon has been repaired? He had seen how much his daughter cherished Crimson Moon and had even considered sending it away for repairs. But with their heavy coursework and the need to train constantly for the upcoming Mecha Grand examination, sending it back and forth would inevitably be a distraction. He had also suggested that Sun Hanyi switch to a different mecha as time was running out for Crimson Moon. Sun Yu had felt pained seeing his daughter's dull, lusterless eyes these past few days. Seeing her smile again now, he didn't even need to ask to know that Crimson Moon must have been fixed. While he felt happy for his daughter, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. I wonder which master has come to Yunhai. Crimson Moon's frame had been pierced by C-nuclear radiation rays, and with the combined damage to its structure and the radiation, many mechanics were helpless against it. Only a star-level mechanic would have the ability to repair it. It was truly his daughter's good fortune to have met such a mechanic. Hee, it's more than just repaired. Sun Hanyi smiled smugly. Her Crimson Moon was brand new, and she had even renamed it the 10,000-ton Crimson Moon. Not only had its base stats increased by 1 star, but it even possessed an innate skill. Her Crimson Moon was now one of a kind. Most importantly, the innate skill of Crimson Moon was perfectly compatible with her own, which made Sun Hanyi suspect that Su Bai had done it intentionally. Oh? Did its potential increase? Seeing his daughter's smug look, Sun Yu guessed aloud. As a star-breaking pilot and a top figure in Yunhai, he naturally knew that some powerful mechanics possessed the ability to enhance a mecha's potential. It was just a bit of a waste to use such methods on an Earth-level mecha. Sun Yu lifted his tea, took a sip, and shook his head with some regret. The repair fee, I assume it wasn't cheap. It wasn't expensive, just 1.5 million. Sun Hanyi's excited voice rang out. Perfect. Sun Yu sprayed out the tea he had just taken a sip of. You said how much? Sun Yu reached out to wipe the tea from the corner of his mouth, looking at his daughter in disbelief, trying to confirm if he had heard her correctly. 1.5 million star coins. Sun Hanyi put her hands on her hips and held her head high, looking every bit like a little princess. Sun Yu was furious. Yi, have you been scammed? Even a star-level mechanic couldn't possibly charge 1.5 million star coins to fix Crimson Moon. Come on, take me to him. To think he dared to scam my daughter. Even if he is a star-level mechanic, he has to give me an explanation. Sun Yu's anger surged. An Earth-level 3-star mecha, which only costs 150,000 star coins, had a repair fee of 1.5 million. That's just pure extortion. Even if star-level mechanics were prestigious, as a star-breaking pilot, he wasn't going to be so easily fooled. Who would have thought that after hearing Sun Yu, a sudden gasp came from outside the door. What? 1.5 million star coins. What have you two been hiding from me? A woman who looked 7 parts like Sun Hanyi, still elegant and charming, rushed into the study in a rush. She kept scanning the father and daughter in the room with an interrogating look. Sun Hanyi was stunned. Sun Yu was stunned. Seeing Zhong Yai enter, both father and daughter shut their mouths in tacit agreement. Both of them knew the personality of their wife and mother very well. No matter the reason, she would go crazy over such a large expenditure. Silence was their best answer. After a long while, Sun Yu laughed it off and signaled Sun Hanyi with his eyes. No, we were talking about that little girl, Liu Ran, spending 1.5 million to get early admission qualifications for the Star Flying Academy. Aha, that's right. Sun Hanyi caught on immediately and nodded frantically. Upon hearing this, although Zhong Yi was still a bit suspicious, her mood settled down significantly. She rolled her eyes at them. All right, don't go gossiping about other people's business. Dinner is almost ready, let's eat. With that, she left the study. Seeing Zhong Yi leave, both father and daughter let out a sigh of relief. Sun Yu lowered his voice. After dinner, take me to find that swindler. Sun Hanyi shook her head. Boss Su is not a swindler. He even helped my 10,000-ton Crimson Moon awaken an innate skill. Huh? Sun Yu looked bewildered and shook his head helplessly. Sigh, it seems Yi has been well and truly swindled. She's even started talking nonsense. An Earth-level mecha awakening an innate skill? Fantasy. Dad, don't be so skeptical. Let's go to the training field after dinner. I'll show you. Sun Hani's mouth curled up slightly, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. Seeing his daughter like this, Sun Yu fondly ruffled her hair. Ha ha ha, all right, then Daddy will wait to see you demonstrate. Let's go, dinner first, or your mother will blow her top. At the mention of Ms. Zhong Yi, Sun Hani became perfectly obedient and hurried to the living room with Sun Yu. Dinner was finished. The father and daughter then went to their private training field. Though called a training field, it was not much different from an average playground. The only difference was the electromagnetic barrier covering the perimeter of the field. This prevented the shockwaves of mecha combat from causing damage to outside objects. As a star-breaking pilot, Sun Yu naturally wouldn't use his own mecha for combat. He selected a sparring mecha from the warehouse. This mass-produced model differed significantly from real combat mechas in both materials and equipment. But as a star-breaking pilot, it was no problem for Sun Yu to use it to face an Earth-level pilot. Seeing her dad climb into the sparring mecha, Sun Hani was a bit dissatisfied. Dad, are you looking down on me? Why use a sparring mecha? Sun Yu watched her pout and smiled faintly. It's all right. Don't we just want to see how much your Crimson Moon has improved? It's not a real battle anyway. The maintenance cost of my Grey Wolf is quite high. Hearing this, Sun Hani's anger subsided a bit. It was true the maintenance costs for a star-breaking mecha were high, and if it was just a sparring mecha, hey, then you'd better be careful. Sun Yu didn't catch the subtext in his daughter's words, waved from the cockpit of the sparring mecha and said, "Come on then." Sun Hani tapped her wristband, and a white light shimmered. The 10,000-ton Crimson Moon instantly appeared on the training field. Then, she leapt into the cockpit of the mecha. With flashes of crimson and purple light, the eyes of the 10,000-ton Crimson Moon lit up. Seeing the change in Crimson Moon, Sun Yu raised an eyebrow inside the sparring mecha. It seems that mechanic really does have some skill. Crimson Moon's potential tier has at least reached the star trading level. Just the increase in potential alone is worth 500,000 star coins. But 1.5 million is still a bit too high. Just then, Sun Yu's words were cut short. He stared blankly through the sparring mecha at the hands of the 10,000-ton Crimson Moon. Zzz. Electric arcs intertwined like dancing dragons, and as a thunderball gathered, it emitted the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Boom. The 10,000-ton Crimson Moon pushed its hands forward. The thunderball drifted out, instantly forming a beam of lightning that snaked through the air like a coiling electric serpent. With the force of a thunderclap, it struck the sparring mecha Sun Yu was piloting. Boom! The lightning crashed down, instantly enveloping the sparring mecha, and dense electrical currents surged over Sun Yu's entire body. Even as a star-breaking pilot, he felt a momentary sense of paralysis. The power of this lightning was far beyond that of an electromagnetic gun. It could probably be compared to a large-caliber electromagnetic cannon. This was the innate skill awakened by the 10,000-ton Crimson Moon, Fang of the Lightning Serpent. The lightning dissipated, leaving the sparring mech charred black. Thin trails of black smoke rose from the chassis, looking just like a pile of burnt charcoal. The outer casing fell away, revealing Sun Yu inside, who was enveloped in star energy. This Starbreaker mech pilot stood there, stunned, staring at the crimson and purple Wanjun red moon in front of him. His heart was a jumble of mixed emotions, drumming away uncontrollably. Finally, he let out a slightly awkward laugh. Haha, Yi is indeed the daughter I am most proud of. How about that? I didn't lie to you, did I? This is the innate skill boss, Su awakened for Wanjun Red Moon. How's the power? A playful voice rang out through the mechanical speakers, and Sun Hani was beaming with joy. Let's see you look down on me now. Know how strong I am yet? Sun Yu had long held awe for the boss, Su his daughter kept mentioning. He couldn't imagine what kind of peerless genius could make a ground-tier mech awaken an innate skill. Could they be a descendant of those supreme master mechanics from deep within the starfields? It is truly Yi's good fortune to know such an expert. Even with waves of shock in his heart, Sun Yu couldn't help but smile sheepishly at his daughter's words. It's good, but a sparring mech is just a sparring mech. It can't fully showcase the true power of your innate skill. How about this? I'll switch to my own mech, and we'll go again. It's also a good way to test the power of your skill. Hearing this, the previously smug Sun Hani's pretty face darkened. Is this the competitive spirit of a middle-aged man? He wasn't willing to use his own mech before, but now he's changing his tune. Thoughts aside, Sun Hani naturally wouldn't refuse. Even for her, she didn't get to see her father's mech often, let alone spar against it. This was an opportunity for her too. She nodded immediately. Fine then. Phew. Sun Yu let out a sigh of relief. If word got out that he, a dignified Starbreaker pilot, was defeated by a ground-tier pilot, even if it was his own daughter, he would lose face. At the same time, he really wanted to know just how powerful that Thunder Serpent's fang was. He stroked his wrist guard, and a black light shimmered along with dark lightning. Boom! Instantly, a mech stood tall in the air, roughly 50 meters high. It was pale blue, wrapped in flame patterns, with a faint metallic luster at the joints and bones. It was forged from the rare material, dense steel, and its head resembled that of a wolf. It appeared above the training ground. The UCD-24, the only power-type Starbreaker mech, Pale Wolf. 50 meters tall, 1,600 tons in weight, engine power of 44 million kilowatts, and a thrust of 3.6 billion kilograms. Innate skill, Pale Flame. The fire of the heavens burning away all, relentless and eternal. In front of the Pale Wolf, even the 14-meter-tall Wanjun Red Moon looked like a mere infant, not even reaching its waist. Even though she had been mentally prepared, the moment she saw the Starbreaker mech, a look of longing inevitably appeared in Sun Hani's eyes. This is what a mech should look like, a true mech capable of traversing the stars. Seeing Wanjun Red Moon looking up in awe, Sun Yu couldn't help but smile, his tone light. Don't worry, Yi. You have an A-grade talent. As long as you work hard, you will surely become a Starbreaker pilot one day, and perhaps even reach higher realms. I understand. The mechanical voice came from Wanjun Red Moon, sounding clearly determined. After seeing the Starbreaker mech in person, Sun Hani's goal was even clearer. She would definitely become a Starbreaker pilot, or even strive for the Starfall or higher heavenly constant rank. When that time comes, she would roam the galaxies in her mech, crushing star beasts with one hand and trampling over all prodigies. Come, show me your innate skill and let me see its true power. Sun Yu's voice came from the Pale Wolf, laced with anticipation. The previous sparring mech's materials were just too poor. Its destruction didn't really show the true power of the Thunder Serpent's fang. All right. Wanjun Red Moon quickly retreated, raising both hands above its head. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Lightning flashed and arcs flickered as a thunder orb, twice the size of the previous one, formed instantly atop Wanjun Red Moon. Wanjun Red Moon swung its arms, the friction of the force causing sparks to fly from its light armor. Thunder erupted and light flashed, circling in the air like a thunder serpent opening its bloodthirsty maw, striking directly at the armor on the Pale Wolf's neck with two sharp lightning fangs. Boom! Thunder shook the world, lightning instantly covering the Pale Wolf's body, with electric arcs permeating through the armor toward the bones underneath. Bang! Feeling the numbness from the current, the Pale Wolf gently swung its arms. The surge of air pressure instantly dispersed the electric arcs. The wind was so strong it made the ground tremble, and even Wanjun Red Moon was sent swaying. This is the power of a Starbreaker mech. With just a casual move, it easily neutralized a ground-tier mech's innate skill and sent it reeling. And that was because Sun Yu hadn't targeted Wanjun Red Moon directly. A sense of frustration welled up, and Sun Hani inside Wanjun Red Moon bowed her head silently. I lost. Inside the pale wolf, Sun Yu was not calm either. The power of the Thunder Serpent's fang far exceeded his expectations. Wanjun Red Moon was only a ground tier 3-star mech, yet that strike had at least the power of a ground tier 6-star. This meant that the Thunder Serpent's fang was perfectly compatible with Sun Hani's own lightning talent. Not all lightning-type attacks could achieve such perfect synergy with her. Is this a coincidence? Or, suddenly a bold guess entered Sun Yu's mind, a thought that made his heart race. He suspected that the Thunder Serpent's fang was an innate skill tailored specifically for Sun Hani by Boss Su after he learned of her talent. Not only could he make a ground-tier mech awaken an innate skill, but he could also ensure perfect compatibility between the skill and the pilot. Sun Yu could no longer fathom the true level of that Boss Su's mechanical skills. He lowered his head to comfort the somewhat dejected Sun Hani. "Yi, your attack was very strong. It reached at least the power of a ground tier 6-star. This level of strength is something I didn't possess when I was at the ground tier 3-star. You must hold on to this power well. Once your star energy level increases, you will surely make a name for yourself. Perhaps you could even compete with those true prodigies of the Blue Star Alliance." Sun Hani, who had already stepped out of the Wanjun Red Moon, was stunned. She knew her father's personality very well. Although he doted on her, he wouldn't joke about something like this. Which meant her Thunder Serpent's fang really did possess the power of a ground tier 6-star. The previous gloom dissipated, and her heart was filled with hope once again. Exactly. With Boss Su here, I can definitely do it. When it's time for Wanjun Red Moon to rank up, I must go ask him to help. Thinking of this, a flash of worry passed through Sun Hani's eyes. But Boss Su must be very expensive, right? Sigh, I have to go out and earn more extra money. Sun Yu did not know what Sun Hani was thinking, but he had developed a keen interest in Su Bai, though he didn't let Sun Hani take him to see him. In his view, a mechanic with such abilities must be an extraordinary person. If he used his relationship with Yi to approach him, he worried that the master might take out his displeasure on her. He couldn't let his own selfish desires impact his daughter's future. A coup. In his interstellar repair shop, Su Bai, who was sitting with his legs crossed playing Genshin Impact, suddenly let out a sneeze. After that order from Sun Hani, the repair shop seemed exceptionally quiet today. Out of boredom, he opened his phone and started playing a game. Who told him he didn't have a mecha? Otherwise, he would have loved to practice his mecha piloting skills. After becoming a Sky Mecha Master, Su Bai quickly browsed through the detailed specifications and prices of various starry Sky Mechas. But he couldn't find a mecha that resonated with his talent of all things harmony. Su Bai's requirements weren't high. It just had to look stunning, have balanced performance, preferably be a hexagram warrior, and most importantly, have strong compatibility. Only then could he unleash the true power of all things harmony. As for whether it had innate skills or not, that didn't matter. They could all be enhanced anyway. Yet even so, among tens of thousands of Sky Mechas, he still couldn't find the one he liked. Does this mean I really have to build one myself? After finishing his daily quests, Su Bai put away his phone. He started to contemplate. He knew his own situation, although he possessed a system and could awaken innate skills for Earth mechas. But as for building a mecha, his current capability as a junior repairman was far from enough. Not to mention he wanted to build a Sky Mecha. That would require at least a 3-star level repairman to accomplish. Sensing the host's wish, a random quest is now issued. Hand build a mecha for your own use. Time limit, 1 week. Quest reward, absolute control over the interstellar repair shop, and a heaven-tier defense barrier. Quest assistance, access to legacy techniques for repairmen below 3 stars for the host to learn. Do you accept? Yes, no. My God. The moment the system prompt appeared, Su Bai sprang up with a kip-up. A quest appeared again. The reward is absolute control over the interstellar repair shop. Su Bai didn't feel much about this. Although there were some instruments he couldn't use yet, he already held most of the permissions in the shop. This absolute control seemed a bit redundant. But that Heaven-tier defense barrier was a good thing. The strongest in the Blue Star Alliance were likely Heaven-tier mecha pilots, and you could count them on one hand. If he had a defense barrier of this level in his own interstellar repair shop, anyone would have to think twice. You can't hide the truth forever, even if there aren't many customers now. But Subai believed that once news spread that he could grant mechas awakened skills and raise their potential, the repair shop would be flooded with people in an instant. This would also attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, and it was inevitable that some desperate souls would target him. With such a barrier, he would have nothing to fear inside the shop. At worst, he'd just move in here. Anyway, he was on his own now, and he had no idea which galaxy his mom and dad were off having fun in. And when he saw the lost item for quest assistance, Subai's eyes burned with excitement. This was a repair shop. Even with powerful interstellar enhancement capabilities, there would inevitably be customers needing ordinary maintenance. This kind of maintenance required a solid foundation of repair knowledge. And we're talking about the knowledge of a starred repairman? Out in the world, any one of these would cost a fortune. And now he could learn them for free. This benefit is absolutely insane. Without any hesitation, Subai chose to accept the quest immediately. The moment he accepted it, a brand new option appeared on the system panel. Quest Assistance, Legacy Techniques for Repairmen below 3 stars. He placed his finger on the Legacy Techniques. A dazzling array of techniques appeared before Subai. 1-star Repairman Legacy Technique, Mecha Exoskeleton Switching. 2-star Repairman Legacy Technique, Armored Reflective Coating. 3-star Repairman Legacy Technique, Core Power Burst. Looking at the various skills in front of him, Subai felt tears of joy welling up. In the end, he chose the one at the very bottom. Repairman, from beginner to advanced. No choice, he was only a junior repairman right now. He wouldn't be able to understand the more advanced stuff. He had to tearfully start from the basics. The moment he selected it, a thick book appeared in his hand. It was no different from the advanced repairman manual you could buy outside for 100,000 star credits. Subai. Fine, the names were the same anyway. No idea what he was fantasizing about. Looking at it from another angle, he just saved himself 100,000 star credits. He silently flipped open the book, skipped the knowledge he already mastered, and started reading rapidly from the intermediate level. Perhaps it was because he had awakened an SSS-grade talent and become a Sky Mecha Master. Knowledge that used to rack his brain seemed to come naturally to him now. In just 2 hours, he completely mastered intermediate repair techniques and became a qualified intermediate repairman. Seeing the sky outside, Subai closed the book and left the repair shop. Back home, looking at the somewhat empty living room, Subai shook his head helplessly. Sigh, why did they clear everything out so thoroughly? Maybe these are the growing pains? He said, and turned on the star computer in the living room. Then he opened several live streams and turned the volume to the max. Subai's home was in a top-tier apartment complex in the center of Yunhai City, designed with 1 unit per floor and excellent soundproofing, so he wouldn't disturb anyone at all. Back when his parents were home, Subai never dared to be this reckless. But now, he was free. The sky is the limit, and the sea is vast for the fish to leap. After a busy day, he had to relax. On an interstellar ship flying out of the Blue Star Alliance, Su Nantian, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly jumped in surprise. A shiver crept up his spine. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. What's going on? Why do I have such an ominous feeling? Zhou Moyan was woken up by his movement and grabbed a pinch of soft flesh at his waist, giving it a 180-degree turn. I'm sleeping. Stop being so jumpy. Su Nantian forced a laugh. Just not used to the bed, not used to it. Let's go back to sleep. The next morning, Subai went to the Interstellar repair shop with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Yawn. He yawned on the way. Having just gained his freedom last night, he couldn't help himself. He pulled an all-nighter building, so even though he was now a Sky Mecha Master, he felt quite tired. Still too indulgent. No, I need to be self-disciplined. Today's goal, become a high-level repairman. Arriving at the shop entrance, Subai entered a state of zen, feeling deeply disgusted with his behavior from yesterday. He decided to turn over a new leaf and set a small goal to definitely become a star-level repairman today. Upon entering the shop, Subai laid the book, Mechanical Repair from Beginner to Advanced, on his desk. He prepared to start his studies for the day. Ding! Your shop has received a 5-star review, please check it. Just as he sat down, this notification popped up on his phone. Subai opened it and saw that a new positive review had been added to his shop page on the Star Network. The Queen who masters lightning. The boss is kind, handsome, and his skills are absolutely top-notch. It was my best experience ever, and I hope everyone will come and give it a try. He didn't even need to look to know it was from Sun Honey. Last night, she had sent him a message expressing her gratitude and mentioned that the power of the Thunder Fang had helped her Crimson Moon upgrade by 3 stars. Unfortunately, Subai was in his carefree, freedom-loving phase at the time and didn't reply to her. Seeing this 5-star review now, he smiled faintly, thinking, with a good review, business should slowly start to pick up, right? It wasn't that Subai hadn't thought about using the ability to awaken talent skills for mechs as a way to promote his shop. But someone has to actually believe it for it to work. Didn't he just get called a scammer the moment he uploaded pictures of the Interstellar Mechanical Repair shop? If he told people he could awaken their mech's talent skills, he'd probably get sued for false advertising. He had no choice but to build his reputation slowly. At least he had his first positive review now. The trolls should shut up, right? Thinking this, Subai continued to scroll through the comment section. He saw that underneath Sun Hani's comment, 100 replies had already piled up. Hey, is the original poster a shill? Exactly. A shop that looks this suspicious actually has a positive review? Tell me, how much are you getting paid per post? Let's all get rich together. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. Handsome boss? Top-notch skills. Are you talking about his mechanical repair skills? Smirk emoji. I really don't want to be the guy who gets that dirty joke instantly. Subai. There really is nothing that can stop these trolls' keyboards. He decided to stop looking at the comment section to avoid upsetting himself. He had better focus on improving his repair skills. After all, there were so many star-level mechanical master techniques waiting for him. Ding dong. Just as Subai sat down, the doorbell rang. As the automatic door opened, a young girl, not very tall but quite well endowed, appeared at the entrance. She wore a beret pulled low over her head and a pink face mask, looking like she was terrified of being recognized. The moment she saw Subai, Xiao Mengyan asked softly, "Excuse me? Are you Boss Su?" Subai nodded and returned a bright smile. "Yes, it's me. How can I help you?" "I knew it. Yi said the best-looking person in the shop would be the boss." Xiao Mengyan took off her beret, revealing a brilliant smile, with her silky black hair falling over her shoulders. Subai felt that the girl in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on where he had seen her. "Hello, boss. I'm Xiao Mengyan. I came here after hearing Yi's recommendation. You are truly amazing to have been able to fix the Crimson Moon." A look of admiration appeared in her eyes, but she quickly glanced at the copy of Mechanical Repair from Beginner to Advanced on the desk. Xiao Mengyan, "Oh? Didn't Yi say Boss Su had incredible skills and was probably a top-tier interstellar mechanical master? Why is he reading a beginner's book? Did Yi lie to me? That's not right. She shouldn't be joking around when it comes to the Crimson Moon." Subai suddenly clapped his hands together loudly, startling Xiao Mengyan and causing her to flinch, which created quite a bouncy scene. I remember now, you're that famous internet celebrity. Subai finally realized why she looked so familiar. He had scrolled past her live stream just yesterday. A girl this cute and curvy was bound to catch his eye for more than a second. He didn't mean anything else by it. It was purely for appreciation. "Oh, boss, you know who I am?" Xiao Mengyan, who had just experienced a slight heart tremor, sounded pleasantly surprised. Her earlier suspicions about Subai were tossed to the back of her mind. If he's my fan, then he couldn't possibly be a scammer. "I'm here to have my mech upgraded by you, boss. Is that possible?" Xiao Mengyan asked, sounding a bit uncertain. She had heard that boss Su's craft was indeed peerless. Although he charged a lot, it was reasonable for a star-level mechanical master to be expensive. She was worried because she heard that star-level mechanical masters all had their own quirks, and if he didn't want to do it, there was nothing she could do. As for the money, that was no issue. Subai hesitated slightly, as he didn't know how many star credits an upgrade would cost. "Just bring out your mech and let me have a look." He walked toward the first maintenance bay. Seeing this, Xiao Mengyan hurried to follow, assuming he had already agreed, and she felt quite excited. As expected, you're never too old to learn. Boss Su didn't even ask what I needed before he was ready to upgrade it for me. Xiao Mengyan was indeed an internet celebrity, but she had another identity. She was the top student of her freshman year at Starcy University. Starcy University is located in Yundu, the capital of Nanjian Province, and is a top-tier institution that ranks within the top 100 of the entire Interstellar Alliance. There are countless mech universities in the Interstellar Alliance, conservatively estimated at tens of thousands, and being in the top 100 is a testament to the quality of the school. In the Blue Star Alliance, there are only 8 top schools that make it into the top 100, and China alone accounts for 4 of them. The reason Xiao Mengyan could stand out at Starcy University was her S-rank talent, Golden Flame Scorching Sky. Golden Flame is higher in quality than Azure Flame, a power of the sun and moon, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. It is one of the world's great powers. Golden Flame carries a trace of the sun's fire and possesses absolute temperature, instantly reducing anything it touches to nothingness. Once in the maintenance bay, Xiao Mengyan didn't hesitate, touching her bracelet as brilliant golden light erupted. A mech wearing a golden armor dress, with a head resembling a Valkyrie, mechanical wing tips as sharp as blades, and arm thrusters emitting a faint golden glow, appeared in the bay. The BR-23 series limited edition Earth-type mech Golden Valkyrie. 16 meters tall, 32 tons, 880,000 kW of horsepower, and 90,000 kg of thrust. Although it was an Earth-type mech, its special core material gave it the potential to break through into a Sky-type, or even a star-stepping mech. Looking at the Golden Valkyrie, which resembled a work of art, Subai couldn't help but lament that being an influencer really pays well. Even though it was an Earth-type mech, this Golden Valkyrie was at least twice as expensive as the Crimson Moon. But fortunately, it was still an Earth-type, so the star credits required shouldn't be too many, right? Subai walked slowly to the Golden Valkyrie and touched its golden armor with his right arm. Detected Earth-type 9-star mech meets the requirements for interstellar reinforcement. As the mech has reached the level-up threshold, a Tier 2 reinforcement is required. The reinforcement cost is 100 star credits. Do you wish to proceed? Tier 2 reinforcement allows the target mech to level up while simultaneously upgrading the target's equipment rank by 1 level, the core by 1 level, awakening a mid-tier talent skill, and granting a randomized specialized attribute.
Characteristic specialization. Is this the difference between Tier 2 and Tier 1? Have the innate skills also evolved from low tier to high tier? Subai couldn't help but frown and ponder. According to what Sun Hani said, the so-called low-tier innate skills provided by the system seem different from those found in the outside world. The adaptability and power provided far exceed that of so-called low-tier skills, likely reaching a mid-tier level. In that case, wouldn't this mid-tier innate skill be comparable to a high-tier one? High-tier innate skills are the exclusive domain of mechs above the star-breaking level. After inspecting everything, Subai looked over at Xiao Mengyan. Xiao Mengyan tensed up immediately upon seeing this. She felt as though Boss Su was looking at her the way a hunter looks at his prey, which made her spine tingle and goosebumps rise all over. Boss Su, what is he planning to do? There are only the two of us in this repair shop. Could it be that he wants to? No way. He looks so handsome, he shouldn't be a wolf in sheep's clothing. But still, what should I do if he actually tries something? As an influencer, Xiao Mengyan would occasionally check her chat and comments, where all kinds of filthy language could be found. She was feeling a bit unsure about this. If she were outside, with her current strength as a newly promoted sky mech pilot, she wouldn't be afraid, but she doesn't have her mech right now. And the Boss Su in front of her looks quite strong. She wasn't confident. The upgrade is doable. It's just that the price might be a tiny bit high. Subai's magnetic voice pulled Xiao Mengyan back from her wild imagination to reality. Seeing his gaze return to normal, Xiao Mengyan realized she had overthought things and immediately blushed bright red. Upon hearing that the price was high, she actually felt a sense of relief. No worries, I have money. Not to mention her family's situation. Just the money she made from streaming over the past year was already in the tens of millions. She was a little wealthy girl after all. As long as I can upgrade, the money is just pocket change. That's good. The cost for the upgrade is about 20 million star coins. Seeing Xiao Mengyan's confident demeanor, Subai stated the price directly. This price is quite reasonable, after all. In addition to potentially awakening an innate skill comparable to a high-tier one, there's also the chance to awaken a characteristic specialization. Charging 20 million for a 1 million cost isn't unreasonable, right? If word got out, people would probably fight over it. No problem, it's just 20 mil. Wait, how much? Xiao Mengyan, who was just about to blurt out her agreement, was suddenly stunned. She had heard that this Boss Su charged about 10 times the market rate to fix the Red Moon. How'd it become 40 times just for a simple upgrade in my case? Isn't this bullying an honest person? Well, I think. I don't have that much money. Can you make it a bit cheaper? Xiao Mengyan immediately deployed a cute act, trying to exploit the fact that Subai was her fan to wear him down. Oh, then I guess that's not possible. Subai just narrowed his eyes into a line, and his attitude changed completely. Tisk, my mom was right, you really can't trust what a pretty woman says. Just a moment ago she was swearing she had the money. And now she wants a discount. What a letdown. Xiao Mengyan, weren't we supposed to be fan and idol? Why is he so immune to charms? No, what's with that look in his eyes? Is he despising me? Subai's gaze deeply pierced Xiao Mengyan's heart. She never expected that she would one day be treated with such disdain. From the moment she was born, Xiao Mengyan had always been the center of attention, with her whole family holding her in the palms of their hands. Even after becoming an influencer out of interest, most of her fans called her princess, which she quite enjoyed. But today, she was actually despised by a man of her own age who claimed to be her fan. Such a socially awkward nerd. You deserve to be single forever. Fine, 20 million it is. My conditions are that you must awaken an innate skill and improve the potential of the Golden Valkyrie to the star trading level. If you can do that, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Xiao Mengyan's temper flared, and she stated her demands. If Subai could actually deliver, what's wrong with being a sucker this once? Although she only earned 10 million star coins from streaming, she was, after all, a direct descendant of the Xiao family in Nanjiang, and the top prodigy of this generation. Her total pocket money from family also added up to about 10 million star coins. If worse comes to worst, she'd just go all in. The young girl's fighting spirit was completely ignited. Since Xiao Mengyan had said as much, Subai was naturally pleased. All right, let's sign the contract. Who knows, maybe they're a little surprise for you. With that, he drafted a contract and handed it to Xiao Mengyan. He had no choice. He needed to collect the money through the contract, otherwise his interstellar points wouldn't be enough for the upgrade. Xiao Mengyan's requirement for a Tier 2 reinforcement was completely achievable. As for that characteristic specialization, since it was a probability-based occurrence, he wasn't sure about it, and didn't write it into the contract. Xiao Mengyan took the contract and inspected it carefully. After all, she was a professional, and she was much more thorough in this regard than Sun Hanyi. Only after confirming there were no issues did she sign it and transfer the money to Subai. Star Sky Treasure, 20 million star coins received. Looking at the single-digit balance remaining in her account, Xiao Mengyan was speechless and choked with emotion. This was her entire year of hard work gone just like that? Sure enough, spending money is easier than earning it. Subai, in contrast, was in a completely different mood. This was the most money he'd ever received in his life. He was overjoyed inside and put on a bright smile. All right, please wait a moment. Seeing Subai's sudden change in demeanor, Xiao Mengyan was completely stunned. This guy, how can he change his face so quickly? Pa, you scumbag! Subai naturally didn't know what Xiao Mengyan was thinking. He walked into the maintenance room with light, happy steps, clutching his newly acquired star coins. Looking at the golden Valkyrie before him, he even felt a bit of affection for it. This precious thing just earned him 20 million star coins. I must make sure it awakens a decent innate skill in a moment. S-tier innate skill, Golden Flame Burning Sky. Subai reached out his left hand to stroke his chin, while extending his right hand to touch the Golden Valkyrie's golden armor. A burst of white light. Recharge successful. Now beginning Tier 2 reinforcement. As the system prompt sounded, the temperature throughout the room began to rise, waves of heat rolled over, and then a flash of golden light erupted, with a scorching sensation that made it difficult to look directly at. The change in temperature caught Xiao Mengyan outside the maintenance room by surprise. She hurriedly looked toward the maintenance room and muttered to herself, "Is this a fire attribute innate skill? It actually awakened an innate skill? Looks like this money was well spent." Although it cost 20 million star coins, according to general market prices, the cost of upgrading a special Earth-type mech like the Golden Valkyrie to a Sky mech is already twice as much as a regular one. That's about 1 million star coins, and if it has an innate skill, the price would increase several times over. 20 million is actually quite reasonable. Although the money was gone, her strength was being improved, which made Xiao Mengyan's mood much better. She looked forward to the opening of the maintenance room door, filled with anticipation. Click! The mechanical door swung open, and a heat wave, even more intense than before, rushed toward her face. Even Xiao Mengyan, with her golden flame talent, felt slightly uncomfortable in the scorching air. Fortunately, she quickly adapted, her eyes shimmering with starlight. "Boss Su," Xiao Mengyan called out tentatively, slowly stepping into the repair shop. The sight that met her eyes made her eyes widen, her chest heaving as her breathing quickened. The Golden Valkyrie, no, it should be called the Platinum Valkyrie now. The original golden armor had been renewed, replaced by a more understated platinum gold, with lifelike golden flame patterns flickering as if they were actually burning. The mech's height had also increased from 16 meters to 22 meters, making it even more powerful than typical 2-star sky-grade mechs. Most importantly, there was the change in its core. Earth-grade mech cores generally use helium stone, but the Golden Valkyrie's core was special, using a variation of helium stone with about 30% light stone base. And now its core had completely transformed into a flare seed. This is an energy source superior to light stone. Generally, only star-stepping mechs use flare seeds, giving them the potential to become star-breaking mechs. In other words, the current Platinum Valkyrie, while still entering the sky-grade mech category, now possessed the possibility of becoming a star-breaking mech. With just this change alone, Xiao Mengyan felt that her 20 million star coins were well spent. The price of any random star-breaking mech on the market is over 100 million. Moreover, the energy just now proved that her Platinum Valkyrie had also awakened a powerful innate skill. This was an absolute steal. Xiao Mengyan's gaze towards Subai was no longer filled with resentment as before, but rather with immense respect. Her beautiful eyes now carried a watery tint, looking incredibly alluring. "Thank you, Boss Su. Can I go try it out now?" Xiao Mengyan could hardly contain her desire to experience the changes in the Platinum Valkyrie firsthand. Looking at the eager Xiao Mengyan, Subai teased her slightly. "Then go ahead and experience the little surprise I mentioned earlier." Xiao Mengyan was completely shocked. Wait, this wasn't the surprise Boss Su was talking about. She had assumed that the major upgrades to the Platinum Valkyrie's core and materials were the surprise Subai had promised. She didn't expect that he still had another surprise for her. He is truly a treasure of a guy. The way Xiao Mengyan looked at Subai had completely changed. How should she put it? It felt like there was something strange in her gaze. It made Subai stiffen, his smile awkward. Ms. Xiao, wipe that." He kindly touched his own mouth, signaling for Xiao Mengyan to wipe away her drool. He hadn't expected that such a famous influencer would act like a love-struck fan. Does she really like mechs that much? Xiao Mengyan was so embarrassed that she could have dug a hole in the floor with her toes. Not knowing how to explain, she quickly leaped up and directly entered the Platinum Valkyrie to hide. Whoosh! As Xiao Mengyan entered, the eyes of the Platinum Valkyrie lit up, and the mechanical wings on its back spread out, like an angel unfolding its wings. After moving the frame a bit, Xiao Mengyan raised her eyebrows. Whoosh! The Platinum Valkyrie, which was just in front of Subai, instantly moved behind him, the air pressure causing the surrounding equipment to clang. Xiao Mengyan's voice trembled with excitement. This is a special trait? Flash step? Even though she already considered Subai a genius, she never expected that the little surprise he spoke of was actually a special trait. And a special trait as godlike as Flash Step? So this is what Boss Su meant by a small surprise. You call this a small surprise? Who considers a special trait to be just a small surprise? Innate skills are certainly strong, but they pale in comparison to special traits. The use of innate skills is directly related to the mech pilot. Only a pilot with enough strength can release enough innate skills. But special traits are different. They are exclusive characteristics of the mech itself, and can be driven with almost no exhaustion of star power. Literature has calculated that the star power required for a special trait is only 1/3 of that needed for an innate skill. That is to say, with the same amount of star power, one can use over 3 times as many special traits as innate skills. And her Flash Step, as the name implies, is a special trait that drives the mech to instantly accelerate, achieving an effect close to teleportation. This could absolutely be used as a trump card. Now, in Xiao Mengyan's heart, Subai was not just a genius anymore. He was a god. Be careful, if you break the equipment, you'll have to pay for it. Subai's cold tone poured cold water on Xiao Mengyan's burning heart. Xiao Mengyan, yip. Pay. So stingy. Jerk. Sometimes when a girl is angry, she is just so unreasonable. However, she sensibly kept those thoughts to herself. Having witnessed Subai's mechanical skills, it was impossible for her to go to another mechanic. If she annoyed Subai and he refused to repair or maintain it for her in the future, what would she do? She was determined to cling to this expert. No one could make her let go. She meant it. You can try and see if the innate skill is suitable. Seeing that the Platinum Valkyrie was motionless, Subai reminded her, then quickly added, maybe try it outside, there doesn't seem to be enough space here. The Platinum Valkyrie nodded, and a voice mixed with mechanical sounds came out. Alright, I'll try it when I go back. There don't seem to be any training grounds nearby. With the special trait, she was actually less expectant of the innate skill. She exited the Platinum Valkyrie and stored it in her bracelet. Boss Su, let's add each other on Duxin. I'll come again next time. Xiao Mengyan took the lead in taking out her phone and opening the QR code, hoping to exchange contact information. Su Bai didn't refuse. After all, she was a big client who had just spent 20 million star coins. There might be more profit to be made later. Boss Su, see you next time. After getting the contact, Xiao Mengyan put on her beret and mask again, waved goodbye to Su Bai, and left the repair shop. Once her figure completely disappeared from the repair shop, Su Bai returned to his seat. He first looked at the book mechanic, from beginner to advanced on the side. He hurriedly patted his head. Oh no, I forgot the main task. Today, I'm supposed to join the ranks of advanced mechanics. Study. Once I've learned the hereditary skills of those star-level mechanics, I can start looking for materials. Looking at the 19.5 million star coins in his account, Su Bai was in a very happy mood. While studying mechanical knowledge, he pondered how to build his own mech. So that's how bearing connections and joint transformations work, seeing that the advanced content already covers the design of standard issue mechs. Skeleton, joints, armor, core power, and specialization type. These 5 elements are the core components of every mech on the market. Among them, the part that connects the core to the joints is the most critical component, second only to the core itself. Joints are the foundation that allows a mech to mimic complex human movements. If the joints aren't sturdy enough, the mech is likely to fall apart. As for armor and specialization type, those are mostly design intentions, serving more of a theoretical purpose. There are 4 specialization types: speed, power, armament, and balanced. However, the 2 mechs Su Bai upgraded previously were both speed type, characterized by light armor and superior mobility. Power and armament types use heavy armor, though the armament type leans more towards the quantity of equipment, basically acting as a heavy gunner. Balanced types are the most expensive, using a mix of light and heavy armor along with plenty of equipment, so not many people can pilot them well. And that is exactly the type Su Bai is aiming for. It's tough. I just feel like something is missing. As his understanding of mechs deepened, Su Bai felt that these mechs didn't quite match his talent. With his all-things integration talent, capable of absorbing surrounding metal and energy materials into his own body, both power and speed types were ruled out. Power-type mechs would seriously exceed their weight limit after absorbing these materials, and speed-type mechs couldn't handle them at all. He wasn't even sure about the balance type. Just then, Su Bai noticed a line of small print in the corner of a book. Theoretically, the most perfect balanced mech is the close-fitting type, but its limitations are too great, as the disparity in size inevitably leads to a lack of firepower. Reading that, Su Bai's eyes lit up. He hurriedly clapped his hands. Exactly. Close-fitting mechs. This is the perfect one for me. In that moment, he finally found his direction. Close-fitting mechs, also known as mech armaments, are limited because their size prevents them from having the power of a standard mech, even with the same core power. But for Su Bai, this limitation doesn't exist. He has the talent to integrate all things and can temporarily mobilize surrounding metal elements to synthesize new weapons and armor, with power equal to any standard mech. He could even use the mech armament as a core and fuse a new layer of mech armor onto the outside. At this thought, his gaze turned fiery and his eyes darted around. But I still need to find the right materials first. The quality doesn't need to be too high. Since I have the ability to strengthen things at the interstellar level, I can upgrade them bit by bit. That settles it. With a goal in mind, Su Bai's reading speed doubled. He was only a little bit away from fulfilling the boast he made today and reaching the rank of high-level mech technician. Nanjing Province, Yun City, Xinghai University. Xiao Mengyan went straight back to school as soon as she left Su Bai's place. She had tried to look for Sun Hanyi, but it seemed like she had extra classes, so she had to let it go. The moment she arrived at the school gate, countless eyes focused on her. It couldn't be helped. After all, Xiao Mengyan wasn't just the top student at Xinghai University. She was also the school beauty. Almost everywhere she went, she was surrounded by admiring gazes. Feeling these stares, Xiao Mengyan finally regained the confidence she had lost at Subai's. Looks like my charm hasn't faded at all. It really was Boss Su's fault. Shorty, come and fight me! A bright female voice suddenly rang in the ears of Xiao Mengyan, who was busy criticizing Subai's evil deeds in her heart. She turned to see a girl with long ice blue hair flowing in the sunset, skin like jade, delicate features, and a tall, slender build of about 1.7 meters, pointing a dainty finger at her. The smile on the corners of her lips was quite pleasant. If there was any flaw, it was probably that this young girl was slightly flat-chested, forming a sharp contrast with Xiao Mengyan's voluptuous figure. Xiao Mengyan felt a bit helpless. Flat-chested. You're here again. You're just a loser who's been defeated by me before. Zhao Mengyu's smile didn't falter in the slightest. Instead, she looked dismissive. PF'd. We've fought 108 matches. I have 25 wins, 58 draws, and 25 losses. You call that being a loser? And I'm a Sky Mech Master now. If you surrender nicely, I'll let you off the hook. Her smile widened at the mention of this. They were childhood friends who had been compared to each other since they were little. Zhao Mengyu was truly driven. Even though her awakened talent was only an A-grade frigid ice soul, she could still keep up with Xiao Mengyan. Xiao Mengyan actually admired her for that. It's just that the girl loved calling her Shorty, which really infuriated her. Is that so? Then I'd love to see how you teach me a lesson. Hearing that Zhao Mengyu had also become a Sky Mech Master, a wicked smile curled on Xiao Mengyan's lips. No matter how much her mech had evolved, it could never compare to her own Platinum Valkyrie. As it happens, there's a talent skill I haven't tested yet. Since you brought this upon yourself, then I won't hold back. The conversation between the two girls made the surrounding students stop in their tracks. These two were the top and second-ranked students of this year at Tsinghai University, and both were tied on the school beauty ranking. One was heroic and dashing, the other petite and cute. Each had their own charms, and both had their own fan clubs. They had never seen them officially battle before, only heard that their previous fights were all draws. Xiao Mengyan ranked first mainly because of her S-grade talent, Golden Flame Burning Sky. However, Zhao Mengyu's frigid ice soul was no slouch either. It was hailed as the closest A-grade ice-type talent to an S-grade. Are the two goddesses about to fight? My god, is it that exciting? Quick, hurry to the arena, or there won't be any seats left if we're late. Ha ha ha, this isn't just a battle for the top spot of the year, it's a battle for the school beauty title too. What does this have to do with the school beauty title? Aren't they having a mech fight? Where do you think we are? This is Tsinghai University. How can the school beauties here just be pretty faces without any real strength? I guess you have a point. The news that the two were going to have a mech battle ignited the entire campus of Tsinghai University. The huge arena was packed to capacity almost instantly. Not only the freshmen had come, but many upperclassmen as well. Even quite a few teachers had arrived in the spectator stands. Binyu, this Zhao Mengyu seems to be your student, right? How did she end up locking horns with my student? At the very top of the stands, a gorgeously made-up woman looked at Wang Bingyu beside her and asked, her tone filled with provocation. The elegant and cold Wang Bingyu just glanced at her faintly. Li Mengren, this is a matter between students. Let's just watch. How boring! Seeing that Wang Bingyu didn't take the bait, Li Mengren felt a bit disappointed. She could only fix her gaze on the arena below. The protagonists of the match. Xiao Mengyan and Zhao Mengyu were already standing at opposite ends of the arena. The Tsinghai University Mech Arena spans a total area of about 10,000 square meters, making it the largest mech arena in the entire Nanjiang province, not even counting the airspace above. This arena, capable of holding tens of thousands of people, is packed to capacity at this moment. Students and teachers from Tsinghai University, as well as those from surrounding schools, have all rushed over upon hearing the news. They are all here to watch the battle between the two young women in the arena. As both sides entered the arena, a round spherical object appeared on the large central screen. Strangely, this sphere had eyes and a mouth, making it look almost like some kind of living creature. That is Pier, the AI referee, who can determine the level of damage to the mechs using the star power sensors within the arena. Once one side receives a fatal blow, or the accumulated damage reaches 70%, the victory will be declared for the other side. This is a piece of cutting-edge technology equipped to ensure the students' safety to the greatest extent, while still allowing them to fight to their heart's content. Welcome everyone to the Shingai University Arena. I am Pier Shingai, the referee for this mech competition. Now, will both contestants please board their mechs? A somewhat cute and robotic synthesized voice echoed throughout the arena. Xiao Mengyan and Zhao Mengyu touched the star rings on their wrists almost at the same time. Light blue and platinum rays illuminated the entire arena. There stood the Platinum Valkyrie and another mech clad in heavy, ice blue armor, with mechanical bone spurs covering its lower body, a heavy ice blue blade held in its upper hands, delicate snowflake patterns blooming across the icy frame, shoulder armor resembling two blades of ice, and a samurai helmet topping its head, exuding an unyielding presence. ICU-35 power-type sky mech, the Ice Swordsman. It stands 20 meters tall, weighs 120 tons, has an engine power of 8 million kilowatts, and a thrust of 120 million kilograms. Among standard sky mechs, the Ice Swordsman possesses excellent thrust, which is exactly why it can propel its heavily armored frame. So this is the Ice Swordsman. I heard Zhao Mengyu spent a fortune to get it. Yeah, was it like 1 million star coins? I'm so jealous. That price could buy 2 sky mechs. Is this the world of the rich? It's a bit of a shame though. This Ice Swordsman doesn't have an innate skill. Otherwise, its price could have multiplied tenfold. So cool. Wait, something's wrong. What is that mech of Xiao Mengyan's? Following an exclamation, the audience finally noticed Xiao Mengyan's Platinum Valkyrie. Unlike the flashy gold Valkyrie from before, the Platinum Valkyrie exudes understated luxury, its platinum luster giving off a sense of restrained power. More importantly, compared to the flamboyance of the Ice Swordsman, the Platinum Valkyrie is in no way inferior. Its platinum skirt, the golden flame patterns on its body, and a frame 2 meters taller than the Ice Swordsman make it impossible to tell that this is a speed-type mech. Even more stunning is that the mechanical wings behind the Platinum Valkyrie are fully extended, looking as majestic as an angel. Did Xiao Mengyan's Gold Valkyrie evolve? What should this one be called? It feels even cooler than before. My god, are those wings for real? Why do they fit in so perfectly? Someone tell me everything about this mech within 5 minutes. The crowd instantly shifted all the praise they had given the Ice Swordsman onto the Platinum Valkyrie. It couldn't be helped. Clearly, the Platinum Valkyrie had the upper hand in appearance. As if responding to the crowd, Pier answered after a brief silence. Classification unknown, Platinum Valkyrie. 22 meters tall, 150 tons, 100,000 kilowatts of engine power, 2 million kilograms of thrust. As these parameters were listed, the once boisterous audience fell into a sudden, stunned silence. After a long while, someone finally reacted. Oh god? Are you serious? A speed-type mech with this kind of weight and such power and thrust? You've got to be kidding me. Is this really a speed-type mech? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could the parameters be wrong? And what is that unknown classification? Don't tell me this is an unreleased prototype. Everything happening now was beyond their comprehension. It wasn't just the students and spectators. Even the teachers at Shingai University were bewildered. Li Mengren looked at her student's mech, her head full of massive question marks. What is this? What kind of evolution could turn a mech into something like this? Laymen watch the spectacle, experts watch the technique. As a mentor at Shingai University, Li Mengren could see at a glance that the Platinum Valkyrie was leagues ahead of the previous Gold Valkyrie. Beside her, Wang Bingyu also realized the mech's extraordinary nature, her pupils constricted, and her perpetually icy, unchanging face showed signs of emotion as she asked Li Mengren, "Did you hire a star-rank mechanic for her?" In her view, only a star-rank mechanic, likely a high-ranking one, could cause such a drastic transformation in the Gold Valkyrie. "No, I didn't. Who knows where she got it? But this girl really gave me a surprise. Looks like your girl is going to lose." Li Mengran denied Wang Bingyu's speculation. Although she didn't know how Xiao Mian managed to evolve it, the outcome of this battle was clear, and she felt quite pleased. Wang Bingyu didn't argue. She wasn't the type to boast, so she could only watch the scene below with a solemn expression. Zhao Mengyu, piloting the ice swordsman, was equally dazed the moment she saw the Platinum Valkyrie. She had thought that by evolving into a sky mech pilot, she would surely be able to defeat Zhao Mengyan once and for all. Who would have thought that the opponent would pull such a surprise out of nowhere? If anyone could feel how extraordinary the Platinum Valkyrie was, it was her. Watching the angelic mech with wings fully spread before her, a sense of crisis surged within her. "I never thought you had up your sleeve. Just like you little shrimp. Still as sneaky as ever." Zhao Mengyu's teeth-gritting voice came from inside the ice swordsman. "Ha ha ha, flat-chested, let's not call each other names. Didn't you suggest this duel yourself? Don't blame me now, just sit back and let me beat you up." Xiao Mengyan's tone was very relaxed. Deep down, she thanked Subai once more. "The duel begins." Pierre officially announced the start of the battle. As soon as those words fell, the ice swordsman launched first. Its leg particle accelerators activated, emitting a light blue beam and leaving an afterimage in the air. While holding the greatsword high above its head with both hands, it swung down with force at a 45-degree angle. In addition to the strike, it performed a sidestep with its feet, using the power from its shoulders while subtly lifting its wrist joints during the downward swing. An intermediate mech pilot technique, the cleave. Particle beams flickered on the greatsword, looking like two lightsabers joined together. The Platinum Valkyrie put too much pressure on her. She knew she had to take the initiative to win. If this strike landed, even if the opponent's armor was incredibly strong, it would surely suffer heavy damage. The greatsword crashed down like a falling mountain, and the iron-slicing energy blade was just about to land on the Platinum Valkyrie. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed, followed by a cloud of dust. The floor tiles of the arena were shattered into a spiderweb pattern by the strike, and with the fierce wind, a yellow fog instantly shrouded the field. The audience grew impatient. "Noi! It is all blocked, I cannot see a thing." "Did that hit or not? Do not keep us in suspense, this is urgent." The Ice Swordmaster's previous strike was heavy and powerful. If it had truly connected, it would have at least compromised the Platinum Valkyrie's mobility. They were also very curious about the result of this attack. Soon the smoke cleared. Unfortunately, only the Ice Swordmaster remained in a slashing pose, with no sign of the Platinum Valkyrie anywhere. "Huh, where is the Platinum Valkyrie? Did she get wiped out in a single hit? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wait, look up there!" At that moment, the audience looked up 100 meters into the air, where the Platinum Valkyrie was standing mid-air, looking down at everyone. The mechanical wings on her back were emitting faint particle light beams, her arms folded across her chest, looking ethereal and solitary. Suddenly, she reached out her right hand. Boom! Flames raged. Golden flames appeared out of thin air, forming in her palm. Even against the sunlight, the heat haze rising from the golden fire was clearly visible. The intense heat made those outside the protective barrier feel a wave of warmth, and many, feeling parched, hurriedly grabbed water to drink. Soon the golden flame transformed into a long golden spear, and the Platinum Valkyrie, holding the spear, truly transformed into the very image of a Valkyrie. Spear tip pointed down, propelled by the particle accelerator on her back, descending from the sky. Bang! As she descended at high speed, the sound of breaking the air swept down along with the heat. Like a golden meteor, The golden flame on the spear erupted instantly due to high-speed friction, immediately enveloping the body of the Platinum Valkyrie. Wielding a spear, clad in platinum armor and covered in scorching flames. Talent skill Falling Sun. As the Platinum Valkyrie closed in, Zhao Mengyu, inside the Ice Swordmaster, was already drenched in sweat. She stared blankly at the figure, looking like a burning sun, hurtling toward her. She wanted to dodge, but in her sheer shock, she forgot to pull her greatsword out of the ground. As a result, she failed to dodge in time. Hiss! The arena floor tiles beneath her feet had already begun to melt. With the Ice Swordmaster's feet embedded in them, there was no way to escape now. She never imagined that her old rival would leave her so far behind without her even noticing. She didn't even have the strength to fight back. Looking back at their previous duels, this had never happened before. Who on earth did she go to for her upgrade? That was the last question in Zhao Mengyu's mind. Boom! The sun crashed down, golden flames burned, and the arena turned into a sea of fire in an instant. The towering heat waves pounded against the barrier around the arena, giving the audience in the front row a fright. Match over, the winner is the Platinum Valkyrie. As countless water cannons extinguished the flames in the arena, Pierre announced the outcome of the mech duel. The golden flames dissipated, and only the Platinum Valkyrie stood on the field. Outside the field, the Ice Swordmaster's armor was scorched black. Unlike her usual dashing warrior image, the Ice Swordmaster looked rather disheveled now. Zhao Mengyu stepped out of the Ice Swordmaster, her heart aching as she looked at her beloved mech in such a state. This was only because Pierre had intervened and forcibly moved her out of the arena before the falling sun officially struck her. A lethal blow. I did not expect I could not even take one hit from the shrimp. Zhao Mengyu smiled self-deprecatingly. Her usually bold expression was now dull, and her icy blue long hair was damp with sweat, clinging to her back, creating a rather bleak sight. She looked up at the Platinum Valkyrie standing like a mountain in the arena, her heart filled with complex emotions. From the appearance of the falling sun to Pierre announcing the end of the duel, only a few seconds had passed. After a brief silence, the audience exploded into an uproar. My God! We are the champions! Goddess Xiao is indeed the top student of our Star C University class. Well deserved. I now declare that Xiao Mengyan is officially the #1 campus belle of Star C University. No objections allowed. Goddess, I love you. But, between us, that just now, could it have been a talent skill? Do not say it, you really should not say it. Goddess Xiao's Platinum Valkyrie actually awakened a talent skill? Goddess Zhao did not lose unjustly. I thought the Ice Swordmaster was already the ceiling for Sky-tier mechs. Who would have thought Goddess Xiao would possess a talent skill? That is not right. I remember the Golden Valkyrie did not have a talent skill before. How could an upgrade result in a talent skill? My God, it is true. Where did Goddess Xiao get her upgrade? Could it be that she found a 6-star mechanic? Wake up! What kind of person is a 6-star mechanic? They are equivalent to Hengxian tier mech pilots. Does our Blue Star Alliance even have such a person? The Blue Star Alliance might not, but that does not mean the Starry Sky Alliance does not, right? Do you think a big shot like that would spend their time upgrading someone from ground tier to sky tier? Then you tell me what is going on. I do not know either. It was supposed to be Xiao Mengyan's victory, but for now, everyone's focus was entirely on the mechanic who upgraded her. Xiao Mengyan did not mind this at all. She left the Platinum Valkyrie and came off the field, looking at Zhao Mengyu with a smile. That makes it 26 wins now. Zhao Mengyu clenched her fair hands and forced her breathing to steady. Shrimp, I will win it back. Haha, I will be waiting. By the way, if you need to repair the Ice Swordmaster, I suggest you go to the Starry Repair Shop on Kanghai Road in Yunhai City. With that, Xiao Mengyan turned and left. She actually cared quite a bit for her childhood friend. And deep down, she truly admired her. After all, for her to keep pace with her for so many years with only an A-level talent, the effort she put in was unimaginable. Like that slash earlier, Xiao Mengyan admitted she could not do that herself. This victory was mainly because Boss Su's upgrade was too incredible, giving her an early lead. But this was not the victory she wanted. She, Xiao Mengyan, S-level talent awakener, wanted to win fair and square. Therefore, she decided to recommend Subai's repair shop to Xiao Mengyu, hoping she might gain something from it too. Watching Xiao Mengyan walk away, Xiao Mengyu's expression was complex. She finally gave a faint smile. "Starry repair shop, is it? Thanks, Shrimp." The audience was unaware of their conversation. As the main characters left, the crowd began to disperse. Meanwhile, Wang Bingyu and Li Mengren immediately went to find their students.
Wang Bingyu was the first to reach Xiao Mengyu. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she just gave her shoulder a gentle pat. "The Ice Sword Master is heavily damaged. Let me refer you to a high-level mechanic for repairs. You still have a chance. Once you promote to a star trading mech pilot, the Ice Sword Master's potential will be tapped out. By then, just switch to a mech with a talent skill and win back your glory." She didn't suggest Xiao Mengyu win back her ground while still at the Sky Mech pilot stage, because that simply wasn't realistic. Even though Xiao Mengyu's talent for piloting was exceptionally high, to the point where she had already mastered techniques like cleave in her freshman year. But that was only enough to bridge the gap in talent. To defeat Xiao Mengyan, one must possess a talent skill. At the Sky Mech pilot stage, that is clearly unrealistic. Xiao Mengyu felt a warmth in her heart as she watched her mentor force a smile to comfort her. Her mentor was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, yet she had no control over her expressions. Medically speaking, it was almost like facial paralysis. It was incredibly difficult for her to even squeeze out a smile. She couldn't let her mentor down. Cheering herself up, Xiao Mengyu looked up at Wang Bingyu. "Mentor, there is no need. I want to try my luck at Yunhai." Yunhai. Wang Bingyu was taken aback when Xiao Mengyu suddenly mentioned going to Yunhai for repairs. She knew Yunhai, of course. It was just a small place in Nanjiang. She couldn't understand why her student would want to go there to fix her mech. Perhaps she knew a mechanic there? Although a bit puzzled, Wang Bingyu wasn't the type of mentor to interfere with her students' decisions. She would respect Xiao Mengyu's thoughts, and she trusted that the girl wouldn't treat her mech lightly. This was just an inter-school tournament, so the worst-case scenario was an injury. If this were on the interstellar battlefield, it would be a different story. Those space pirates and wandering star beasts wouldn't go easy on her. And certainly, no one would pause the battle. A mech pilot's most reliable partner out there is their own machine. Fine. If you can't get it fixed, remember to come to me. Don't delay it. Wang Bingyu offered this advice before turning to leave. Xiao Mengyu didn't hesitate either and left Starcy University immediately. This sight caused the onlookers to begin speculating. A generation's prodigy falls at last, leaving the school in sorrow. Don't be discouraged, goddess. We will always support you. Do you think, if I offered her a warm embrace right now, would she fall in love with me? Heh, I think she would kill you. I wonder where Goddess Zhao is heading. Probably just wants to be alone. After all, she lost to her old rival, and it was a crushing defeat. Sigh. The rise of every prodigy is paved with the fall of countless peers. Are we, this generation, destined to be mere stepping stones for Xiao Mengyan? You, a 6-star Earth-tier loser, talking about being a stepping stone. I could trample you twice over, no problem. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. All right, stop it. That's going too far. Ignoring the crowd's chatter, Xiao Mengyu felt very expectant. Since Xiao Mengyan specifically told her to go to that shop, it must mean her Platinum Valkyrie underwent its qualitative transformation right there. If she goes there this time, she must also become stronger. At the very least, not inferior to the Platinum Valkyrie. Stepping out of the school gates, Xiao Mengyu returned to her heroic and spirited self. She is Zhao Mengyu, the Zhao Mengyu who never gives up. The Zhao Mengyu who keeps pace with S-rank talents despite her A-rank aptitude. On the other side, Li Mengren found Zhao Mengyan and hugged her tightly. Their interaction could only be described as the meeting of the peaks. Ruffling Zhao Mengyan's hair, Li Mengren laughed radiantly. Ha ha ha, good apprentice, you really did me proud. I was wondering why you traveled so far to advance. It turns out you had help from a master. Not bad at all. Now Wang Bingyu can't go around bragging about her students' piloting talent anymore. At least at the SkyMech pilot stage, with your talent skill, you'll firmly have the upper hand. Embraced by Li Mengren, Xiao Mengyan felt a bit helpless and slightly suffocated. She used all her strength to push her mentor away, looking helpless. Mentor, how many times do I have to tell you, stop ruffling my hair? I'm not a kid anymore, I'm an influencer. Do you know what that means? Xiao Mengyan puffed out her cheeks like a steamed bun, which only made her look 10 times cuter. Li Mengren made a move to attack again, so Xiao Mengyan turned and ran. As for what her mentor said about being able to suppress Zhao Mengyu at the SkyMech pilot stage with a talent skill, she didn't pay much mind to it. The reason she recommended the Interstellar repair shop to Zhao Mengyu was partly to let her see if she could awaken a talent skill. The other part was to drum up some business for Su Bai. He was such a skilled mechanic, yet his shop seemed to have so little traffic. Well, fair enough, he is genuinely expensive. Most people would probably leave the moment they heard the price. She had to help him promote it properly. Hey, maybe I can get a discount next time. My advertising fees are very expensive. Thinking this, Xiao Mengyan was quite pleased with herself and hopped to her residence. She turned on her camera and recorded a video. Then she posted it on her feed. After doing all this, Xiao Mengyan nodded in satisfaction and sent a dachshund message to Su Bai. Boss Su, I did you a huge favor today. Don't charge so much for the next repair, okay? However, the message vanished like a stone into the ocean. There was absolutely no reply. Xiao Mengyan, or he's probably busy after all. There's so much a star-level mechanic has to learn, especially since he's so young. That must be it. After some self-consolation, Xiao Mengyan pushed down her resentment and started reviewing today's battle. Honestly, if not for the flash step specialization, the outcome of today's fight would have been uncertain. Even Xiao Mengyan had to admit that Zhao Mengyu's piloting talent was indeed superior to her own. If everything else, like the mechs and talent skills, were put aside, she definitely wouldn't be a match for her. But so what? Her S-rank talent is her advantage, just as piloting talent is Zhao Mengyu's. It was a fair fight between the two. She just didn't want to rely on the superiority of her mech to win. While reviewing and summarizing the fight, Xiao Mengyan checked her phone every so often. After a long wait, she finally got a reply from Su Bai. This shop treats all customers fairly and has reasonable prices. There is no such thing as a discount. Xiao Mengyan. Geez, completely heartless, aren't you? Peft, scumbag. Pouting, she turned off her phone, tossed it aside, and began meditating to boost her star power. Inside the Interstellar Mecha repair shop, Su Bai had just completed his small goal for the day and successfully promoted to a senior mecha mechanic. That manual mechanic, from beginner to advanced, could finally be considered honorably retired. He had just taken out his phone when he saw a message from Xiao Mengyan, leaving him completely baffled. Without a second thought, he replied with that exact phrase. You want a discount? No way. After sending the message, Su Bai stretched contentedly. Now that he had the blueprint for his own mecha, the direction was very clear. He had even decided on the initial materials. He would use new nanometal. The strength might be a bit lacking, but it allows for rapid assembly and molding. As for the issue of strength, he could perfectly well use interstellar enhancement to boost it up. The problem now is where to get the nanometal. Su Bai had checked the system store earlier and lower-level materials like that weren't available there. This put Subai in a bit of a bind. Looks like I'll have to check the market, after all. Subai rubbed his chin with his left hand. To get his hands on nanometal, he would probably need to wander around the metal market. Ding dong. Just as he was pondering, the repair shop's doorbell suddenly rang. This caught Subai off guard, as he had thought Xiao Mengyan was the limit for the day. Now another customer? Turning his head, he saw Zhao Mengyu already at the door of the repair shop. She looked so intense that Subai found it a bit overwhelming. "Are you the boss? I need a mecha repair." Zhao Mengyu went straight to the point, stating her request. After arriving at the Interstellar Mecha repair shop and seeing the walls made of vibranium, she realized that the boss here must be the one who helped Xiao Mengyan awaken her talent skill. However, she wasn't entirely sure, since Xiao Mengyan's talent had been awakened through an upgrade, while she was only here for repairs. "Come in." Subai didn't say much else. He walked straight to the repair room, signaling for Zhao Mengyu to follow. With a nervous heart, Zhao Mengyu followed Subai to the repair room and immediately brought out her ice swordsman, its upper plating charred. Seeing the damage on the ice swordsman and recalling Xiao Mengyan's previous message, Subai realized instantly, did Xiao Mengyan do this? "Yeah, that's right. So boss, can you fix it?" Zhao Mengyu asked tentatively. "Ha," Subai chuckled and spoke directly. "I doubt you're asking just if I can fix it, right? You're here for the talent skill, aren't you?" Seeing her small secret exposed, Zhao Mengyu felt a little embarrassed. But being a straightforward person by nature, she didn't beat around the bush and admitted it openly. "That's right, I'm here for the talent skill. Is that okay?" Subai raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Zhao Mengyu to be this candid. But being candid is a good thing. He liked doing business with such direct people. He held up 2 fingers. 20 million star coins and your request will be fulfilled. Hiss. Hearing Subai's asking price, Zhao Mengyu gasped. She had expected it not to be cheap. But she didn't expect it to be this expensive. A standard sky-level mecha with a talent skill is priced at 10 million in the market, but auction prices vary, and they are always hard to come by. The price of 20 million star coins was a bit hard to accept, but giving up like this was something she was unwilling to do. "Please wait a moment. I'm going to get the money." After struggling for a moment, Zhao Mengyu made her decision. Spending 20 million on a sky-level mecha might be too much, but this involved her rivalry with Xiao Mengyan, and she didn't want to wait until she ascended to the star trading rank to settle the score. Besides, who knows when she'll reach the star trading rank? Cultivation for a mecha pilot isn't easy. No problem. Subai could naturally see her struggle, but there was no way he would lower the price. Appreciation is one thing, but the money must be paid in full. He had plenty of places to spend money later on. Zhao Mengyu greeted Subai and went out to the hall, her voice drifting in intermittently. "It's real. It really is a talent skill. I'm not lying to you." "I don't care. I'm buying it. Just tell me if you're sending the money or not." Listening to the call, Subai could guess that after telling her family, they must have refused to believe her. After all, the idea of suddenly awakening a mecha's talent skill was unheard of. "Fine, fine. But you have to come home. Your grandfather isn't doing well, and he wants to see you." The middle-aged man on the other end finally gave in to his daughter's persistence, agreeing helplessly. 20 million might be a lot for Zhao Mengyu, but for him it wasn't much. If his daughter wanted it, he would give it to her. He was only worried that his daughter, being young and straightforward, would be easily swindled. "All right, I've sent it to you. Remember to come home." "I know." After receiving the money, Zhao Mengyu's tone was somewhat low. She seemed resistant to the idea of going home and hung up the phone right after the last sentence. Beep, beep, beep. The middle-aged man on the other end heard the dial tone and couldn't help but sigh. "Oh, this girl." After Zhao Mengyu hung up, the man quickly dialed another number, his tone filled with murderous intent. Go find out who the owner of the Interstellar Mecha repair shop in Yunhai City is. Whose asset is that place? I want to see who dares to swindle the daughter of Zhao Tianming. The person on the other end hurriedly agreed. He was also quite curious about who would dare to provoke this man. Have they grown a death wish? Across the entire Blue Star and even the Starry Sky Alliance, the name Zhao Tianming was legendary. He was a peak meteor rank mecha pilot, just one step away from joining the ranks of Heaven Constant pilots. Let alone a small city like Yunhai, even in the capital, those who could provoke him were few and far between. Subai naturally didn't know he was being targeted, and by the father of the girl in front of him, no less. Of course, even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. He wasn't a swindler. His business was always fair and honest. Not only could he awaken talent, skills, and improve mecha potential, but there was even a certain chance to gain special traits. For terms like these, 20 million really wasn't expensive. Zhao Mengyu came to Subai, and he handed her the contract directly. He had principles in business. Sign the contract first, then take the money. Zhao Mengyu looked at the contract in her hand, signed it directly, and then transferred the money to Subai. Ding! 20 million star coins have been credited to your Starry Sky treasure account. Please wait outside. After receiving the transfer, Subai asked Zhao Mengyu to leave the repair room. He turned his gaze toward the somewhat charred ice swordsman. He noticed that besides the charred upper plating, the greatsword and both legs had also suffered significant damage. He reached out to touch the ice swordsman's leg armor. He muttered to himself, "Glacial soul, the weapon is a greatsword. This talent skill should suit her quite well." Level 2 enhancement initiated. Spending another 100 interstellar points, Stage 2 enhancement initiated. A faint blue light flickered, and a thick white mist spread out, carrying with it a chilling frost. Wherever it passed, everything was covered in a layer of white frost, as if cloaked in silver armor. The icy air permeated through the gaps in the repair shop, reaching the lobby outside. Upon feeling the cold, Zhao Mengyu, who had been sitting in the lobby, instantly stood up and stared intently in the direction of the repair shop. Having awakened the Frost Soul talent, she was extremely sensitive to cold energy. Even though frost had already covered her genes, she felt no fear of the cold. Her heart was burning with excitement. A talent skill. It actually awakened a talent skill. This boss Su truly has godlike abilities. Given her status, Zhao Mengyu had encountered some star-level mechanics before, but she hadn't thought it through carefully while she was caught up in the moment. Now that she had calmed down, she realized how impulsive she had been. A talent skill is called as such precisely because it is awakened at the moment a mech is successfully constructed. It is not impossible to acquire a talent skill later on, but that is the exclusive domain of high-star mechanics. One must be at least 6-star to achieve it. Boss Su is actually a high-star mechanic. How is that possible? He is so young. The more she knew, the more she understood how terrifying Subai was. If Sun Hanyi and Su Min only held respect for Subai, then Zhao Mengyu now felt a sense of awe. A high-star mechanic, even her own father couldn't afford to provoke one. Was my attitude just now acceptable? Zhao Mengyu began to ponder whether she had offended Subai in any way. After all, she had been quite brisk and direct since entering the shop, and they hadn't exchanged many words since the transaction began. After carefully recalling the interaction, she calmed down. Well, thankfully, I don't think I offended him. Immediately afterward, she felt an inexplicable excitement and wanted to rush straight into the repair shop. At that very moment, the doors of the repair shop swung open. An eruption of cold air instantly engulfed the entire lobby, covering it in white snow until the whole room looked like it had been dressed in silver. A hint of silver was added to Zhao Mengyu's icy blue hair, adding a touch of heroic spirit to her appearance. Paying no mind to the biting cold, she dashed straight into the repair shop. Like a long-lost lover, she lunged toward her ice swordsman mech. The The scorch marks on the ice swordsman had completely vanished, replaced by pristine white armor. The icy blue body had become more translucent, now adorned with delicate snowflakes. The bone spurs on its lower body had also changed. What used to look more like bone had now completely crystallized into ice. What caught Zhao Mengyu's attention most was the greatsword in the ice swordsman's hand. The previously damaged broadsword had been restored, but the beam channels on both sides of the blade had been replaced entirely by crystals. The blade itself had become an entire beam array. It looked at least a grade higher than before. Can I give it a try? Zhao Mengyu was so excited she stuttered, eager to seek Su Bai's approval. Su Bai smiled faintly at her words. Of course, this is your mech. Almost the instant Su Bai finished speaking, Zhao Mengyu leapt into the ice swordsman like a gust of wind. The eyes of the ice swordsman glowed with light. It gripped the sword with both hands and swung it. A horizontal sweep, then a vertical slash. She even performed a fancy sword flourish with the broadsword. Under her control, the beam in the center of the broadsword varied in length, while the crystals on both sides emitted a freezing chill. This is amazing, simply amazing. I feel like the ice swordsman's potential has broken through to the star-breaking level. Wait, is this the talent skill? Zhao Mengyu's voice was full of joy as she raised the broadsword high above her head. Zing! The beam blade pierced the ceiling of the repair shop instantly, sending sparks flying with the sound of grinding metal. I'm so sorry, Boss Su. Zhao Mengyu apologized hurriedly like a child who had done something wrong. Su Bai waved his hand helplessly. It's all right, don't worry. Try to control your power. Su Bai was also very curious about the talent skill the ice swordsman had awakened. He wondered just how powerful it was. Hugh, a mechanical-sounding breath echoed out. Zhao Mengyu slung the broadsword she had been holding high above her head onto her back. The blue light in the ice swordsman's eyes flared intensely. At the same time, the broadsword was swung gently. Boom. Frost erupted. A blade of energy as thick as a finger instantly lashed out from the broadsword. Wherever the blade energy traveled, the ground froze. Everything in its path was coated in frost. The white mist it left behind even turned the moisture in the air into ice shards that drifted slowly to the ground. Talent skill, Winter Sword Art. This was a talent skill Su Bai had custom designed based on Zhao Mengyu's own talent. Just a tiny amount of effort allowed her to unleash the Winter Sword energy. The sword energy sliced through the air, heading rapidly towards Su Bai. Yet, as it reached him, it suddenly stopped in its tracks. It was as if it had struck an invisible wall of air. This is a special trait. Energy manipulation? A gasp came from Zhao Mengyu, currently piloting the ice swordsman with its left arm extended like a claw. Seeing the winter sword energy about to hit Su Bai, she had panicked and tried to recall the energy. To her surprise, it actually worked. As she moved her left hand, the winter sword energy changed direction freely, according to the movement of her hand. If this isn't a special trait of energy manipulation, then what is it? Energy manipulation allows one to freely control the energy materials emitted by their own mech. For Zhao Mengyu, whose operating talent was extremely high, this was nothing short of a divine skill. With energy manipulation and the Winter Sword Art, her tactical arsenal had been expanded instantly. The biggest drawback of strength-based mechs, their weak long-range combat ability, had been completely overcome. Boom. Stepping down from the ice swordsman, Zhao Mengyu walked straight up to Su Bai, stood ramrod straight, lowered her head, and shouted, "Thank you, Boss Su, for this gift of rebirth." Indeed, calling Su Bai's enhancement of the ice swordsman a rebirth was no exaggeration. He had completely revolutionized the output environment for the ice swordsman. With this ice swordsman, she believed that if she faced Xiao Mengyan again, she could win. She only said she could because she wasn't sure what Xiao Mengyan's special trait was. Since that mech also came from Subai, she didn't believe Xiao Mengyan would be without a special trait of her own. Suddenly thinking of something, Zhao Mengyu asked, "Could you please give the ice swordsman a name, Boss Su?" In her opinion, the ice swordsman, now modified by Subai, could no longer be called just that. Its name should be given by Subai. Subai raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. This was the first time someone had asked him to name a mech. Whose subordinate is she, so bold? After giving it some thought, Subai said, "How about Winter Swordsman?" Since the talent skill was the Winter Sword art, he thought it only made sense to call it the Winter Swordsman. Zhao Mengyu was very satisfied with the name Subai chose and immediately nodded in agreement. "No problem, thank you, Boss Su. If you ever need any help in the future, just say the word." Upon hearing this, Subai's eyes flashed. "Are you serious?" Zhao Mengyu was stunned at his words. Although she was sincere, she thought, shouldn't one usually try to decline such an offer at first? Or maybe find a later opportunity to bring up a request? Why did it take effect immediately? However, after a brief moment of daze, she spoke directly. "Go ahead, Boss Su." She might be a bit straightforward, but she wasn't stupid. Having a high-star mechanic like Subai willing to owe her a favor was an incredible opportunity. Who knows, she might need him for upgrades or maintenance in the future. Subai didn't stand on ceremony and asked directly, "Do you know where I can buy some nanometal?" The fact that she could call up 20 million star coins with a single phone call showed that her background was definitely not simple. Rather than skewering the metal market like looking for a needle in a haystack, it was better to let Zhao Mengyu do him a small favor. Zhao Mengyu was dumbfounded. She was rendered speechless by Subai once again. She had prepared herself for some massive request and was already thinking about how to explain it to her father. And yet, that was it. He just wanted to ask if there was any nanometal for sale. If she remembered correctly, while nanometal wasn't exactly abundant, it wasn't particularly rare either, right? Could it be a test from Boss Su? "May I ask, how much nanometal do you need?" Zhao Mengyu asked tentatively, worried that if Subai needed hundreds of tons, she really wouldn't be able to help. "About 10 tons, I suppose." Subai pondered for a moment before giving a specific number. In reality, based on his calculations, his mecha armor would need at most 5 tons of nanometal. He asked for 10 tons mainly to have a margin for error. Besides, with his talent of universal fusion, he could just keep the rest in his star ring and use it for repairs if anything got damaged later. Zhao Mengyu was dumbfounded again. This was the third time she had been struck silent. 10 tons? She hadn't expected Subai to only want this much. She didn't even need to use her family's connections. She could get this for him just by going to Starsea University. Is that too much? A little less is fine too. How much can you get? Seeing her reaction, Subai thought he had asked for too much. No, not too much. 10 tons, right? I'll get it for Boss Su by tomorrow. Zhao Mengyu quickly waved her hands. This was the first task Subai had entrusted to her, and 10 tons was easy for her to acquire. "Should I deliver it here?" "Yes, I'm on duty after 10 a.m., so any time after that works." Seeing she agreed, Subai felt much better. "By the way, let me know the price when you get it." No need for money. 10 tons of nanometal isn't that expensive. Zhao Mengyu hurriedly refused when she heard him mention paying. But Subai was insistent. "Money for goods, fair trade. That's my principle. Just charge the market price. When people help you, that's a favor. Asking for things for free would be crossing the line." That was Subai's rule. Seeing his attitude, Zhao Mengyu had no choice but to agree. "All right, I'll come by tomorrow then. By the way, what about your contact info?" Before she even finished, Subai had already pulled up his Douxin QR code. Practice makes perfect. Having been asked for his contact twice now, he was prepared. Besides, Zhao Mengyu was helping him find the nanometal. Can't be careless about that. As if remembering something, Subai added, "Oh, and if you have any kryptonite, I could use some as well. 5 pieces would be enough." Kryptonite? Zhao Mengyu looked puzzled. Kryptonite was a lightweight core material, usually used for vehicles like hovercars. She didn't quite understand why Subai needed it. However, she didn't ask further and simply agreed, "No problem." With that, she left the Interstellar repair shop. Watching her leave, the corners of Subai's mouth curled up. Today is truly a good day. He checked his Starbank balance, excluding the 2 million he had just spent. He still had 38.5 million star coins left. That amount of money would be enough for an ordinary person to live a luxurious life. Of course, that's assuming they were an ordinary person. If it were a mecha pilot, it wouldn't be nearly enough. After all, a basic star-trading mecha on the market costs about 10 million star coins. Add in daily maintenance and service fees, it's a staggering fortune. Mecha pilots are so rich. Thank goodness there's no one in Huaxia above the constant sky rank, otherwise it might be impossible to afford one. The deeper Subai delved into the world of mechanical repairs, the more he agreed with the label of mechas being money pits. He used to think he was quite spendthrift, happily tipping a few thousand star coins to streamers on a whim. Compared to a mecha pilot now, that was nothing. Gotta keep working hard, then I can go see what's beyond Blue Planet. Tomorrow, my mecha will be sorted. I'll no longer be an honorary sky rank pilot who has the power but no mecha. Piloting a mecha had always been Subai's dream. Now, he was just one step away from achieving it. After simply clearing away the frost inside the Interstellar repair shop, he headed home. He was in such a good mood he felt like he was walking on air. After Subai left, a man in black stood by the door of the shop for a long time. He then circled around the repair shop twice. His eyes filled with surprise. Walls made of vibranium? How ostentatious. I heard that girl from the Sun family got her mecha repaired here. This damn mechanic dares to interfere with our plans. He must be eliminated. Being able to build walls with vibranium, he must have quite a lot of wealth. Greed flashed in the man's eyes. If one looked closely, they would notice his pupils were not like those of a normal human, they were slit-like. Go back and prepare. With that, the man in black vanished on the spot. Almost the moment he disappeared, a group of young people arrived in front of the shop. They looked at the vibranium walls, completely stunned. Oh my god. It's real. It wasn't just some photoshopped internet image. Does our Yunhai really have a repair shop of this caliber? Duh. Didn't you see Xiao Mengyan recommend this place herself? How could it be fake? But, forget it. Let's just go in and see. I've never been to such a high-end repair shop. Wait, it's already closed? What kind of decent repair shop closes at 5 in the afternoon? Does this boss even know how to run a business? Never mind, we'll come back tomorrow. I absolutely have to get my mecha serviced. The next big exam is coming up soon. In the hands of these people, a video was playing. On screen, Xiao Mengyan was smiling sweetly, singing praises for the Interstellar repair shop. However, the prices here are very high, so I hope everyone will spend within their means. Of course, it's absolutely worth every penny. Back home, Subai was completely unaware of what had happened after he left the Interstellar repair shop. At this moment, all he could think about was sketching out the prototype for the mecha armor. Although he had seen similar blueprints before, none of them had truly satisfied him. In particular, one of them featured a bold design that made him feel like something was missing. Adding hair is unrealistic. How about a transparent design for the whole head? No, that seems a bit too dangerous. Hey, the Winter Swordsman's helmet actually looks pretty good. Let's make something similar. Let's refine this part. If I use kryptonite for the core, the gap for the isolation layer and the neural link components should be wider. About 40 centimeters should be enough. Soon, Subai's pen moved like a dragon and a snake, letting his imagination run wild on the white paper. Finally, a mecha armor design was completed, clad in plating and wearing a warrior's helmet, resembling the ancient Chinese General Lu Bu. Subai thought the red tassel on the back of the helmet was too long, so he deleted it. That's about it for now. I'll figure out the specifics once the materials arrive tomorrow. By the time he finished, it was already dark. After a crazy day yesterday, he had spent all today studying mecha knowledge. Subai didn't jump straight into learning the legacy skills of interstellar repair masters. He understood that trying to do too much at once would just lead to failure. Anyway, there's plenty of time. I'll just get some rest tonight. Kicking off his shoes, jumping into bed, and pulling up the covers, Subai drifted off into a dreamland immediately. In the suburbs of Yunhai, the Shi family mansion, the man in black had returned to the Shi family and was kneeling before a man wearing a half-human, half-ghost mask and a long black robe. Beside the robed man stood a middle-aged man with graying hair, though his eyes were vacant, like those of a marionette. "Master, the repair shop that interfered with our plans has been found. What should we do?" Duan Han asked, bowing his head to request instructions. "Girl from the Sun family has had her mecha restored, and our puppet has been exposed. The chances of entering the Interstellar University through the grand exam are slim. Since that person loves to meddle, let him understand that everything he does will come at a price. However, don't act in haste. First, confirm the opponent's strength. There are strong individuals among repair masters as well," the man in the black robe said slowly after a moment of silence. Duan Han's vertical pupils narrowed upon hearing this. But delays lead to trouble. What if the Blue Star Alliance reacts? I'm afraid. The man in the black robe felt a cold glint flash in his vertical pupils beneath the mask. Did you not hear me? Duan Han shook his head in a hurry, feeling anxious. Your subordinate wouldn't dare. Good. You may go. The man in the black robe withdrew his aura and turned around slowly. The Blue Star Alliance has their hands full right now. Duan Han's expression flickered, but he didn't ask further and left. Before leaving, he glanced contemptuously at the marionette-like middle-aged man. This is the price for opposing us, Yunhai Shi family. Indeed, that grey-haired middle-aged man with vacant eyes was Shi Jihao, the head of the Yunhai Shi family, a ninth-star star-stepping mecha pilot, who was only one step away from becoming a star-breaking pilot. Such a powerhouse would easily rank in the top 10 in Yunhai. Yet, he had been reduced to a puppet, showing just how terrifying the man in the black robe was. After Duan Han left, the robed man's expression grew conflicted. Blue Star Alliance. Just half a year more. You will definitely pay for the decisions you made back then. His vertical pupils burned with the fire of hatred. He seemed to harbor deep resentment toward the Blue Star Alliance. After a long while, he finally regained his composure. He waved his black sleeve. Go check on the status of number 1. As you command. Shi Jihao, standing beside him, nodded blankly and walked out of the hall. Nanjing Province, central mansion of Yundu. Zhao Tianming looked at the files in his hands with a complex expression, his right index finger tapping rhythmically on the desk. I never expected. He's actually his son. I was wondering where that old rascal had gone all these years. Turns out he was hiding in Yunhai. Oh well, since he's the son of an old friend, let him get away with scamming a bit of money. At such a young age, he's not learning anything good. He's just like his father. No, I have to tell you to stay away from that kid. When Zhao Tianming first received Subai's information and saw that he was only 19, the same age as his daughter, he had been furious. He had almost been ready to dispatch his mecha squadron to wipe out the interstellar repair shop. That was until he saw the names of Subai's. Father, Su Nantian, 48, top secret. Mother, Zhao Moyun, 45, top secret. These two details instantly extinguished Zhao Tianming's anger and even brought him a pleasant surprise. The surprise wasn't because of the top secret label, but because no one was more familiar with the name Su Nanchen than he was. Back then, they had been brothers in arms who would die for each other. They had even considered an arranged marriage for their children, though it was rejected by Su Nanchen. Zhao Tianming still remembered Su Nanchen's arrogant expression when he brought it up. "Ha, my son would never hang himself on a single tree." I have to admit, Su Nanchen looked really cool when he said that, but he looked just as pathetic when Zhou Moyan found out and beat him black and blue. The arranged marriage idea had to be shelved. It's a good thing we didn't arrange that marriage. The kid clearly isn't any good. Zhao Tianming was now extremely glad about how things had turned out. If Su Nanchen hadn't been so full of himself back then, he would really be in a tough spot now. He. Su Nanchen, oh Su Nanchen, who would have thought that while you were living a life of leisure all these years, your son would be so high profile? Just thinking about the expression on Su Nanchen's face once he found out his whereabouts had been exposed by his son made Zhao Tianming feel incredibly satisfied. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock sounded on the door. Zhao Tianming quickly composed himself and tucked Su Bai's file into his desk. "Come in." "Chief, we have a problem. We've discovered traces of star beasts near Star 1, with an estimated count of over 1,000. A team member in uniform, sporting the Blue Star Alliance flag emblem, reported the situation to Zhao Tianming anxiously. Zhao Tianming's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "I see. Continue observing. If they get too close to Star 1, attack immediately." "Understood," the team member replied and left. After he left, a bitter smile appeared on Zhao Tianming's face as he looked at an old photo on his desk. "You've certainly got it easy, my friend. Leaving me to carry the burden of everything. 1,000 star beasts. How many years has it been since Blue Star faced a star beast tide of this scale? Days ahead are destined to be far from peaceful."
The dawn rises. Su Bai was woken up this morning by the vibrations of his phone. Ding, you have received a new comment. Ding, you have received a new comment. Ding, you have received a new comment. The series of notification sounds jolted him from his sleep. Su Bai sat up on the edge of the bed, still half asleep. He picked up his phone, saw the red badge showing 99+ notifications, and felt even more confused. What is going on? Didn't I block all notifications for negative reviews? No way! It's been 3 days, are these haters still at it? Su Bai, don't want to lose my temper, but do they really think I'm that soft? Even a clay figurine has a breaking point, let alone Su Bai, especially this early in the morning when morning grumpiness is at its peak. Su Bai rolled up his sleeves, ready to battle these haters to the end. However, the moment he unlocked his phone, he froze. What he saw wasn't the stream of hateful comments he had expected. Instead, it was a mix of positive reviews and even more bizarre, curious posts. Brothers, huge news. That Interstellar Mech repair shop is actually legit. That is right. Yesterday, guided by the goddess Mengyan, I went to the Interstellar Mech repair shop. It was truly an eye-opening experience. I can vouch for it. Yunhai has never had such an impressive, high-end repair shop before. Is it for real? I was too busy playing games at home yesterday to go and expose them. It is absolutely true. There were dozens of us there together. Surely we are not all lying to you? Besides, there is no reason for a scammer to hire Xiao Mengyan, and she wouldn't promote a fake, right? That makes sense. I am going to check it out today. Haha, such a high-end repair shop. Can you even afford the service fees? Who said I was going to pay? Like I said, I am just going to take a look. Oh man, you really have a way. Seeing these comments, Su Bai felt both amused and frustrated. He had thought the big favor Xiao Mengyan mentioned was just having Zhao Mengyu come to his shop for repairs. Who would have thought that there was more to it? She actually advertised for him? Although she gave me a shout-out, giving a discount is still out of the question. Subai thought about it and decided to abandon the idea of offering her a discount. At most, he could quote a slightly lower price. But once he starts giving discounts, should he do the same for regular customers? If he discounts everyone, how is he supposed to make a profit? He could, sure, but that would slow down his rate of progress. He had to admit that the star whale breathing technique was truly a top-tier cultivation method. Beyond the initial breakthrough on the first day, he had improved again yesterday. He was now a Sky 3-star mecha pilot, even though he didn't have a mecha yet, but he would have one today. No one would believe such a rapid rate of growth. Correspondingly, he needed more resources. The first level of the star whale breathing technique could only take him to Sky 9-star. At this rate, he would hit the limit in just a few days. As for the price of the second level, he had already checked. It was exactly 5,000 interstellar credits. That translated to 50 million star coins, and even if he used all his savings, it wouldn't be enough. Not to mention he needed to upgrade his mecha, and upgrading by one tier costs 10 times as much. Forget it. Just thinking about it makes me feel like a pauper. Sigh, being a meta pilot is way too expensive. Subai shook his head helplessly. Perhaps this is the price of chasing a dream? Just then, his messaging app lit up. She seems like a goddess. So, Boss Su, did I do you a huge favor or what? He checked and saw it was from Xiao Mengyan. Who would have thought that the sweet and adorable Xiao Mengyan would be so narcissistic when choosing her username? Subai thought for a moment and replied, "Thanks, but still no discount." Back at her home in Yin City, Xiao Mengyan was lying on her bed with her fair legs propped up, swinging them, clutching her phone with an expectant look on her face. And that was the response she got. Xiao Mengyan, angry face. She snapped again. She threw her phone aside, collapsed onto the bed, and pounded on the mattress with both fists. Bang! Bang! Scumbag. She had planned to go back to sleep, but now she was wide awake. She had no choice but to get up and meditate, turning her grief and anger into hard work. After spending the whole day yesterday studying the cleave technique, she realized it wasn't for her. Combining flash step with sunfall, she realized she was better suited for spear techniques. She could focus her efforts there. That flat-chested girl provoked me last night. Looks like she gained quite a bit. I cannot accept her challenge until I master an intermediate technique. Anyway, the whole school already knows that I am the winner. Thinking of Zhao Mengyu made Xiao Mengyan feel a bit better. She calmed down and began her meditation for the day. After replying to Xiao Mengyan, Subai stopped looking at his phone. It was already 9 o'clock, and he had told Zhao Mengyu he would open at 10. It would be bad to be late. He had a simple breakfast and headed toward the Interstellar Mech repair shop. I thought being my own boss would be easier, but I still have to show up on time, he lamented on the way. Fortunately, thinking of his own mecha helped him lift his spirits. Humming a little tune, he walked right up to the shop. However, about 500 meters away from the shop, he stopped dead in his tracks. In front of him was a sea of people. They were even lining up voluntarily. Roughly estimating, there were at least 500 people there. Subai, shocked expression. What is going on? On the third day of opening, having only handled 3 orders total, he had never seen such a scene. If all these people were really here for repairs, even with 10 hands he wouldn't be able to handle it. Gulp. He swallowed hard, forced himself to stay calm, and quietly walked toward the front of the line. But halfway there, Subai was stopped. Hey buddy, I am not trying to be rude, but can't you see everyone is queuing up? If you want to get in, go to the back of the line. Exactly, no cutting in line. I despise people like you who cut in line. We have hundreds of eyes on you, behave yourself. Go to the back or I will beat you up. Subai. I am learning something new today. Did the customers just chase away the store owner? If I don't go through, who is going to unlock the door for you guys? Subai spread his hands helplessly. Ha, kid, 108 people have already tried that excuse. Subai. You are amazing, you are so noble. In the end, he ignored their obstruction and continued forward. Seeing that Subai wasn't listening, everyone glared at him. A burly young man stepped out and glared at him. Go to the back and queue up. Subai shot him a cold glance and unleashed his star power, the energy of a Sky 3-star pilot radiating out and instantly stunning everyone around him. Sky 3-star, though it didn't sound like much. But one had to remember that even top freshmen like Xiao Mengyan and Jiao Mengyu were only Sky 1-star. And Subai was their age. This strength already qualified him as a prodigy. Sure enough, after he unleashed his star power, the burly man scratched his head and looked at the horizon. Haha, what lovely weather today. He took a step back and returned to the line. Are you kidding? Most of them were just here to watch the spectacle, and at best, they were only ground-level mecha pilots. They stood no chance against a sky-level mecha pilot. Star power is not just for piloting mechas. It also drastically improves the physical strength and constitution of the pilot. After the man stepped aside, Subai shook his head and continued toward the shop. He felt helpless inside. What is even happening today? Finally, through his unremitting efforts, Subai stood at the entrance of the Interstellar repair shop. He swore that this was the most exhausting day he had ever spent running a shop. Wait, that is not right. He had only been open for 3 days. Standing at the entrance of the Interstellar Mecha shop, Subai matched his eyes to the Ranal recognition lock. With a click, the mechanical door swung wide open. The onlookers who had previously doubted Subai were instantly struck dumb. Wow. Is he actually the real owner? My God, the owner of such a magnificent shop is actually this young? This handsome guy is so rich too. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. A girl in the crowd looked at Subai with a love-struck expression. She was immediately besieged by the other girls around her. Hey, have some shame. What are you thinking? Exactly, so what if he has a girlfriend? They are not married yet. Would she care for him as much as I do? The crowd fell silent. You really are an expert at playing the victim. The door opened, and the crowd in the front surged forward, instantly packing the Interstellar repair shop to the brim. Seeing that the interior environment was exactly the same as the pictures, there was an immediate uproar. My God, the inside is even more impressive than the outside? Are these all the latest types of equipment? Light projection, thermal tracking, beam heat knives, and full mecha supports. Wait, even the tabletops are made of Vibranium. Are they using Vibranium as if it were scrap iron? This is priceless Vibranium. It is at least the material used for the bodies of star-stepping mechs, and here they are using it for desks. What a waste, a total waste. What is this owner's background? Is he some rich young hare from somewhere? Probably, only they have that much money to burn. It is a pity. The manager is so young, I doubt his repair skills are that high. Goddess Meng Yan must have been blinded by money after all. Sigh. Hearing these remarks, Subai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Some even took advantage of the chaos to touch him a few times. Subai finally reached his limit. All right, keep the order. Those who need repair services can come in. Everyone else, go outside. At the same time, he released his star power to push back those closing in on him. The repair shop finally quieted down a little. Most of the people who were just there to watch the commotion left the shop. However, there were still plenty of mech pilots left, over 30 of them. Boss, how much does it cost for a maintenance service on a terrestrial mech here? The bespectacled young man at the front asked first. He mainly wanted to experience the actual effectiveness of this high-end technological maintenance. Subai glanced at him calmly. 100,000 star coins. This time he did not quote a random price, but followed the standards of a star-level mechanic. Giving them maintenance did not require star-level reinforcement anyway. What? You say Subai is not yet a star-level mechanic? He will be soon. He has plenty of inheritance techniques from 1 to 3-star mechanics, alright? Hearing Subai's price caused quite a stir. What? Even one maintenance session is this expensive. I remember that high-tier mechanic maintenance for a terrestrial mech only costs 10,000 star coins, and you have increased it by 10 times. Yeah, does having advanced equipment give you the right to name any price? Exactly, if you do that, we will report you. Do not even try to claim you are a star-level mechanic. Scammer, let us go report him. Subai felt nothing inside and even wanted to laugh. People who say such things are usually not looking for real maintenance. Otherwise, why would they start complaining without asking about the details? Just like that, another group of people left. There were about 10 people left in the shop. Subai raised an eyebrow. Apparently, there were more people staying than he expected, and the bespectacled young man who asked first did not leave either. He pushed up his glasses, pondered for a moment, and asked, "May I ask what kind of maintenance services are provided here?" Heh, you know your stuff. Hearing the question, Subai became interested and immediately selected 2 maintenance techniques from his 1-star inheritance knowledge: mechaskeletal realignment and external armor coating. Since the other party was asking with genuine interest, he naturally had to provide some real substance. Sure enough, the remaining 10 people, including the bespectacled youth, looked excited upon hearing Subai's maintenance items. The bespectacled youth, Zhou Yunzheng, did not even think twice and pulled out his phone to scan the code on the side. Ding! 100,000 star coins received via Starlight Treasure. Please provide me the maintenance service. After hearing Subai's introduction, Zhou Yunzheng realized the person in front of him was definitely a star-level mechanic. And given how young he is, his future is simply limitless. This is definitely someone I need to build a connection with. Following Zhou Yunzheng, everyone else also stepped forward and scanned the code. In a matter of moments, Subai had received another 1,000,000 star coins. They did not doubt Subai's words either. Based on the decor of the shop, he could not possibly be a con artist. Otherwise, he could not be this opulent. Since they had determined this, their thoughts were naturally the same as Zhou Yunzheng's. Opportunity knocks but once. After receiving the payments, Subai took Zhou Yunzheng to the first repair bay and asked the others to wait in the other repair bays. As it happened, the Interstellar repair shop had 10 repair bays. He could control them all simultaneously. Following Subai's instructions, they brought their mechs into the repair bays. Aside from Zhou Yunzheng, their mechs were relatively standard. 3 were universal CC-104 power-type terrestrial mechs, mixed bones. 10 meters tall, weighing 15 tons, engine power, 360,000 kg, thrust 35 million kg. 2 were universal BA-101 speed-type terrestrial mechs, turbo. 11 meters tall, weighing 10 tons, engine power, 370,000 kg, thrust 37 million kg. 4 were universal DH-102 arm-type terrestrial mechs, green Kai. 10 meters tall, weighing 15 tons, engine power, 370,000 kg, thrust 36 million kg. The final one was Zhou Yunzheng's mech. In the first repair bay, a purple-green mech with a combination of light and heavy armor stood on display, its upper torso arched like a shrimp, the lower body covered in scales, and its head shaped like a snake. FE-55 balanced-type terrestrial mech, abdominal king snake. 12 meters tall, weighing 26 tons, engine power 730,000 kg, thrust 62 million kg. And this abdominal king snake was a 3-star terrestrial level. It was at the same level as Sun Han's Red Moon. This was the first time Subai had seen a balanced type mech. He did not expect that the plain-looking bespectacled youth was actually a little genius. The other party's talent also appeared before his eyes. A-level talent, heart-devouring poison. A poison-type talent? No wonder you chose a balanced mecha like the Viper King. Poison talents don't really pair well with power or speed types, as they rely mainly on spread attacks. They are best suited for armament and balanced types. But there are so few weapons among the armament types that can actually utilize toxins. Using others would just feel counterproductive. Of course, the toxins here aren't meant for the pilots, but rather as electronic viruses for the mechas themselves. By infiltrating the joints and frames, they disrupt the internal circuits, causing the mecha to malfunction and break down. But they're not really strong enough to be a true threat to living organisms. A pilot like Zhou Yunzhang would typically use this in mecha duels or interstellar wars. Against star beasts, it's just a bit lacking. Except for him, everyone else here has physical enhancement talents. That's why they chose general-purpose mechas. Actually, the vast majority of pilots in this world have physical enhancement types. Those with special abilities are the minority. After a quick verification of their information, Subai walked over to the central console. He didn't need to perform maintenance on each mecha one by one. With the equipment at the Interstellar repair shop, he could fully perform multi-threaded operations. None of them had any objections to this. After all, in their eyes, Subai was a star-ranked repairman. He surely had his reasons for doing things this way. But when Subai actually started the multi-threaded operation from the console, they were still stunned by his skillful technique. It started with the Viper King in Maintenance Bay 1. Using the inherited techniques he had mastered, Subai manipulated the robotic arms and instantly stripped the entire outer plating off the Viper King with precision. Unlike general-purpose, speed, or power-type mechas, balanced mechas are all about precision. Every single piece of light or heavy armor requires delicate handling to be removed. Otherwise, it's impossible to take them off. Yet Subai achieved all of this using only the robotic arms. The people present couldn't help but whisper to each other, "Is this the power of a star-ranked repairman?" He actually stripped the Viper King's armor using just the robotic arms. If this were in battle, could he just as easily strip our mechas apart? That's actually possible. But most repairmen don't have mecha talents, so we don't need to worry too much. True, they are the ones who know mecha weaknesses the best. If they all had mecha talents, they'd be absolute killing machines. As they talked, Zhou Yunzhang watched Subai's operations intently. He knew better than anyone how unique the Viper King was. Even among balanced mechas, it was an extremely special case. The reason was its unique frame structure. The upper body arched like a shrimp specifically for better mobility. The Viper King is one of the few mechas capable of torso rotation. That was the very reason he chose it. A sudden torso rotation makes his toxin attacks even more unpredictable. Precisely because of this, the Viper King's structure is much more complex and precise. It would be one thing if Subai were only using one robotic arm to strip the armor. But the key is that he is currently controlling 10 at the same time. Just what level of repairman is he? Indeed, while stripping the Viper King, Subai had already removed the outer shells of the Zagu, Turbine, and Green K. All of this was accomplished in just a few seconds. The crowd gasped in awe. My God. This is truly godlike. The 100,000 was definitely worth it. Haha, those who left early are probably regretting it so much right now. It was worth it just to see this kind of performance in this lifetime. This boss, Su, must be at least a 2-star repairman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this level of skill. On this point, however, they were wrong. Although he had quickly learned 2 heritage techniques through his auxiliary systems, Subai was at most a 1-star repairman, and still one lacking a bit of polish at that. His ability to handle multi-threaded operations was mainly due to the fusion of all things and the insights he gained from the star whale breathing technique that caused the star force tide. The fusion of all things allowed him to control the robotic arms perfectly, even when managing 10 of them at once. As for the armor stripping, his observation of star force flow made him extremely sensitive to the mecha's connections, which allowed him to grasp everything precisely without a single mistake. Of course, he wouldn't say any of this out loud. Let them keep on misunderstanding. He would become a 3-star repairman soon enough anyway. Subai focused all his attention on the 10 mechas displayed on the screen. Now, the real test of his skills was about to begin. He maneuvered the 10 robotic arms, slowly moving them above the 10 mechas. Moving from top to bottom, he pushed, pulled, massaged, and nudged. The The 10 bulky robotic arms were now as nimble as the hands of a veteran massage therapist. Within a few minutes, he had worked through every part of the 10 mechas from top to bottom. This was no simple massage. While pushing and pulling, the robotic arms reinforced the neural components of the mecha frames with electronic pulses, increasing their sensitivity and tightness. The massaging and nudging process served to extract any dust and loose metal parts from within the mecha structures. With this routine, the agility and lifespan of these mechas would be improved to a whole new level. The metal debris on the floor was the best proof of this. After cleaning the frames, the robotic arms moved to the removed armor plates. Clack! The fingers of the robotic arms instantly retracted, transforming into spray nozzles. Colorful mists erupted from them like a falling rainbow. As the mist touched the outer plates, it instantly took on their original colors. The iridescent colors turned into a transparent coating. The outer armor finish was made of PIA material, a dust-proof, waterproof, and heat-resistant substance that served as an adjustable camouflage. It not only improved the mecha's durability in extreme environments, but also allowed for camouflage based on need. After doing all this, Subai controlled the robotic arms to reattach the armor to its original place. Mission accomplished. By now, the look in everyone's eyes, including Zhu Yunzheng's, had completely changed. They had thought that stripping 10 mechas simultaneously was Subai's limit. They never expected he would put on such a spectacular performance for them. Yes, it was a performance. This was more than just maintenance, it was art. Is this really something we get to see for just 100,000? One man said, his jaw practically hitting the floor. I don't know, but the 100,000 was well spent. Oh no, too bad. I didn't record any of this on video. I recorded it. With that, the young man who recorded the video asked Subai a bit nervously, "Boss Su, can we upload this video?" The young people were all a bit nervous at this moment. After all, star-level mechanics like Subai usually have their own tempers and rules. They didn't dare to rashly upload the video of him performing maintenance, as such a big figure was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Oh, whatever. To their surprise, Subai didn't mind it at all. In his eyes, he was just doing some minor maintenance, which wasn't even worth mentioning. It didn't involve any core techniques either. The true techniques were hidden within every detail, invisible to them. Furthermore, what they saw through the light screen was far from everything, as the more microscopic operations couldn't be captured. If this video were released, the experts wouldn't see the real substance, but the laypeople would at least enjoy the spectacle. It would be good to gain some popularity and filter out some genuine customers. Alright, if there is nothing else you need, you may leave. Subai issued a dismissal, as Zhao Mengyu had just messaged him saying she was almost there. Nothing was more important than his own mech. The group didn't dare to disobey Subai's dismissal. Even if Zhou Yunzheng still wanted to say something, he had to let it go. Thank you, Boss Su. I will come again next time. After thanking Subai, they left the Star Mech repair shop. The improvement they gained today was substantial, and the 100,000 star coins were well spent. Although it wasn't a qualitative transformation like an interstellar enhancement, the maintenance using a star-level mechanics legacy techniques improved their mech's attributes by at least 30%. It might sound like a small number, but once you operate it, you realize the massive difference. At the very least, they would have the upper hand in the upcoming grand exam. After they left, the Star Mech repair shop returned to calm. Subai sat at his desk, quietly waiting for Zhao Mengyu's arrival. His legs bounced every now and then, reflecting his excitement at this moment. Ding dong. Soon, the doorbell rang, and Subai stood up to welcome her directly. Zhao Mengyu was flattered to see Subai coming to greet her personally. Boss Su, you don't have to be so polite. Hurry, give me the items. Subai really didn't stand on ceremony with her and got straight to the point. Zhao Mengyu? Alright, I guess I thought too much. It was just me being delusional thinking Boss Su would come to welcome me. Zhao Mengyu shook her head helplessly. There is no room to put them here, is there? Oh, right. Come on. Let's head to the maintenance room. Being too eager to get his own mech, Subai had forgotten he was currently in the lobby. Even though he requested high-density nanometal, it was inevitable that it might damage the floor tiles. The floor of the lobby was not reinforced with Vibranium, making it the weakest point of the entire Star Mech repair shop. Led by Subai, the two quickly entered the maintenance room. Zhao Mengyu reached out and touched the star ring on her hand. Bang bang. Following two loud thuds, two 2-meter-high translucent metal masses appeared in the room. Unlike traditional nanotechnology, nanometal has a higher density, which causes changes in its internal structure, turning it from something invisible to the naked eye into this tangible metal mass. However, its essence remains largely the same, especially in strength, which is no less than before the change. This is the current limit of what technology can achieve. Bang, 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 bang. With 5 more loud thuds, 5 stones glowing with a dark green light were placed on the table by Zhao Mengyu. Are these the ones? After taking out everything Subai needed, Zhao Mengyu looked at him triumphantly, as if waiting for his praise. She had spent a great deal of effort and resources to acquire these things. Especially the nanometal. She hadn't expected the Star Sea University's inventory to be insufficient. She had to use her family connections to gather the 10 tons for Subai. Subai naturally understood that it wouldn't have been hard to get these with enough time, but she had gathered them in just one night. It must have taken quite a lot of effort. Thank you, Subai said sincerely. Zhao Mengyu, sir. This left Zhao Mengyu a bit stunned. After their 2 interactions, she had thought Subai was just a blunt, steel-willed guy. She didn't expect him to be so genuinely thankful. This made her touch her ear in embarrassment. You don't have to be so polite. How much for all of these? Subai asked directly after thanking her. Zhao Mengyu. The rhythm of Boss Su's changes is always so hard to predict. It's 250,000 star coins in total. The kryptonite is 10,000 each, and the nanometal is 20,000 per ton. She didn't beat around the bush with the price, as Subai had made it clear that fair trade was his principle. These were market prices, and she had no reason to lie. Subai nodded upon hearing this. All right, I've transferred the money to you. Soon, Zhao Mengyu's phone chimed. 300,000 star coins have been credited to your Star Sky wallet. Boss Su? Zhao Mengyu didn't quite understand what Subai meant. Subai just smiled faintly. Everything you mentioned was at market price. You must have had to pay a premium to acquire these in such a short time. I said fair trade is my principle. She didn't expect Subai to figure it out. It was true that she had reported market prices, adhering to Subai's principle. But for the premium, Zhao Mengyu had chosen to cover it herself, since she was the one who told Subai to let her know if he needed anything. Now that she was found out, she could only stick out her tongue helplessly, in a slightly coquettish way. If anyone who knew Zhao Mengyu saw this scene, they would certainly be shocked. In their eyes, Zhao Mengyu had always been a very cool and spirited girl. With a straightforward personality, she did things just like a boy, so no one expected her to show such a girly side. Boss Su, are you planning to use these materials to make equipment? Zhao Mengyu couldn't help but ask while watching Subai examine the nanometal. Pretty much. Subai, reaching out to touch the nanometal, didn't want to hide it. I'm planning to use these to build a mech. A mech? As if realizing something, Zhao Mengyu's eyes brightened. Boss Su, are you planning to build a mech suit? Having grown up with family influence, Zhao Mengyu's understanding of mechs was better than that of the average mech pilot. Materials like nanometal were not suitable for regular mechs, and the power output and propulsion of kryptonite as a core would fall far short of what a large mech required. Then, what Subai was planning to build was obvious. It could only be a mech suit. Can I watch from here? Zhao Mengyu asked, feeling a bit nervous. She had never seen a mech suit before. Let alone her, very few people on Blue Star had ever seen a mech suit. Because the technology wasn't up to the standard, mech suits mostly existed as conceptual models. Those that were made were merely auxiliary mechs for standard tasks. She had witnessed Subai's mechanical skills. She didn't believe he would build such small, trivial things. She didn't want to miss the moment of witnessing the birth of a mech suit. Fine. After Zhao Mengyu made her request to watch, Subai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. But it might take quite a while, and since the workshop isn't really a place for guests, you'll have to stay in the lobby. After all, she had helped him out, so Subai felt he could at least satisfy this small request to see the mecha suit. He didn't intend to keep the mecha suit hidden anyway. It was bound to be seen by others sooner or later. As long as he kept her from watching the construction and reinforcement processes, there wouldn't be a problem. All right. I promise I'll stay in the lobby and be a good girl. I won't move an inch. Almost the moment Subai finished speaking, Zhao Mengyu nodded frantically in agreement. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Forget waiting in the lobby. She would even be willing to wait outside the door. At the same time, she gloated inwardly, hee, you shorty. You have no idea what you're missing out on. Aku. Xiao Mengyan, who was meditating at that moment, suddenly sneezed. She looked confused. What's going on? Did I catch a cold? That shouldn't be possible. Although she felt a bit puzzled, Xiao Mengyan didn't pay it much mind and returned to her meditation. Back at the Interstellar repair shop, following Subai's gesture, Zhao Mengyu closed the shop's front door. Now only she and Subai remained in the large repair shop, though she was in the lobby while he was in the workshop. Subai's reason for closing the door was simple. He had no idea how long it would take to build the mecha. It wouldn't be fair to let any customers who might stop by wait in vain. So he just decided to close up shop. That's right, he's just that spontaneous. Click. He closed the workshop door. Subai first walked up to the two clusters of nanometal, stroked his chin with his right hand, and his eyes shifted. Let's try with this batch first. Let me think. I'll draw the skeleton out from the middle and use the bionic bone construction method. This was a 3-star mechanic technique he had chosen from the heritage skills of interstellar mechanics. Normally, with Subai's current level, practicing this technique would still be a bit awkward. But he had task assistance. The true utility of the task assistance was manifesting at this very moment. As long as it was a technique covered by the task assistance, Subai could master it immediately, with proficiency equal to that of the original inheritor. With a wave of his right hand, one of the two nanometal clusters moved directly toward him. Under the influence of omnipotent fusion, these nanometals began to change shape along his right hand and fused together. The sturdy metal felt just like modeling clay in his hands, yielding to Subai's every manipulation. While his right hand controlled the nanometal, his left hand wasn't idle either. The thermal beam cutter in his grip was busy carving details into the nanometal. Crackle! An hour and a half later, the floor was covered in nanometal scraps, and standing before Subai was a 2-meter-tall, semi-transparent metal skeleton. The limbs, torso, neck, and skull were seamless and lifelike. He reached out and rotated the metal skeleton's right arm. It moved with incredibly smooth, fluid motion without the slightest hitch. Seeing this, Subai nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a 3-star mechanics technique, this mecha skeleton is comparable to a human body in every aspect, so the compatibility will definitely be high. Mechas connect to a pilot's body through neural components, forming an exclusive link through the flow of star power. But humans and mechas are inherently different. Due to differences in skeletal structure, even the most exquisitely designed large mechas can only approximate human anatomy, making certain specialized movements difficult to perform. That is precisely why there are varying levels of difficulty in mecha piloting techniques. But Subai's mecha suit didn't have this problem. Its nearly identical structure made it much more intuitive to operate. Next up are the joints and the outer armor. Subai was very pleased with his masterpiece, but this was only the first step. He waved his right hand. The nanometal scraps on the floor instantly rose into the air and fused back into one mass. Omnipotent fusion is truly worthy of being an SS rank talent. This ability to recycle waste without any loss is simply a divine skill. And that was just one of its many capabilities. As for the outer armor, I'll use the light-heavy armor golden ratio. For the choice of outer armor, Tsubai used a 2-star mechanic inheritance technique, the golden ratio of light to heavy armor. Using his own technique to precisely control the ratio of light and heavy armor on the mecha ensures that both achieve optimal performance. The key to this technique is precision. A miss of an inch is as good as a miss of a mile. If a single detail goes wrong, the whole project fails. Even Tsubai had to treat this with the utmost seriousness. Again, his right hand controlled the shape of the nanometal, while his left hand used the thermal beam cutter to carve out textures and fine details. As sparks flew, beads of sweat began to appear on Tsubai's forehead. 3.5 hours later, Tsubai curled the corners of his lips as he looked at the mecha, now fully covered in armor with the joints completed. Not bad, it's almost identical to the blueprint. The mecha suit was now mostly shaped. Tsubai ultimately chose to give it a red and black paint job, making it look like a warrior from ancient times. With the perfect distribution of light and heavy armor throughout, he also chose a helmet design that he quite liked. Even though the mecha was only 2 meters tall, visually, it was no less impressive than a massive mecha. If anything, it was even more intimidating. Next is the core power source. Tsubai looked at the kryptonite nearby, eager to try. He was using a 3-star mechanic technique, 5-core resonance. This was the reason he needed 5 pieces of kryptonite. He had discovered this technique when he first examined his task assistants, but such high power levels would normally lead to energy leakage or even explosions, and Tsubai wasn't confident in his ability to control it. Not just Tsubai, even higher-ranked mechanics could hardly achieve this. They could only choose relatively weaker power sources for attempts. Therefore, despite the technique's earth-shattering potential, it was only rated as a 3-star skill. It lacked practical utility. But Tsubai had interstellar reinforcement. Under the effect of interstellar reinforcement, it was very possible to upgrade a low-tier power source. Then he could achieve the output of 5-core resonance with high-energy power sources, creating the most powerful mecha. He exhaled a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Walking up to the 5 dark green pieces of kryptonite, he opened his arms. The 5 pieces of kryptonite rose into the air instantly. They arranged themselves in a pentagonal formation in 5 different directions. Then they slowly began to converge. As the 5 pieces drew closer, an energy web suddenly formed between them. The energy web connected the cores of the 5 kryptonite pieces, channeling their energy together as green light flickered. At that moment, the energy on the web far exceeded the power of the kryptonite itself. It had tripled, reaching the combined energy total of 2 helium stones. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Tsubai narrowed his eyes and thrust his hands forward with all his might. Instantly, he embedded them into the mecha suit. The moment the power source entered the mecha, all the circuits in the mecha suit were activated. A terrifying shockwave erupted, shaking the entire interstellar repair shop.
The tremor startled Zhao Mengyu, who was sitting cross-legged in the lobby meditating. She scrambled to her feet, looking around anxiously. What was that noise? Zhao Mengyu had stayed behind for one reason: to witness the birth of a combat-grade mecha suit. But she distinctly remembered that the materials she gave Tsubai were nothing more than kryptonite. Even with 5 pieces of kryptonite, it shouldn't have caused such a massive commotion. What exactly is Boss Su doing in there? Right now, Zhao Mengyu felt as if a kitten was scratching at her heart. She was incredibly curious about everything happening inside the repair room. 5 hours had passed since Tsubai entered the repair room. She had arrived at noon, and it was now nearly evening. It wasn't that Zhao Mengyu was impatient after all to witness history. What would a few days of waiting matter? The point was knowing that just a short distance away, a peerless, unprecedented mecha suit was about to come into existence. What mecha pilot with a fanatical love for mechas could resist such a temptation? Should I sneak a peek? Zhao Mengyu even considered taking a look, but as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she shook her head frantically. No way. If I get caught, Boss Su will be furious, and that would be a disaster. Sigh. I wish time would just hurry up. Forcing herself to suppress her restless spirit, Zhao Mengyu gave up on meditation and decided to practice her mecha techniques in the lobby instead. Of course, not by piloting an actual mecha, but through dry training. The results weren't as effective as practicing in a real machine, but it could still improve her technical proficiency. She pulled a lightsaber from her star ring. A faint blue glow shimmered as she held the blade upright in front of her. Eyes closed shut. Moving her left foot forward while keeping her right foot planted, she then quickly pivoted and rotated, swinging the sword in sync with her body movement. Intermediate mecha technique, circular slash. The movement was smooth and continuous. Besides an anxious Zhao Mengyu, things outside the star mechanics shop were equally restless. Duan Han, watching the steady stream of people outside the shop from afar, felt a suffocating sense of pressure. I never expected this repair shop's business to be so good. If I were to act rashly, the patrol team would surely notice. But what on earth is that kid doing? Closing up shop after only 1 hour of business. That wasn't just Duan Han's confusion. Even more confused were the customers who had come specifically after seeing Subai's maintenance video. My God, is this for real? They're already closed? Is this the right place from the video? Does a star-level mechanic really work here? It must be. You won't find a repair shop of this scale anywhere in Yunhai, or even in the whole country of Huaxia. It's just that we arrived too late. Damn, is this the arrogance of a star-level mechanic? What kind of decent person closes at 11 AM? What can you do? The guy is a star-level mechanic, a super genius capable of 10-thread operations, and the best part is, the price is fair. True, 100,000 star coins is the standard price for star-level maintenance, but that's usually for one service. Here he does both. It's such a steal. Well, I'm not leaving today. I'm waiting right here until the shop owner opens tomorrow. Is it really that competitive? Fine, I'm staying too. Well said, if you're not moving, neither am I. By now, Zhao Yunzheng and the others had posted the video of Subai performing maintenance on 10 mechas simultaneously online, bolstered by Xiao Mengyan's earlier promotion. The topic of the Star Mechanics shop was trending high. As soon as the video was released, it instantly gained hundreds of thousands of views. Just as Subai had guessed, while the experts couldn't quite see the trick, the laypeople found it incredibly entertaining. Within moments of posting, there were already 10,000 comments. Is this for real? Yunhai has a star-level mechanic now? My God, this level of operation. Most regular star-level mechanics probably couldn't pull this off, right? Say what you will, this performance alone is worth the price of admission, isn't it? Let's go, looks like a trip to Yunhai is mandatory. Not gonna lie, I'm already here, but sadly, the owner has closed up. Is this some kind of hunger marketing strategy? It has to be, right? Damn it, what kind of decent shop owner closes right in the middle of the day? I miss the old days. Back then, a chrysanthemum was just a flower, and certain words were compliments, not insults. People were simple, and there weren't so many schemes. I seriously can't stand this sly fox. Here, good thing I didn't go. Feeling silly now, aren't you? Did you really think a star-level mechanic is someone you can just see whenever you want? The man just finished 10 jobs, he needs a break, doesn't he? My God, that makes so much sense. Of course, the most regretful among them were those mecha pilots who had been in line, but left because they thought Subai's fees were too high. Just because of a moment's hesitation, they had missed out on such an incredible opportunity. It didn't take a genius to know that tomorrow, The price for the dual service package would definitely be more than 100,000 star coins. Sigh. Why didn't I just hold out a little longer? That was the common sentiment they all shared. Subai naturally knew nothing about what was happening online, nor did he know that his shop had exploded in popularity once again. His entire attention was currently fixed on the mecha suit before him. The original red and black color scheme, accented by deep emerald hues, added an air of something eerie and mysterious. It looked like a sovereign of the dark, a ruler of the night. Not bad, though the quality is still a bit low. Now onto the main event. Subai rested his chin on one hand, admiring his masterpiece. Then he lowered his right hand and walked slowly toward the mecha suit. Extending his right arm, he reached out and touched the mecha suit directly. Ding! Target mecha detected. The current mecha rank is too low. Tier 1 Interstellar enhancement is available. Begin enhancement. The moment the prompt appeared, Subai chose to proceed. A brilliant flash of light erupted, then faded away. The mecha suit in front of Subai underwent a complete metamorphosis after that initial interstellar enhancement. While the overall color palette remained red and black, the previously somewhat rigid nanometal felt completely renewed. Even without touching it, Subai could sense that while it had gained flexibility, its hardness had also increased significantly. Just as he had suspected, interstellar enhancement could reinforce the material composition of any mecha. However, the transformation of the nanometal didn't make Subai overly excited. He remained calm. What he had to confirm next was the truly critical part. He lightly touched the mecha suit with his right hand. With a metallic click, the chest armor opened, revealing a flickering blue glow inside. It looked just like a swirling nebula. At that moment, Subai couldn't help but clench his fist and shake it vigorously. It actually worked. That's right. The 5-core co-combustion system, which should have been built with emerald green kryptonite cores, had now been completely replaced by helium stone, combined with the unique nature of the 5-core system. Even though it was still technically a ground-type mecha, Subai's suit now possessed a power source comparable to that of a sky-type mecha. No, that's not enough. Subai stroked his chin as he looked at the mecha gear before him. Although it had improved significantly, it was still just Earth-tier mecha gear. It couldn't keep up with his own star power level. Logically speaking, after a Tier 1 enhancement, a talent skill should be awakened. I wonder what the awakened skill is now. Thinking about the talent skill, Subai hesitated slightly. Normally, a Tier 1 enhancement awakens an Earth-tier talent skill, and he was debating whether to test it out first. In the end, Subai dismissed the idea. It's better to wait until the Tier 2 enhancement is complete to see. If this Tier 1 talent skill happens to be very strong but gets wiped out, that would be truly frustrating. Generally speaking, a piece of mecha gear can only possess one type of talent skill. In Subai's view, even with interstellar enhancement, this restriction shouldn't be broken. If I obtain a good talent skill now, but it gets wiped during the Tier 2 enhancement, that would be unbearable. It's better to wait until all enhancements are finished before checking. Continue the enhancement. Placing his right hand on the mecha gear, 100 interstellar points were successfully paid. Tier 2 enhancement initialized. Accompanied by the system prompt, a golden light erupted from the mecha gear. This power was far beyond the previous Tier 1 enhancement. A suction force even appeared where the mecha gear was located, as if a mini black hole was about to swallow all the surrounding metal. Seeing this, Subai frowned slightly and hurriedly used his own assimilation of all things to counteract it. This situation had never happened before. Previously, talent skill awakenings were chosen by Subai from a list of options, but now that it was his own mecha gear's turn, no options appeared. I don't know if this is because my own talent is too special, or if this level of combat mecha gear is something unique that has appeared for the first time. Soon, Subai's assimilation of all things reached a delicate balance with the suction force generated by the mecha gear's talent skill, and then both dissipated. Bang! Almost the instant the pulling force vanished, a shockwave exploded, centering on Subai and spreading across the entire cloud sea. The first to bear the brunt was Zhao Mengyu in the hall. Fortunately, having had the experience of awakening a talent skill once before, she was prepared the moment she felt the tremors. She cast Frozen Soul to reinforce the light shield in her hand, forming a buffer barrier. Even so, under this impact, the ice on the buffer barrier kept falling off, scattering everywhere in just a moment. The barrier was teetering on the verge of collapse, scaring Zhao Mengyu into hastily increasing her star power to hold it off. Zhao Mengyu looked panicked and terrified at the same time. "Boss Su, what kind of talent skill did you awaken? Just a bit of the aftermath has such powerful force. Is this really power that mecha gear can unleash? What level of mecha gear is it? Star treading or star breaking?" Boom boom. The shockwave continued to ripple outward, instantly knocking over all the customers waiting outside the door. Fortunately, there was Vibranium as a buffer. Otherwise, many of them would have been severely injured by this blast alone. Most of these people were just high school students who had awakened their talents less than a year ago. They couldn't possibly withstand power that even Zhao Mengyu found tricky. After being sent sprawling, they slowly got back up. Their little heads were filled with big questions. It took a long time for someone to recover. What just happened? I don't know. I just felt my head go blank for a second. What a powerful shockwave. It actually knocked us over even through the Vibranium. What on earth is that person inside doing? Is this the level of a star-rated mecha mechanic? Does just fiddling around cause such a huge commotion? I don't care. I'm definitely going to this Interstellar repair shop. I'm staying here tonight. I mean it. You think you're the only one? I'm sleeping here too. I'll risk it. Maybe if I miss this chance, the boss will leave. I must wait until he opens for business. While shocked, they became even more drawn to the Interstellar repair shop. By now, in their hearts, Subai was no longer just an ordinary star-rated mecha mechanic. He might even be of an extremely high caliber, the kind capable of helping them stand out from the crowd. For them, this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They weren't the only ones shocked. Duan Han, who was not far from the Interstellar repair shop, felt the shockwave and saw his vertical pupils shrink sharply. His tone was filled with surprise and doubt. Star-treading stage power. Did that little girl who entered the repair shop earlier advance to a star-treading mecha pilot? She doesn't look very old, and she's already entered the star-treading realm at such a young age. No, must be eliminated. Even if it means exposing myself, I must finish these two off here. Duan Han made an accurate judgment of this power. It was roughly the power of a one-star star-treading, enough to threaten even him. Thinking of Zhao Mengyu, who had entered the repair shop, he subconsciously assumed this was the commotion caused by her mecha advancing. He had previously sensed Subai's star power level, which was merely at the Sky 3-star level. It was impossible for him to break through to star treading in the blink of an eye. The only explanation was Zhao Mengyu. Now Duan Han's expression was somewhat excited. I didn't expect I could personally slay such a prodigy. This can also be considered a contribution to the cold light civilization. Plus that mysterious genius mecha mechanic. Even if my master blames me, those above should protect me. Let's do it. Duan Han stared at the Interstellar repair shop, his vertical pupils flashing, fists clenched, clearly having entered a state of battle readiness. Boom! The impact dissipated. Only then did Subai move his right arm, which he had been using to block his face. The shockwave just now had even caused cracks to appear on his goggles. For safety's sake, he had raised his arm to protect his eyes. As soon as he lowered his arm, the sight before him made the corners of Subai's mouth curl up wildly. Standing before him was the red and black mecha gear. Compared to before, the outer armor of the mecha was now more precise, and even a light touch with one's hand caused it to spring back. This was a sign of extreme resilience, with the tension of the outer armor fully maxed out. Moreover, the appearance of the mecha gear had changed. Previously, it was about 2 meters tall. Now it reached 3 meters. That wouldn't be much for a full mecha, but this is mecha gear. With the internal space remaining the same, the change in height meant that the metal materials packed inside had increased exponentially. And that was indeed the case. The mecha gear, which should have only weighed 10 tons, was now showing a weight of 100 tons on the repair room's instrument. This weight was already comparable to a typical Sky-tier mecha. What pleased Subai the most was the location of the mecha gear's core power source. 5 azure light spheres were suspended at the core power source, with energy flows between them forming a network. And this energy network was constantly contracting and expanding, beating like a heart. The point is, their material is not the light stone I guessed. It is the higher tier Mangshong. 5-core co-combustion formed by 5 Mangshong. To think it actually reached the Mangshong stage of enhancement, Subai was quite surprised by this. A Tier 2 enhancement doesn't guarantee that a mecha's core power source will advance to the Mangshong stage. For instance, Zhao Mengyu's swordsman's power source is still stuck in a transitional stage between Mangshong and light stone. Furthermore, her frost swordsman only possesses a single core power source. But the one I'm using has 5. The gap between these cannot be explained simply by the difference in quantity. Maybe it was that special state from before. My innate skill resonated with my talent, causing an enhancement mutation that led to the core power source becoming supernucleated. After pondering, Subai came up with his own hypothesis. This is the only explanation for why my results are so much stronger than Zhao Mengyu's and Xiao Mengyun's, despite all being Tier 2 enhancements. To say it's different because it's my own system is obviously impossible, as there was no difference during the Tier 1 enhancement. Alright, forget it for now, let's just give it a name. A suction force that can devour everything, combined with a talent that fuses all things. Let's call it Chaos. The Chaos Mecha, possessing every possibility. Subai quickly named his mecha Chaos. It seemed that the moment it was named, the mecha's eyes flickered, though Subai, who was busy examining Chaos, didn't notice. Let's test it out. Having finally obtained his own mecha, Subai rubbed his hands together. He had endured for quite a while, resisting the urge to jump inside the moment it was finished. Now that both enhancements are done, Chaos has reached the level of a Sky 3-star. He naturally has no need to hold back anymore. He took a step forward. As if merging with Chaos, Subai was enveloped by the mecha without the slightest resistance. Instantly, countless neural connectors extended from within Chaos to touch Subai's body. The first touch caused a slight sting, but that was nothing to Subai. Bang. Connection complete, DNA sequence confirmed. Welcome Sky Mecha Pilot Subai. With the neural connection successful, a mechanical voice resonated in Subai's mind. He understood that this was the autonomous AI of the Chaos Mecha. Almost every mecha has its own autonomous AI, though these AIs don't provide much help. Mostly, they just disconnect the link between the pilot's pain receptors and the mecha before the mecha suffers critical damage. This prevents them from feeling the agonizing pain of being cut in half or losing a limb. Just like Sun Hani's Red Moon earlier, which was pierced by a C-core ray. If her neural link had still been active, she likely would have gone into shock and suffered long-term trauma. That kind of pain is extremely hard to endure. But this seems useless for me. His Chaos is a mecha armor. It's a skin-tight type mecha. If he really gets cut in half or loses an arm, he's definitely not going to come out of it in one piece either. I was careless. Thinking of this, Subai realized that he had only considered the application of his own abilities and had neglected the safety aspect. But it doesn't really matter. If the mecha is destroyed on the battlefield, the survival rate is less than 1% anyway. As for normal duels, why would I go looking for trouble? I'm a mechanic, remember? That's right. Even after obtaining a mecha, Subai still had a very accurate sense of his own role. He is a mechanic. He loves piloting a mecha as it fulfills a dream, and it also gives him the power to protect himself. But if you want him to pilot a mecha all over the place looking for fights, that would be sheer madness. Is making money and improving my strength not a better deal? Money is power, my friend. This is particularly evident in Subai's case. As long as he has enough money, he can not only reach the legendary truth-level realm, he could even build an entire fleet of truth-level ships. He knows exactly what is more important. Wait, what is this? Subai's exclamation came from within Chaos. Then Chaos's eyes instantly shifted from azure blue to crimson. Boom. A black light burst forth from its body. The black light rampaged through the workshop, enveloping all the metal it touched. Soon, the black light touched another pile of nanometal on the floor, like a hunter finding prey, began to devour it greedily. A moment later, the black light dissipated, and in Chaos's hand appeared a 5-meter-long, 50-centimeter caliber translucent beam cannon. Hum! The cannon's muzzle was continuously absorbing the surrounding heat, causing the room temperature to plummet. Looking through the translucent barrel, one could see a cluster of black matter condensing at its core. Even just a small amount contained enough power to easily destroy a starship. Innate skill, Dark Energy Beam Cannon. Hiss. After confirming his innate skill for himself, Subai dismissed the beam cannon from his hand. He wouldn't dare test such power here lightly. To think it's actually a Dark Energy Beam Cannon. I never imagined that a force completely opposite to gravity would be compatible with the fusing all things talent. Subai was suddenly curious about the true power of his talent. Could it be that the true power of this talent is far greater than he imagined? Dark energy creates a repulsive force opposite to gravity, and was once thought to be the reason for the universe's expansion. For a mecha to be able to control such energy, even if it's only pseudo-dark energy, or just a small portion of it, it's terrifying enough. Not only that, after the beam cannon vanished, Subai waved his right hand. A crimson longsword suddenly appeared in his grasp. If the previous dark energy beam cannon possessed a terrifying repulsive force, then this crimson sword held the exact opposite, gravity. Innate skill, Attraction Sword. It possesses a powerful suction force that draws in all surrounding metallic matter. This means that any mecha, starship, metal-containing material, or life form within the range of the attraction sword would be automatically pulled into the blade's edge. To put it simply, he could kill someone just by standing there. To think I actually awakened 2 innate skills. Does that mean? After confirming that his Chaos had awakened dual innate skills, Subai had a bold idea. Perhaps a new innate skill will be born with every enhancement. And not just for myself, maybe it could work on other metas too. This thought spread through his mind like a swarm of locusts. He really wants to test if that's possible right now. Unfortunately, I probably can't test it for the time being. There are 2 ways to test it. One is to enhance a mecha that has already been enhanced, but the 3 I've worked on before are still far from being ready for another enhancement. The other way is to find a mecha that already has an innate skill and test it out. Keeping this in mind, Subai flexed his case-clad wrists, and after confirming that they felt just like his own, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. However, this special trait seems a bit lackluster, doesn't it? Compared to Xiao Mengyan's flash step and Zhao Mengyu's energy manipulation, the special trait of Chaos did indeed seem somewhat unremarkable. Special trait, Heavenly Eyes. When activated, it grants extremely strong dynamic vision for a certain period, along with the ability to see through an opponent's flaws. If this were given to an ordinary mech pilot, it could be called a god-tier skill. But for a master mechanic, it's different. They are the ones who understand mechs best. They can usually judge where the weak points are just by looking at an opponent's machine. At best, it's only somewhat effective when facing star beasts. Haha, I guess I'm being a bit greedy. Subai laughed at himself. He already possessed 2 terrifying innate skills, plus a power source and armor that surpassed standard star-treating mechs. It was indeed greedy to want an even stronger special trait. Overall, he was very satisfied with what he had gained this time. More importantly, as chaos took shape, the system notification arrived right on cue. Ding, the host has successfully crafted a personal mech. Task completion time, 2 days. Awarding now, full control of the Interstellar Mech Shop and 1 Heaven-tier defensive barrier. The moment the mechanical voice faded, the lights in the maintenance room all suddenly turned on. At the same time, a lively female voice came from the control console. Congratulations to shop owner Subai for gaining full control of the shop. Now activating the virtual construction chamber and shop expansion permissions. Detection reveals that the shop is severely undersupplied. The Interstellar Logistics purchase channel is now open. Please take a look, owner. The series of notifications left Subai puzzled for a moment. Virtual construction chamber. The time in the virtual construction chamber differs from the outside, with flow rates determined by the chamber's level. Given the host's current shop level, you can use the level 1 virtual construction chamber, which has a time flow ratio of 1 to 3. The control console answered as soon as Subai asked. The host can practice mechanical repairs and build uncrewed mechs within the virtual construction chamber. While the intelligence of the system surprised Subai, the virtual construction chamber itself was an even greater delight. An exclusive space to practice mechanical skills, where time passes at 1/3 the rate of the outside world. That means if I spend 3 days in the virtual chamber, only 1 day has passed in the real world. This way, I can truly become a master of time management. I already have the basic capability to build mechs now. If I use the virtual chamber to build mechs for the Interstellar Mech Shop and then sell them, would I earn even more? Realizing this, Subai's eyes lit up. He wanted to try it out right away. However, in the end, he held back. Expansion permissions are easy to understand, but does this mean I didn't have the right to expand the shop before? Expansion permission is just what it sounds like, the ability to increase the floor space of the Interstellar Mech Shop, but shouldn't I be able to do that without permission? Correct. Before gaining full authority over the Interstellar Mech Shop, the shop owner was merely an employee and could not decide whether to expand. Even if you expanded blindly, you wouldn't receive any support. Hearing the explanation, Subai finally understood. He could have expanded, but without the authority, he would just be building illegal structures without the advanced equipment and top-tier defenses of the shop. Of course, there's no rush to expand now, is there? He looked at the 10 current maintenance bays, and after a moment's thought, decided not to expand for the time being. With his current abilities, 10-thread operations are manageable, but anything more would be a struggle and affect precision and quality. He would wait until he improved his skills. Soon, Subai turned his attention to the thing that interested him most besides the virtual construction chamber, the Interstellar Logistics purchase channel. What exactly is the Interstellar Logistics purchase channel? Subai wanted to know if it was what he imagined. The Interstellar Logistics purchase channel is an exclusive shopping channel for the Interstellar Mech Shop, allowing the purchase of metal materials, core components, and more via the Interstellar network. Regardless of distance, delivery is guaranteed within 1 day, and all items are sold at an 80% discount off the market price. As expected, upon receiving the confirmation, Subai clenched his fist and punched the air, unable to contain his joy. To build chaos this time, he had owed Zhao Mengyu a favor. The reason was that, despite being a mech shop owner, he lacked his own dedicated supply channel. Now, with full authority over the Interstellar Mech Shop, that problem was finally solved. From now on, he could buy whatever materials he needed directly from the Interstellar network. Most importantly, the console said all metal materials and core components. With delivery within 1 day regardless of distance, it meant that as long as he had enough star coins, he could obtain countless rare materials. Although interstellar enhancement can improve mech quality, it's inevitable that some specialized repairs will require specific materials. He couldn't just use interstellar enhancement for every minor wear and tear, right? He couldn't accept it, and neither could his customers. Previously, Subai hadn't been interested in gaining full authority over the Interstellar Mech shop. Now it seems he was the one being short-sighted. This mission reward was no less impressive than the talent he had acquired. At the very least, it had reached the pinnacle of what a mech shop could offer. Subai was very satisfied with this. Meanwhile, a golden glow burst forth from beneath his feet and spread like a spider web across the entire Interstellar Mech shop. Boom! A violent tremor swept through the entire shop. It startled Zhao Mengyu in the lobby. What is happening again now? It's just building a mech. Does it have to be this terrifying? After the consecutive tremors, Zhao Mengyu had become numb to it. She was too shocked to even react anymore. In her view, everything Subai was doing had completely exceeded her understanding. Whether it was the combat mech gear, or the massive disturbances happening one after another. And now, these golden patterns on the floor actually made her feel even more intimidated than when she faced her own father. Are you kidding me? Her father is Zhao Tianming, a peak falling star level mech pilot. Above him, wouldn't that be the heaven tier? Do these golden patterns have heaven tier power? Zhao Mengyu. No, my scalp is itching so much, I feel like I'm about to grow a brain. Whoosh. While Zhao Mengyu was racking her brains, the golden patterns had already filled the entire Interstellar Mech shop. Then a terrifying aura erupted, making her unable to move. Fortunately, it only lasted for an instant before the aura dissipated completely, as if everything before had been a dream. Only her pale, throbbing knuckles reminded Zhao Mengyu that this was no dream. Just a moment ago, she had truly felt the power of the heaven tier. Such a major event took place inside the star repair shop. Strangely enough, the outside world remained completely peaceful. Unlike the commotion Subai caused previously, the construction of the heaven constant level defensive barrier this time did not cause a single ripple outside. The customers at the entrance waiting for Subai to open for business had by now taken out their phones in groups. Some were forming teams to dive into the Mecha Canyon. Others were scrolling through live streams. Even Duan Han, who had been keeping a close eye on the star repair shop, didn't notice anything unusual. He remained fully focused on observing the situation at the repair shop. This kid is truly ridiculous. Does it really take this long? Isn't he afraid the other person can't take it? It had already been 6 or 7 hours since Zhao Mengyu entered the shop. A man and a woman in the same room for this long. No matter how you look at it, it is just wrong. What a beast. If I kill this pair of lovebirds, it could be considered ridding the world of a scourge. As a bachelor, Duan Han never expected that just by stalking someone, he would end up being force-fed so much PDA. He would never admit that he was actually envious of Subai's stamina. But with every passing second, his intent to kill grew stronger. Inside the repair shop, Subai reached out and touched the wall of the maintenance room. It felt no different than before. So this is the defensive barrier? It doesn't feel any different at all. Subai felt a bit strange. If it weren't for the terrifying energy that had leaked out earlier, he would have suspected that the system had tricked him. As if sensing Subai's doubt, the central control system gave another prompt. The heaven constant level defensive barrier has been deployed, store owner. Please rest assured. Subai, skeptical face. He reserved the right to be skeptical about what the central control said. Bang! Just at that moment, a faint golden glow burst from his palm, and the same aura from before leaked out, scaring Subai into quickly pulling his right hand back. The store owner should believe it now, right? Perhaps it was his imagination, but Subai felt a hint of pettiness in the central control's tone. He could only give an awkward laugh. Ha ha ha, just kidding. I trust you to get the job done. Central control. Alright, let me see what's going on with the interstellar web. Having been interrupted by the defensive barrier just now, Subai hadn't even had a chance to check it. He told the central control to open it immediately. Whoosh. As soon as Subai finished speaking, a light curtain suddenly rose in front of him, displaying an eye-catching array of various metal materials and core materials. His eyes were glued to it. Krypton stone, helium stone, Mungsong stone. Wait, is there even Starmian stone here? Seeing a pitch-black, irregularly shaped rock in the first column of core power source materials, Subai was quite surprised. Starmian stone, ranked above Mungsong, is generally used as a high-energy material for the core power sources of star meteor-level mechas. Its rarity is on par with that of star meteor meta pilots. If you want to buy a Starman stone in the Blue Star Alliance, first you have to prove that you possess qualifications above a 4-star mechanic, and you must also provide a commission letter from a star meteor mecha pilot to build or upgrade a mecha. This is to prevent people from purchasing Starman stone maliciously for profit. Star Meteor mecha pilots are absolute powerhouses throughout the Blue Star Alliance. They are also pillars of strength within the Interstellar Alliance. Above them are the Heaven Constant ones. Heaven Constant represents the ceiling of the Blue Star Alliance. As for those entities above Heaven Constant, they have long since entered deep space and are the stuff of legends. Materials of that level can only be obtained from deep space. I really didn't expect the interstellar logistics to be this powerful. Starmian stone is even 20% off. Seeing the price of the Starmian stone, even Subai couldn't help but feel tempted. He was tempted to just buy the Starmian stone through interstellar logistics and then turn around and sell it. Even with just a 20% profit margin, it would be enough to make him filthy rich. It would be equivalent to performing 100 interstellar enhancements for people. 2 billion star coins in profit. To think they'd test me with this. Subai's eyes were turning red, and he kept taking deep breaths to calm himself down. There's no way around it. He had to stay calm. If he really did that, he would definitely be targeted by the Interstellar Alliance. Where would he claim this Starman stone came from? How would he explain it? Can't explain it? Fine, welcome to prison. Explained it clearly? Fine, welcome to the Research Institute. No matter what he did, the result would be the loss of his freedom. At least not yet. I'm still too weak. After calming down, Subai looked away and started scanning the metal materials below. As expected, there are tons of nanometals here. I can buy them as I please. What a shame. Vibranium, illusion gold, magic gold, they have all of these? Not bad, not bad. Now I can consider building meshes for auction from time to time. After browsing the interstellar web, Subai's grin stretched almost to his ears. On the current interstellar web, he could buy almost any material below Heaven Constant level. In other words, as long as his skill as a mechanic improves, he doesn't need interstellar enhancement. He can directly build star meteor mechas for auction. Nice, today is truly a good day. Subai was in a great mood. He checked the time and then left the maintenance room. Click. In the main hall, Zhao Mengyu heard the maintenance room door open. She hurried over to Subai in a single bound. This move almost made Subai smack her. Luckily, after realizing it was Zhao Mengyu, he quickly withdrew his raised hand. Zhao Mengyu, startled face. Subai, shrug face. Stepping back cautiously, Zhao Mengyu said, with lingering fear, "Boss Su, were you just about to hit me?" Subai chuckled it off. Ha ha ha. No, you're overthinking it. He had been too absorbed in his thoughts and the many surprises, having completely forgotten that Zhao Mengyu was still waiting for him in the hall. It's a good thing he reacted fast, otherwise, that slap might have ruined her cute face. Fortunately, Zhao Mengyu wasn't the type to nitpick, and it was her own sudden movement anyway. Can you let me see now? What? Looking at Zhao Mengyu's expectant gaze, Subai didn't react for a second. That thing. That thing. Zhao Mengyu was so excited, she didn't articulate it clearly, just pointed with her finger at Subai's right hand resting by his leg. Subai? Following Zhao Mengyu's gaze, Subai looked down at his own leg. Isn't that a bit too soon? Subai looked at Zhao Mengyu. She was indeed pretty, and her personality was good. But this is too fast, it doesn't fit my character. Zhao Mengyu? Didn't you promise to show me the mecha gear? Don't tell me you're going back on your word. Zhao Mengyu's mind was entirely on the mecha gear, and she didn't catch the double meaning in Subai's words. Subai, blushing face. Oh, so that's what it was? Sure, no problem.
Realizing his own slip-up, Subai hurriedly changed the subject. Don't you just want to see chaos? Since he had already promised, he reached out directly toward the star ring. Whoosh! Unlike the way ordinary mechs appear, the moment Subai touched the star ring, a white glow instantly enveloped him. He leaned back slightly, and in a blink, he merged into chaos. He had specifically designed it this way to save time when entering the mech. In his view, this made it much more convenient to deal with emergencies. Ordinary mechs couldn't do this, as they required a certain amount of time for boarding. With the heaven-grade protective barrier, there was no need to worry about the hull being damaged, even though chaos was quite heavy. The white glow faded, revealing a mech in black and red. Blue light shone through the majestic head armor as chaos lowered its head to look at Zhao Mengyu. Looking up at the 3-meter-tall chaos, Zhao Mengyu was so excited she was almost speechless. To her, chaos was a work of art, ranking only second to her own Winter Sword Master. There was nothing she could do about it. In her heart, her own mech would always be the best. No matter how natural or masterfully crafted chaos was, it couldn't surpass her Winter Sword Master. However, besides the Winter Sword Master, she was willing to call it the strongest. The near-human proportions made chaos look less rigid than ordinary mechs, yet the power radiating from it made Zhao Mengyu realize that this small frame contained power that didn't pale in comparison to standard mechs. At the very least, in terms of raw strength, her Winter Sword Master was far inferior to it. I never expected, Boss Su, that you were also a mecha pilot. After not seeing Zhou Yunzheng around, Zhao Mengyu guessed that it was Subai himself piloting chaos. So this is mecha integration? You don't even need boarding time, you can just equip it directly? It is so convenient. Boss Su, what is the name of this mech? Zhao Mengyu rattled off questions like a machine gun. Chaos. Subai's magnetic voice came directly from inside the mech, leaving Zhao Mengyu stunned once again. Wait, is that your original voice? How is that possible? You can keep your own voice while inside a mech. Zhao Mengyu was very confused by this. Generally, while you can communicate in a mech, there is always some mechanical noise mixed in, which is the biggest complaint for many female pilots. Even if their own voices were heavenly, they sounded distorted when transmitted through a mech. Especially for someone like Xiao Mengyan, who was extremely confident in her own voice. This was a sore point for her. If Xiao Mengyan knew that Subai could project his original voice through a mech, that girl would probably go crazy. Although not as fanatical as Xiao Mengyan, Zhao Mengyu was also very concerned about this. She stared fixedly at chaos, hoping Subai would give her an explanation. It should be due to the size of the mech and the degree of structural fit, right? Subai, inside chaos, thought for a moment before answering. Chaos uses a bionic skeleton, and the speaker is positioned very close to the mouth area, allowing the voice to be perfectly replicated during amplification. Ordinary mechs cannot do this. After all, microphones and speakers aren't very prominent in standard mechs, and the signal inevitably changes after being interfered with by electrical currents. Hearing Subai's explanation, Zhao Mengyu had an epiphany, but also felt a bit disappointed. She understood the logic, but she had hoped Subai had performed some special modification to keep his original voice. She didn't expect it to just be a matter of distance. If that was the reason, then there really was no other way. Ordinary mechs could never achieve what mecha integration does. What a pity. Putting the voice issue aside, Zhao Mengyu circled Chaos twice more, examining it thoroughly before feeling satisfied. Thank you, Boss Su. I can now say I am the second person in the world to see combat-type mecha integration, and I am honored. She didn't ask Subai if he could build more mecha integration units. She already had her Winter Sword Master. Even with Chaos right before her eyes, she didn't believe Subai could replicate a mecha integration unit suited for her. Everyone's talent is different. Admittedly, Chaos was powerful, but its size had limitations. Just by comparing, Zhao Mengyu could judge that even if the same materials were used, Chaos's strength would not match that of a standard, same-level sky mech. Sacrificing power for appearance did not align with their principles as mech pilots. As for why Subai chose mecha integration, Zhao Mengyu thought about it and concluded that he was just a genius mechanic with infinite potential, and the mech was merely an accessory for him, so there was no need to dwell on combat performance. Her deduction was almost entirely correct, except for one point. That was Subai chose mecha integration because of his own talent. Others thought Chaos lacked power because they lacked his all things integration buff. With the all things integration, Subai could instantly unleash power far beyond ordinary mechs, and in that moment, the high mobility of Chaos provided him with countless tactical variations. It could be said that in this world, only Subai possessed the qualifications to use mecha integration. Others just couldn't. Alright, thank you for fulfilling my small wish, Boss Su. I will come again. If you have any further needs, please don't hesitate to ask. Having waited for hours just to see mecha integration, Zhao Mengyu's wish was fulfilled, and since it was getting late, she decided not to overstay her welcome. Subai smiled at this. The successful construction of Chaos is largely thanks to your help. Zhao Mengyu shook her head. All I provided were ordinary nanometals and kryptonite. It is because your craftsmanship is so astonishing that you were able to build such a powerful mech. She said this from the bottom of her heart. Subai's terror was something she no longer knew how to describe. She didn't know whether to call it turning waste into treasure or turning stone into gold. It was simply miraculous. Although she could vaguely see hints of nanometal in the Chaos before her, its strength was incomparable to the original. It was at least several times stronger. And the core went without saying. Although she didn't know what the primary power source of Chaos was, she could judge it was far beyond what mere kryptonite could offer. The more she witnessed Subai's mechanical skills, the more determined she was to continue coming to him for upgrades and repairs. Even if other star-level mechanics were available, she would choose Subai without hesitation. Even though Subai's repair fees seemed high, after truly experiencing his work, she found it to be incredibly fair. Just as Zhao Mengyu was about to leave the shop, her dachshund pinged. Goddess-like, flat-chested, where are you? I've been looking for you at school all day. She didn't expect a message from Xiao Mengyan. Seeing that familiar nickname, Zhao Mengyu narrowed her eyes and wiggled her fingers with a mischievous grin. Master Swordswoman, of course I'm at Boss Su's place, you little shrimp. You have no idea what you've missed. After sending this message, Zhao Mengyu shut off her phone immediately, not waiting for Xiao Mengyan to reply. Xiao Mengyan, who had just finished her meditation and cultivation, stared at her phone with her mouth agape and eyes filled with disbelief. This flat-chested girl, she actually snuck off. What did I miss? Could it be that Boss Su launched some new event again? That shouldn't be it. He didn't post anything on his Douyin feed. Just because of that one casual sentence from Zhao Mengyu, Xiao Mengyan's good mood for the entire day was completely ruined. She wanted to rush to the Interstellar repair shop right now to see exactly what was going on. But after checking the time, she gave up on that idea and kept sending messages to Zhao Mengyu on Daoxin. She acts like a queen. What is going on? Explain yourself clearly. Hey, reply to me. Are you dead or what? You flat-chested freak. You really deserve a good scrubbing. Do you know how annoying it is to say only half of what you mean? However, no matter how many messages she sent, Zhao Mengyu did not respond. This made Xiao Mengyan grind her teeth in anger. Ha! If you won't tell me, I'll just ask Boss Su myself. Eventually, Xiao Mengyan had a flash of inspiration and decided to ask Su Bai directly. She acts like a queen. Boss Su, are you there? I heard Zhao Mengyu went to sea today. Is there something she needed? Su Bai looked at Zhao Mengyu in front of him, then at the Daoxin message from Xiao Mengyan, feeling a bit confused. Still, he replied to her directly. Nothing much, she just did me a huge favor. Xiao Mengyan. Seeing Su Bai's reply, she stood there frozen as if struck by lightning. After a long while, she let out a mournful cry. Woo, you flat-chested girl. I will never forgive you. Almost instantly, Xiao Mengyan associated this with Zhao Mengyu frantically purchasing nanometal yesterday. She had thought it was a bit strange at the time, but now she completely understood what Zhao Mengyu wanted that nanometal for. I never expected it. That flat-chested girl always seems so straightforward, yet she is so calculating. In the end, it was my own carelessness. I missed a perfect chance to build up some rapport, didn't I? Xiao Mengyan felt deep regret now. She shouldn't have just told Zhao Mengyu that Su Bai's shop was amazing. She should have accompanied her there in person. If she had, maybe it would have been her building that rapport. No way, you flat-chested girl. Just you wait. Once I master this move, I'll definitely beat you until you're crawling on the floor. Xiao Mengyan clenched her fair fists, grinding her teeth, wishing she could devour Zhao Mengyu alive. She didn't ask Su Bai specifically what he needed the nanometal for, as she assumed that with Su Bai's skills, he probably just needed the materials for repairs. Inside the Interstellar repair shop, Zhao Mengyu wore a satisfied smile. It was usually Xiao Mengyan getting on her nerves. That scheming little runt finally had a day where she was the one caught off guard. This joy was comparable to seeing a mech armament with her own eyes. What a good day it is, Zhao Mengyu said cheerfully, waving to bid Su Bai farewell. Goodbye, Boss Su. However, just as her right foot stepped over the threshold of the Interstellar repair shop, a man in a black robe blocked her path. This immediately triggered extreme dissatisfaction among the people in line behind her. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Are you waiting in line or what? How long have we been waiting? Cutting the line like this isn't right. Exactly. Get to the back and wait, or we won't be polite. Duan Han sneered at these words, his tone chillingly cold, noisy. Boom. He simultaneously unleashed his stellar energy. The power of a star-treading mech pilot was revealed completely in that moment. Terrifying stellar energy enveloped the people waiting in line, causing them to lose their ability to move instantly. Since the energy was directed at them, those at the front were immediately crushed by the immense pressure. The strongest among them was only a Earth-level 3-star mech pilot. How could they possibly resist the power of a star-treading level? Thump! Sounds of people collapsing to the ground echoed one after another. Zhao Mengyu's expression changed, and she immediately entered a combat state, her right hand touching her star ring, ready to summon her Winter Swordmaster form to fight him. Duan Han did not care much about this move. You can try. Let's see if you can summon your mech faster, or if my Alpha 36 electronic cannon is faster. At that moment, a pitch-black cannon with a 20-centimeter barrel, flickering with blue light and crackling with electric arcs, was already pressed against Zhao Mengyu. Alpha 36 electronic cannon. Are you from the cold light star? Born into a special family, Zhao Mengyu remained calm, even with the muzzle pointed at her. She immediately guessed the man's identity. The only ones who still used such old-era weapons were the cold light star people. The power of the electronic cannon was not overwhelming, but at such close range, even a star-treating mech pilot would not have a good time. So what if I am? In a moment, you and that repairman inside will be heading to hell. As he spoke, his face turned savage, and his finger, tipped with sharp nails, pulled the trigger of the electronic cannon. Zhao Mengyu knew she was doomed. In such a short time, she couldn't take any self-rescue measures. And her life-saving artifacts might not be effective against old-era weaponry. I never expected. Before death, she looked back. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. Whoosh! At that moment, Subai had already arrived behind her and pulled her directly into the interstellar repair shop. Bang! At the same time, the electronic cannon fired. A red arc beam, thick as an arm, blasted toward where Zhao Mengyu had been, the crackling electric sound like a death knell. Duan Han's lips were curled high. Today, he would personally end the strongest young talent of the Blue Star generation, a monster who had reached the star-treating level at such a young age. He was already imagining what kind of reward he would receive upon his return. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the electronic cannon struck the interstellar repair shop. However, when he saw the scene before him, Duan Han's smile froze instantly. The scene of Zhao Mengyu perishing in his imagination did not happen. Zhao Mengyu, still shaken, stared blankly at Subai, who was calmly raising an eyebrow next to her. Boss Su, this. Soon she realized. This was the golden pattern she had seen before, a heaven-level defensive barrier. Indeed, my senses were correct. There really was heaven-level power inside the interstellar repair shop. This Boss Su truly is unfathomable. One must realize that across the entire Blue Star Alliance, or even the Interstellar Alliance, places with heaven-level defensive capabilities are rare. They are either star fortresses guarded by heaven-level mech pilots, or they are experimental bases where powerful master mechanics reside. And now, this plain-looking, no, I can't call it plain-looking, this mysterious repair shop actually possesses such defensive power. If Zhao Mengyu was feeling surprised, then Duan Han, whose robe had been blown away, was truly terrified. He was the one who felt the horror of the defensive barrier most directly, and now large beads of sweat were dripping down his pale, radiation-distorted, and twisted face. His chest heaved repeatedly as he tried to break free from that overwhelming sense of terror. Zhao Mengyu saw his condition and reacted instantly, hurriedly telling Subai, "This Hangguang alien is not right. He must be a cyborg. Hangguang aliens are not supposed to be able to use star power." That's right. Earlier, because she was facing a life and death crisis, she had felt a slight sense of incongruity but didn't have time to dwell on it. Now, seeing his true form and combining it with the Alpha 36 electronic cannon he used, she immediately spotted the clues. This is a Hangguang alien capable of using star power. To be precise, he is a cyborg integrated with a star power core. Such inhumane practices are strictly prohibited throughout the Interstellar Alliance. Have the Hangguang aliens gone mad? Zhao Mengyu immediately realized the severity of the situation and hurriedly opened her phone to find the emergency contact option. Duan Han had also recovered from the lingering effects of the heaven constant level defensive barrier. Looking at Subai in front of him, he wore a ferocious expression. Who exactly are you? He simply couldn't fathom how such a level of power could appear in a small place like Cloud Sea. The identity of the young man in front of him was likely far from simple. He was struggling internally, thinking that such heaven constant level power must require a vast amount of energy to activate, and Subai certainly couldn't trigger it a second time in such a short period. If he entered the interstellar repair shop right now, he would surely be able to kill him. But he was also hesitant. He had already missed his chance, and even if he managed to kill Subai, he would definitely be brought to justice by the approaching enforcement team. Forget it. For my master's great cause, I must kill him today. In the end, Duan Han made his decision, extending his pale, withered right arm to touch the star ring marked with a skull pattern. A gloomy purple radiance exploded instantly. Then, a massive mech hunched over almost to the ground, covered in bone armor, and looking like a decaying monster with faint purple mist constantly seeping from its body stood directly at the entrance of the Interstellar repair shop. What is that? Seeing this mech, the customers crouched on the ground were shocked. They hadn't clearly seen the reason when Duan Han's previous attack was blocked. Now that Duan Han had entered the mech, their star power had been reclaimed, allowing them to lift their heads and see the scene before them. But this only added to the fear in their hearts. I have never seen such a bizarre mech. The purple mist exuded by this mech makes me feel very uncomfortable. Wait, can this even be considered a mech anymore? The mech before them exceeded their understanding. A closer look revealed no metallic texture, but rather eerie, skeletal remains. Furthermore, its hunched posture did not conform to mainstream mech skeletal designs. Even specialized combat mechs rarely had such a unique form. Even the previous Abdomen King snake stood with its upper body arched, but maintained an overall upright structure. But this one was almost plastered to the ground. Not only did they fail to recognize it, but Zhao Mengyu was also doubtful. What on earth happened to Han Guang's star? This really shouldn't be counted as a mech anymore. As she spoke, she looked at Su Bai beside her. He was a formidable mechanic. Perhaps he could identify the true form of this mech. Unfortunately, Su Bai was also surprised at this moment. He didn't recognize the mech in front of him, but he could see traces of a certain type of mech within it. XR-584 General Purpose Star Treating Mech, the Field Tiger? The Field Tiger? Boss Su, are you saying this is a Field Tiger? The problem is, it doesn't look like one at all. Zhao Mengyu seemed surprised when she heard the name. And Field Tigers are usually combat mechs equipped by interstellar fleets. An average person shouldn't have any way to acquire one. Her astonishment stemmed from this realization. If the mech in front of them was truly a Field Tiger, then the problem was severe. It meant that there was a traitor within the Blue Star Alliance. The enemy even had the capability to obtain a fleet-exclusive mech, like the Field Tiger. Zhao Mengyu felt a chill in her heart. This was no longer just about a Hanguang cyborg. There was likely a much larger conspiracy hidden behind the scenes. While she was lost in thought, Duan Han had already piloted the Field Tiger toward the Interstellar repair shop. He swung his massive titanium blade, the eerie purple mist upon it sweeping toward the shop's Vibranium walls, attempting to corrode them. The hunched frame twisted, and as the titanium blade swept horizontally toward the door, its joints performed an inhuman 90-degree turn just before hitting the wall, thrusting directly toward Zhao Mengyu and Su Bai inside. Bang! Gold light flashed. The Field Tiger piloted by Duan Han was sent flying backward. The terrifying counterforce left the mech's ferocious right arm empty, and the entire unit was sent spiraling away. The customers on the ground scrambled in panic at the sight of the giant object falling toward them. Boom! The Field Tiger landed, its several hundred-ton body instantly carving a large crater into the ground. And Duan Han inside the mech was completely stunned. The immense force had left him dazed and caused significant internal organ damage from the shock. Cough, cough, as he spat out a mouthful of green blood. His gaze toward the interstellar repair shop was filled with despair. Impossible, impossible. How could that level of energy be used consecutively? Ha ha, how could it be? His eyes were bloodshot, and he forced the Field Tiger to stand up, a maniacal voice emanating from within. So you won't come out, right? Then today, I will raze this entire area to the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple mist erupted from his body, sweeping toward the surroundings. The moment the purple mist touched the ground, it corroded it like wood-boring insects, leaving behind deep craters. He was prepared to drag everyone down with him. He was going to make these people his burial companions. Watching the crazed Duan Han, Zhao Mengyu clenched her hands so tightly that bruises began to appear. Gritting her teeth, she finally stepped forward. Stop. In her view, Duan Han was coming for her, and she could not sit by and watch him harm innocent people, especially since most of them were this year's examinees, the hope of the Blue Star Alliance and the future of China. However, just as she prepared to meet her end, a hand pressed down on her shoulder. Subai's magnetic voice rang out, "Let me handle this." "Boss Su, you," Zhao Mengyu said, just about to stop him after hearing Subai's words. Unfortunately, Subai had already taken a step forward, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. He was truly genuinely furious. Duan Han's actions had crossed Subai's bottom line. Since the man had come targeting his interstellar repair shop, Subai never intended to let him return alive. Furthermore, he was now even daring to lay a hand on his customers? And he had turned the entrance of his repair shop into such a complete mess. If word of this were to get out, would anyone still dare to come here for upgrades and repairs in the future? Cutting off a man's livelihood is like killing his parents. Besides, the revenue from the repair shop was the very source of Subai's strength. This Duan Han must die. Seeing the expression on Subai's face, Zhao Mengyu couldn't help but shrink back. She dared not try to persuade him any further. Yet she felt a warmth spreading through her heart. Who would have thought that Boss Su was such a peerless hero who leads from the front, possesses great righteousness, and is willing to shed blood for the future of Huaxia? In her eyes, the current Subai seemed to have a filter around him, and she even began to develop a mysterious affection for him. Even a heroine like Zhao Mengyu couldn't help but fantasize about the classic trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Her ideal man, piloting a peerless mech, stepping across the vast, starry sky to save her from fire and water, and rescuing the common people. Subai naturally had no idea that Zhao Mengyu had added so much drama to his character. To be honest, he wasn't that noble. The reason he acted was simply because he was confident in his abilities. If he really encountered an unbeatable enemy, what choice he would make would only be clear when the time came. The moment Subai stepped out of the repair shop, a red glint flashed in Duan Han's eyes, and the one-armed mech charged straight at Subai, with that eerie purple aura winding around it once more. A cold sneer appeared at the corner of Duan Han's mouth. How naive! How could the lives of these ants be more valuable than yours? He was happy right now. If he had really been forced to perish together with those customers, it would definitely not have been worth it for Duan Han. He had mainly used those people to force Subai out, though he hadn't been sure of his success. Fortunately, Subai had actually come out. This time he used his full strength. His remaining left arm gripped tightly from within the bone armor on his back. Instantly, a bone sickle appeared in his left hand. Almost the moment it materialized, the purple aura from his back covered it. Despite being strong enough to corrode metal and the ground, it caused no damage to the bone sickle when it touched it. Instead, it merged directly into it, transforming into a fierce tiger shadow. Talent skill, Purple Fiend Tiger Sickle. Roar! The tiger shadow roared, carrying overwhelming power and the momentum of a crashing thunderbolt, heading straight for Subai. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. Smoke filled the air and Duan Han stopped his advance, looking up and laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, now, it was worth it. He knew that after causing such a massive stir, there was no chance for him to escape. But being able to kill Subai before he died, he could consider himself as having made a significant contribution. Oh? What was worth it? A magnetic voice interrupted his laughter. Duan Han turned his mech around with disbelief. There in front of him appeared a mech suit colored in red and black, looking profound and majestic. A mech suit. The moment he saw the chaos, Duan Han was first stunned, then disdainful. I thought it was something impressive. It turns out you just used the mobility of a mech suit to dodge one strike. But, with this little toy of yours, what can you do to me? In Duan Han's view, this mech suit, less than 3 meters tall and not even larger than his own head, couldn't possibly pose any threat. At best, it was just fast and a bit annoying to deal with. As long as he aimed carefully, one strike would send him on his way. Is that so? However, the reply he received was Subai's cold voice. Soon Duan Han noticed the blue light flickering in the eyes of the chaos, and the terrifying energy fluctuations. They made him tremble involuntarily. At this moment, the information about his mech also flashed into Subai's vision. Mutated boneframe body rotting tiger. Body length, 31 meters, base weight 500 tons, engine power 15 million kilowatts, thrust 500 million kilograms. Original mech, modified through special energy to twist the mech skeleton and enhance its corrosive power. Weak point is at the junction of the upper and lower limbs and the lumbar spine. This mutated mech, which almost no one had ever seen before, was laid bare by the special ability, Heavenly Eye. Unlike the method of pulling mech information from a database, Heavenly Eye was more like a giant search engine directly connected to the entire starry sky. As long as a mech was manufactured, even if it wasn't in the Star Alliance database, it could be identified by Heavenly Eye as long as it left a trace. Before, Subai had thought this special ability was somewhat useless. Who would have thought it would come in handy so soon? Rotting tiger, you say? Subai said softly. Yet these words sounded like a thunderclap to Duan Han. He stopped his planned attack and looked at Subai in astonishment. How do you know the name Rotting Tiger? This is a mech created by my master. Even the Blue Star Alliance couldn't possibly obtain any information about it. Who exactly are you? Could it be that you are also someone from the organization? Duan Han was now suspicious of Subai's identity, wondering if he might be one of his own. After all, it was absolutely impossible for anyone not in their organization to know the name Rotting Tiger. Wouldn't that be a case of the Dragon King's temple being destroyed by his own people? If he really killed a monstrous mechanic secretly cultivated by the organization, the consequences were obvious. Just as Duan Han stood frozen, Subai's emotionless voice sounded, "The person who is going to kill you." At the same time, a pitch-black great sword with a faint metallic luster stood tall in his hand. And the moment this giant sword appeared, all metal objects in the surroundings seemed to lose control, rushing wildly toward the blade. The customer's phones, the rotting tiger's severed right arm, and the powder from the smashed titanium giant sword. As the metal mass accumulated, the black sword, which was originally only 10 meters long, began to expand continuously. High above in the sky, clouds swirled like an inverted tornado. On the ground, debris rose into the air as if gravity had vanished. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. Until the sword reached 40 meters, Duan Han realized with terror that his rotting tiger had gone out of control. It was being pulled inexorably toward the direction the sword was pointing. Talent skill, sword of attraction. No, impossible. You can't do this. Duan Han was now thoroughly terrified by Subai's methods. Whether it was the heaven-level defensive array from before, or the mech suit that dodged his lethal strike. The ability to easily identify the rotting tiger mech he was piloting. And now, this 40-meter-long sword tearing through the void wherever the blade pointed, the sky itself opened up. Endless regret surged into his heart. Duan Han wondered why he had been blinded by greed, why he hadn't followed his master's orders. Why did he have to provoke such a fearsome star? However, it was too late. Rip. The sword of attraction sliced through the rotting tiger as if it were tofu. And naturally Duan Han, who was inside, was also split in two. Bang. Instantly an explosion erupted, fire scattered in all directions, and a firework of a detonated mech blazed above the starry interstellar repair shop. Buds, buds, buds. As Duan Han fell, Subai emerged from the chaos. Looking at the figure in white, spotless and elegant before them, the crowd who'd retreated far back couldn't help but gulp. Just now, what kind of move was that? An innate skill. How could there be such an innate skill? That's not right. Isn't Boss Su a mecha mechanic? Why does he possess such powerful combat strength? That was a star-treating mecha pilot, and he was actually killed by a mechanic? Hiss, Boss Su doesn't look much older than us. At this age, how did he manage to raise both his repair skills and his mecha piloting skills to such a high level? Wait, it looks like he used mecha armament. Has combat-grade mecha armament actually been released? How can mecha armament have such terrifying power? I don't understand. You're right not to understand. I didn't understand anything before I came here either, and now, I understand even less. You really have a way with empty words. As expected, I was just here to make up the numbers. Having cheated death and survived, the crowd felt much more relaxed now. The relief they felt was proportional to the depression and terror they had just experienced. They looked at Subai in front of them with immense gratitude. Although Duan Han was after Subai and they were just innocent bystanders, if Subai hadn't made a move, they surely would have fallen by Duan Han's hand. This was undoubtedly a debt of gratitude for saving their lives. Watching Subai walk slowly toward her, Zhao Mengyu felt her heart race a little faster, filtered through her own admiration. At the same time, she felt a bit ashamed for having underestimated Subai's strength. She never imagined that mecha armament could possess such power. He had actually slain a star-treating mecha across an entire major rank. Even if Duan Han had been severely injured by the defensive formation, that was still not something a sky-tier mecha could rival. Is this boss Su's innate skill? It seems to possess the power to attract all surrounding metallic materials. If this were on an interstellar battlefield, this move would likely become a lethal weapon. Having been extremely interested in various fleet formations and meta techniques since she was young, Zhao Mengyu spotted the terrifying nature of the attraction sword almost immediately. This move might not be the strongest in a one-on-one fight, but its true terror lies in chaotic warfare. Whether it's disrupting enemy formations or unleashing area of effect damage, it is absolutely outstanding. Subai is only a sky-tier mecha pilot now, but what if he grows to star meteor or even heaven constant rank? That would be a strategic level force. One person could rival an interstellar fleet of at least 30 ships. Boss Su. Seeing Subai so close, Zhao Mengyu was momentarily at a loss for words, so she eventually settled for a simple expression of gratitude. Thank you for your help today, Boss Su. However, there were quite a few witnesses. I'm afraid it will be hard to avoid being questioned about this later. In Zhao Mengyu's view, Subai's innate talent was at least SS grade or higher, and the fact that he hadn't entered a mecha academy meant he had his own plans. But today's events couldn't be kept secret. She just wasn't sure what Subai planned to do about it. Subai didn't seem to mind. It's fine, I'll just answer truthfully when the time comes. Since the other side could even get their hands on a field tiger, it was nearly impossible for him to keep today's incident a secret. Rather than trying to hide it, it would be better to leverage the power of the enforcers and the fleet to at least prevent those petty scoundrels from going too far in the open. Subai had even considered living right in the interstellar repair shop. As long as he was inside the repair shop, he feared no one. He currently had expansion rights, so building a room would be a breeze. He knew the principle that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall very well. Just then, several sonic booms echoed through the air. Boom! 3 star-treating mechas appeared almost simultaneously above the interstellar repair shop. Seeing these 3 mechas, Subai raised an eyebrow slightly. The leader was a machine covered in light blue armor. Unlike standard mechas with particle thrusters at the legs, this one featured vortex-like circular thrusters, with the same devices on its arms. DS-584, a speed-type star-treating mecha vortex. 32 meters tall, 540 tons, engine power of 22 million kilowatts, and 620 million kilograms of thrust. Behind it was a body colored red and yellow, with a red titanium long blade in its left hand, and a yellow beam saber on its right arm. It was wrapped in heavy armor and wore a headscarf on its helmet. FU-574, a power-type star-treating mecha, twin ninja. 30 meters tall, 600 tons, engine power of 21 million kilowatts, and 650 million kilograms of thrust. Standing beside Twin Ninja was a snow-white, slender mecha equipped with various beam cannon ports, plasma guns, and precision electronic pulse cannons. BC-623, an armed-type star-treating mecha snow cannon. 30 meters tall, 480 tons base weight, 120 tons of additional armor, engine power of 24 million kilowatts, and 650 million kilograms of thrust. As these three mechas appeared above the repair shop, the customers who were previously chatting fell silent instantly. The murmurs stopped abruptly. After seeing who they were, Zhao Mengyu's expression shifted. The Cloud Dragon Squad? Vortex Twin Ninja Snow Cannon. These three mechas were far too recognizable. They belonged to the Cloud Dragon Squad, hailed as the strongest star-treating team in Nanjiang. Just why would the Cloud Dragon Squad appear in Yunhai? Shouldn't they be defending the stars? Hearing Zhao Mengyu name the Cloud Dragon Squad, Subai was also a bit surprised. That Nanjiang's strongest squad? Yeah, that's right. They shouldn't be here. Zhao Mengyu had wondered if they were sent by Zhao Tianming, but she quickly dismissed the thought. She had made it very clear that the intruder was just an injured star-treating, one-star cold-light star cyborg. The Cloud Dragon Squad shouldn't have needed to show up in person for that. While she was lost in thought, the mechas in the sky had already landed. Three figures stepped out. The leader was a cold-looking young man. Behind him, a young man with yellowish hair and curiosity in his eyes was looking around. Behind the yellow-haired youth, a beautiful girl with silver hair and a stunning figure scanned between Subai and Zhao Mengyu. Did you two do this? The captain of the Cloud Dragon Squad, Xing Yunlong, walked straight up to Subai and asked. He ignored Zhao Mengyu entirely, staring directly at Subai. Peft, old Xing, don't be so serious. You might scare the kid if you keep that up. Huang Lin, who was behind him, patted Xing Yunlong on the shoulder and smiled at Subai and Zhao Mengyu. I'm Huang Lin. Old Xing just has that kind of temper. Don't mind him. Alright, you two, quit it. We're on a mission here. And Su, the last one, rolled her eyes at them and smiled at Subai and Zhao Mengyu. Why don't you two tell us exactly what happened?
Hearing Anzui's question, Zhao Mengyu looked at Subai for guidance. After Subai gave a slight nod, she directly explained to them what had happened. Of course, she left out the detail about the star repair shop having a Hengtian-level defensive barrier. She only mentioned Duan Han's situation and how Subai had taken action to slay him. When Zhao Mengyu mentioned that Duan Han was a cyborg from Hanguang Star, she could clearly sense that the expressions of the three people, Xing Yunlong and his team, turned sour. And when she revealed that the mecha he used was a modified Chang'e, boom. Xing Yunlong's star power erupted instantly, triggering a blast of air that swept through the area. Clearly furious, he exclaimed, as expected, there is a traitor in the fleet. To think those rats from the modification church have infiltrated so deeply. Hey, old Xing. Huang Lin, standing to the side, hurriedly interrupted him as soon as he mentioned the name of the modification church. It was clear that this name was not meant to be mentioned in front of outsiders. Xing Yunlong didn't seem to care. And Xu, on the other hand, spoke up to warn Zhao Mengyu and Subai. You two must not leak what you just heard, otherwise you might end up in an interstellar court. Subai didn't feel much, but Zhao Mengyu's heart skipped a beat. Is it a cult? Wait, you actually know about cults? Who are you? And Shui and the others were all surprised to hear Zhao Mengyu use the term cult. Most students at mecha universities would have no way of knowing that term. Zhao Mengyu, a freshman at Star Sea University, Zhao Mengyu decided to just state her background. Hearing she was from Star Sea University, their expressions relaxed a bit. So you're a student at Star Sea. It's no wonder you know about the cult. Exactly. This modification church is a cult organization that has been very active lately, and the reason we appeared here is because of them, and Xu said calmly. Now, Zhao Mengyu finally understood why the Yunlong squad, the strongest team in Nanjiang, was here. They had been tracking the modification church all along. It sounded like they had been targeting this cult for a very long time. Alright, we have a general understanding of the situation. May I ask what this young brother's name is? After hearing the sequence of events, Xing Yunlong turned his gaze toward Subai, who had remained silent. According to Zhao Mengyu, it was he who had slain Duan Han. Although the Hanguang star cyborg wasn't incredibly strong, he was still a star-treading mecha pilot. The fact that Subai was so young and already possessed such strength surprised all three of them. Subai smiled at the question and pointed to the star repair shop behind him. Subai, owner of the star repair shop. Xing Yunlong and the others noticed the shop behind him for the first time and were instantly stunned. What? This? The walls of the repair shop seem to be made of vibranium. Wait, you're the shop owner? Does that mean you're a mechanic? They never expected that the person capable of killing a star-treading mecha pilot would be a mechanic. And his repair shop was actually built with vibranium walls. Even Xing Yunlong became deeply interested in Subai at that moment. Huang Lin walked straight up to Subai and grabbed his hands. Little brother, how good are your repair skills? My Shuangren is having a few minor issues. Could you please take a look for me? Huang Lin seemed playful, but he was actually incredibly sharp. After seeing the shop's exterior and considering Subai's strength, he instantly realized Subai was extraordinary. Perhaps this young man was a star-level mechanic. After Huang Lin spoke, Xing Yunlong and An Sui also reacted, looking at Subai with great interest. They seemed curious to see if he was really as capable as they suspected. Subai looked at the excited Huang Lin, thought for a moment, and said calmly, "My skills. They're all right." "All right then, how about you take a look for me?" Huang Lin took Subai's remark as false modesty and immediately led him into the star repair shop without hesitation. Seeing how enthusiastic Huang Lin was, and since he didn't plan on going home today, Subai decided he might as well help him out. But as they walked into the shop, Subai kindly reminded him, "My repairs aren't cheap." "Don't worry, I've got the money." In Huang Lin's view, his Shuangren just had a few small issues that would cost at most 1 million star coins to fix. Watching Huang Lin and Subai enter, Xing Yunlong and An Sui exchanged a glance and followed them inside. They were also quite curious about the level of skill this shop owner Su actually possessed. Zhao Mengyu had considered going in to watch, but it was late and she had to return to school. Besides, the person Zhao Tianming had arranged to protect her was already waiting outside the shop. "Forget it. I'll visit again next time." Shaking her head, Zhao Mengyu walked toward the woman in uniform and smiled. "Aunt Zhang, I didn't expect you to come personally." Aunt Zhang looked at Zhao Mengyu with a helpless smile and tapped her smooth forehead. "You have no idea. You scared your father half to death earlier, so he reached out to me immediately to check on the situation." "I know." Zhao Mengyu gave a bitter smile. While her relationship with her father was decent enough as they were family, she really didn't want to go back to the Zhao household. "Sigh, well, let's get you home first. How did you find this repair shop? It looks decent." Aunt Zhang understood her feelings and didn't press further, instead asking about the star repair shop. Hearing this, Zhao Mengyu perked up immediately and began babbling enthusiastically about Subai's wonders. Aunt Zhang listened in bewilderment. This Subai, is he really as impressive as you say? She had never seen Zhao Mengyu sing the praises of a boy her age like this, and her tone carried a hint of teasing. Absolutely. Zhao Mengyu missed the subtext in Aunt Zhang's words and nodded firmly, her tone certain. "Little Yu is growing up," Aunt Zhang mused, wondering if she should tell Zhao Tianming about this. Never mind. They say a father-in-law gets angrier the more he looks at his son-in-law. Better not cause the chief any unnecessary trouble. Given his temper, if he knew someone was whisking his daughter away, he might even deploy interstellar cruise missiles. He might even send his personal bodyguard unit here to Subai's place for a harsh interrogation. Don't let his usual indifferent facade fool you. Those who know Zhao Tianming are aware that this chief is an absolute daughter-obsessed father. Let's wait for him to find out on his own. Aunt Zhang smiled faintly, dropped the subject of Subai, and started chatting about daily life. At the same time, she piloted her hovercar toward Yundu. Not long after Zhao Mengyu and Aunt Zhang left the shop, a startled exclamation from Huang Lin erupted from inside the shop. "Wait, how much did you say?" "Haha, little brother Su, my hearing has been bad lately. Could you please repeat that?" Huang Lin looked at Su Bai with a complicated expression. The price Su Bai had just quoted was truly hard for him to process. "Oh, there are two options. The highest level one costs 180 million star coins," Su Bai repeated himself. Now, not only Huang Lin but even and Su and Xing Yunlong looked at Su Bai with strange expressions. "Kid, don't be ridiculous. No matter how you look at it, the Shuangren in front of us only has some minor wear and tear. Even if you use the most expensive materials, it wouldn't exceed 10 million star coins." And Su Bai just casually asked for 180 million star coins. That price is almost enough to buy an entire Shuangren mecha. You have to realize the Shuangren is a star-trading mecha with a talent skill. You're just fixing some wear and tear, and you want the price of a whole mecha. What is this? Are you telling me you're using Hengtian alloy for these repairs? Ahem. So what about the other option? Huang Lin finally swallowed his saliva, preparing to hear the price of the other repair method Su Bai had mentioned. The other party's quote would determine whether he would label him a profiteer. The other option is actually cheaper, just 1 million star coins. Su Bai went straight to the second method, which was simply to fill in the worn-out areas. With his current abilities, it would be easy to do, and as for the metal materials, they could be purchased through the Interstellar network without much effort. Hearing the second price, Huang Lin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This was the normal price he had expected earlier. While quietly removing the profiteer label from Su Bai, he was also a bit puzzled. Why is the price difference between the two so huge? It wasn't just Huang Lin. Xing Yunlong and Ansu were equally curious after hearing Su Bai's second quote. The other party clearly knew what the normal repair cost for slight wear and tear was. Then, why would he ask for the sky-high price of 180 million star coins? Could there be something more to this? Su Bai didn't keep them in suspense. 180 million will allow twin ninjas to awaken a second talent skill and awaken a special trait. As for the 1 million star coins, that's just to repair the worn-out parts of the twin ninjas. Just now, while checking the twin ninjas, a system notification had appeared before him. Ding! Star trading mech detected. The current mech is eligible for Tier 3 enhancement. After enhancement, the mech's potential will increase, and it can acquire an intermediate talent skill and a special trait. Previously, Su Bai had been wondering if a mech that already possessed a talent skill could awaken a second one. Now he had the answer. It is possible. Tier 3 interstellar enhancement requires 1,000 interstellar points, which equates to 10 million star coins, so his asking price of 180 million is not expensive at all. He was mainly worried that the price might be too high for most people to afford. Excluding this twin ninjas, a general-purpose star trading mech costs about 10 million. An 18-fold increase is hard for most to bear. Even among star trading mech pilots, there is a qualitative difference between those with talent skills and those without, and their ability to earn star coins is also vastly different. Su Bai's words hit them like a thunderbolt, leaving the three of them stunned. The large repair bay fell into dead silence instantly. Especially Huang Lin, after hearing Su Bai mention awakening a second talent skill and a special trait, he couldn't take in anything else Su Bai said. His mind was filled with the words second talent, skill, and special trait. As his eyes glowed with excitement, his heart couldn't help but race. 180 million star coins was something he could scrape together if he grit his teeth. Though it would hurt his finances, it was almost all his savings from the past few years. But if it could really give the twin ninjas such a massive boost, he felt it was worth it. With two talent skills, he might even be able to challenge Xing Yunlong and become the captain of the Yunlong team. Is this for real? It wasn't Huang Lin who spoke first. Xing Yunlong asked before him. There was no helping it. What Su Bai said was too tempting, and almost no mech pilot could resist such temptation. A second talent skill. Such things happen, but they are extremely rare cases. Only some incredibly powerful star-breaking class mechs have a 1 in 100 million chance of having a second talent skill. Now this young man before them says that for only 180 million star coins, a mech can have a second talent skill, and even a special trait? Xing Yunlong had seen a lot in his time, but he had truly never seen something like this. It was simply unbelievable. Of course, he didn't fully believe Su Bai either. There was still doubt in his eyes. Yes, we can sign a contract. Su Bai continued to use his contract trick. Now the three of them really couldn't sit still. They knew the binding power of a contract was extremely strong. If violated, one would have to pay more than 10 times the compensation. You ask what to do if you can't pay. That's simple. You just go to Star Prison or labor camp. They were familiar with such things. All right, I'll take the 180 million won. I'll sign the contract with you right now. Huang Lin couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately accepted Su Bai's terms, worried that this opportunity might only come once. If Xing Yunlong or Ansu beat him to it, he would die of regret. Sure enough, Ansu and Xing Yunlong couldn't help but sigh when they heard Huang Lin speak. Sigh. Too late. They were long-time teammates, and even if the temptation was great, they wouldn't compete by driving the price up. Besides, this was originally Huang Lin's chance. They just felt a bit bitter inside, lamenting that they had likely missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Alright, hold on. Seeing Huang Lin choose the first option, Su Bai wasn't surprised. Since the other party could own a star-treating mech like the Twin Ninjas and was a member of the strongest team in Nanjiang, they should have this much capital, right? After tapping on the console for a bit, a contract appeared in his hand, and Su Bai handed it directly to Huang Lin. After receiving the contract, Huang Lin scanned it quickly and signed his name without the slightest hesitation. Ding! 180 million star coins received via Star Wallet. With these 180 million star coins deposited, Su Bai's account now held a massive fortune of 200 million. Even if he closed the shop right now and did nothing else, he could live a wealthy life. Whatever he wanted, he could have. Sure enough, mechs are really expensive. After a brief sigh, Su Bai asked the three of them to leave the repair bay. Looking at the twin ninjas in front of him and thinking about Huang Lin's talent, Su Bai stroked his chin, dual metal and fire elements. It is my first time seeing someone with dual attribute talents. Yes, Huang Lin, owner of the Twin Ninjas, is a 1 in 10,000 dual attribute talent holder, possessing both metal and fire attributes. It's just a pity that neither his metal nor fire attributes are high level. They are only C rank, and together they only raise his talent to B rank. But it is truly rare, and in some sense, the rarity of dual attributes is not inferior to an S rank talent. The first talent skill is Metal Edge, then a second talent skill would be quite fitting. Having made his choice, Su Bai placed his right hand directly on the Twin Ninjas. Tier 3 Interstellar Enhancement starting. Time flew by like a white horse passing a crack, and 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the door, Huang Lin kept peeking into the repair bay, but unfortunately, Su Bai always sealed the repair bay when performing enhancements or repairs, so no matter how much he wished, he couldn't see what was happening inside. Seeing Huang Lin like this, Ansu couldn't help but laugh. PF'd. You've already paid the money and signed the contract, there's no point in being anxious. Ha ha ha. Ansu, don't just stand there and talk. If it were you, wouldn't you be excited? Wouldn't you want to see what's going on? Huang Lin rolled his eyes at Ansu, his voice rising with excitement at the thought of gaining a second talent skill soon. I'm not excited. After all, it's not my mech. Saying this, Ansu puffed out her cheeks while her gaze shifted. But, do you really think this kind of thing is possible? I don't know, but I believe him. Huang Lin was silent for a moment before nodding. I don't know why. but I feel that Boss Su is extremely mysterious. Despite being so young, he gives me a feeling of being unfathomable. Yeah, your feeling is correct. Even I can't see through this Boss Su. Xing Yunlong took over the conversation, and he was able to defeat the mutated field tiger and kill Duan Han, which is enough to prove that his strength is not below ours. I am really looking forward to it. If he can really grant the twin ninjas a second talent skill, we will have witnessed history. Xing Yunlong finished speaking, then crossed his arms over his chest and silently watched the direction of the repair bay. And Su and Huang Lin also quieted down, looking forward to Su Bai's masterpiece. Boom! Just then, a loud bang erupted, and a wave of heat swept through the door of the repair bay toward the three of them. An intense, scorching breath surged forward, whipping up waves of heat. As the heat wave rolled in, Xing Yunlong and the other two hurriedly mobilized their star power to defend themselves. Under the influence of their star power, the heat wave veered away from them and struck the vibrating gold wall with such extreme temperature that the surface even turned slightly red. What is going on? Huang Lin was the most anxious upon seeing this, as he knew his dual ninja mech was still inside the repair bay. Hearing such explosive sounds and the eruption of high-temperature waves from within, he couldn't help but worry about the state of his mech. Could it have exploded? And Xu, seeing Huang Lin's anxiety, teased him, though she was also quite suspicious. It was just a mech repair. Even if a gifted talent skill was awakened, it shouldn't have caused such a commotion. Only Xing Yunlong remained calm, his gaze fixed intently on the door of the repair bay. Click. At that moment, the repair bay door swung wide open, and Xing Yunlong rushed in even before Huang Lin could move. Seeing this, Huang Lin exclaimed in alarm, "Old Xing, that is not fair. That is my dual ninja." The thought that he wouldn't be the first to see his own mech was even more painful than being killed for Huang Lin. You are just too slow. Taking advantage of Huang Lin's distress, and Xu took a long stride forward and headed straight for the repair bay as well. Huang Lin could absolutely not tolerate this anymore. You too, don't go too far. Stop right there, all of you. Not only was he not the first to see his own mech, but he had even fallen to third place. How could he possibly accept that? He immediately mobilized his star power, wrapped his feet in flames, and dashed toward the repair bay with a jet-assisted sprint. Bang! However, the moment he entered the repair bay, he crashed straight into Xing Yunlong. Since Xing Yunlong was wearing armor, hitting him was like slamming into an iron plate. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Old Xing, what are you doing? Why didn't you stand further inside? As he finished speaking, Huang Lin's voice came to an abrupt halt. He had looked up and seen the dual ninja before him. The headband on the dual ninja had changed from its previous yellow-red mix to a crimson gold. Its entire body looked as if it were clad in glazed battle armor, with a texture vastly superior to before. Not only that, but the mech had grown to 35 meters in height. Star-step mechs are generally between 30 and 50 meters, and anything above that is considered a Starbreaker mech. The dual ninja was originally just a grade 1 star-step mech, standing only 30 meters tall. Now, it rivaled the height of a grade 3 Starbreaker mech. The titanium longsword in the dual ninja's left hand was gone, replaced by an entirely jet-black blade. The beam saber in the right hand had also changed. The original yellow glow was now replaced by a shimmering white light. Black gold, energy beam sword, and Xu, who had arrived just behind, instantly recognized the two brand new blades. As a pilot specializing in armed mechs, her ability to identify weapons and materials was far superior to Huang Lin's. Consequently, she was even more shocked by this. She could not understand how Su Bai had managed to upgrade Huang Lin's mech to such an extent in such a short amount of time. Both the black gold and the energy beam sword were top-tier materials, even among star-step grade resources, and they were extremely rare. And Su estimated that the upgrade of these two weapons alone was worth at least 50 million star coins. Huang Lin, on the other hand, was so moved by the sight of his dual ninja that tears were streaming down his face. If nothing else, just based on this look alone, it was worth at least 80 million. He now completely trusted Subai's words. In such a short time, Subai had truly caused a revolutionary change in the dual ninja. "Boss Su, may I try it out?" Huang Lin stammered, momentarily forgetting that the mech in front of him was actually his. Subai nodded with a smile, "Of course, this is your mech after all." With Subai's permission, Huang Lin could no longer suppress his excitement and leaped directly into the dual ninja. As the neural link was successfully established, streaks of flame-like light flashed beneath the glazed armor of the dual ninja, making the mech look even more extraordinary. Huang Lin moved his arms and legs, finding that his movements were not at all strained compared to before. In fact, they felt even more effortless. Then he realized the reason. Half Star Cloud Stone and half Starlight Seed? Huang Lin couldn't help but exclaim the moment he saw his core power source. This exclamation was naturally heard by Xing Yunlong and Ansui, and their faces were filled with regret. Had they known Subai's mechanical repair skills were this extraordinary, they would have tried to be the first to speak. It's just that, surely he could only perform an upgrade like this once, right? He might not even have enough materials. Huang Lin is truly lucky, Xing Yunlong sighed helplessly. And Su also nodded, her tone tinged with envy. That's the beginner's luck for you. How could they not be envious? Think about what the dual ninja looked like before, and what it looks like now. Not to mention the exterior or the weapons, even the core power source had been swapped for half Star Cloud Stone and half Starlight Seed. Star Cloud Stone is the core power material for Starbreaker mechs. Even with only half, its power output still far exceeded the limits of a Star Step mech. Even if Subai hadn't managed to awaken the dual ninja's talent skill, Huang Lin still wouldn't have lost anything. But, was that even possible? Would a top-tier mechanical repairman who could upgrade a mech to this level in such a short time settle for a place in the middle of nowhere? 4 hours. Subai only spent 4 hours doing all of this? What could an average star-rated mechanic do in 4 hours? At most change the paint job, right? Now, they looked at Subai with profound respect. Not to mention that he possessed combat prowess not inferior to theirs at such a young age. His mechanical repair skills alone were enough for them to look up to. It really is a dual talent skill. Huang Lin's voice echoed again, and even through the mech's speakers, they could hear his voice cracking with excitement. Wait a moment, let's go somewhere else to test it. Seeing Huang Lin eager to try, Subai told the three to go outside for the test. In any case, this place was a mess after the recent battle. Testing it here was fine. "Open hatch," Subai said lightly, and the ceiling of the repair bay instantly split open to both sides. This was something he discovered after obtaining full access rights. Every repair bay ceiling could open directly to allow for easy mech transit. Xing Yunlong and the others were not surprised by this, as many repair shops had similar setups. Besides, their hearts were now entirely set on the dual ninja's newly awakened talent skill. Xing Yunlong and Ansu were both very curious about what kind of second talent skill Huang Lin had acquired. After all, it came from Subai's hands. Having witnessed his methods, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of power this talent skill possessed. It was truly intriguing. Soon the Shuangren unit emerged from the maintenance bay and reached the entrance. Due to the earlier incident, the crowd that had been waiting in line had already dispersed. The events of the day had left them shaken, and with the members of the Yunlong squad all present, there was little point in waiting any longer. They decided to wait for tomorrow morning's news instead. Outside the Interstellar repair shop, the scene was still in a state of chaos. The three members of the Yunlong squad hadn't contacted logistics immediately. Surveying the wreckage, Xu tapped her smooth forehead and sighed. "Oh no, I forgot to alert the Yunhai law enforcement team. We should have had them come to secure the scene." They had informed the enforcement team when they first arrived, and the team wouldn't act without further word from them. However, once Huang Lin saw Su Bai, he had chosen to get his mech repaired, and in the shuffle, they had completely forgotten about the matter. "It doesn't matter," Xing Yunlong remarked calmly. "This works out perfectly for Huang Lin to test his capabilities. Otherwise, we would have had to clean up and repair things again anyway. If anything, it made it easier for Huang Lin to move freely." Inside the Shuangren, Huang Lin could no longer suppress his excitement. He held the black gold long blade high with his left hand. The moonlight fell upon the dark metal, making the naturally deep black blade look as if it were draped in a white veil. Beneath that veil, a brilliant golden glow erupted, instantly coating the entire edge. Swoosh! At the same time, the light energy sword in his right hand was drawn with a sharp sound. A brilliant beam of white light burst forth, instantly shifting into patterns resembling fiery wolves, while crimson flames ignited and roared toward the sky. Almost the moment the red flames erupted, the Shuangren swung its right arm violently, slamming the light energy sword against the black gold long blade. This scene made Anshu gasp. Has that kid Huang Lin lost his mind? Is he trying to break his light energy sword? He's already activated the Zheng metal blade. Why would he smash his light sword into the black gold blade? Xing Yunlong, on the other hand, said nothing, his eyes shifting slightly as he fell into deep thought. Boom. A deafening explosion shattered Anshu's doubts instantly. The moment the light energy sword touched the black gold blade, it completely engulfed it. The red flames instantly wrapped around the Zheng metal blade, blending the golden light with intense scarlet fire as a massive cross shot into the sky. The cross was nearly 100 meters long, shooting straight upward as if it were about to split the heavens apart. The winds shifted and the air around them turned turbulent, forming multiple tornadoes under the influence of the cross. Boom, boom, boom. As the cross ascended, explosions rang out repeatedly and countless airbursts erupted in the sky. When it reached its peak, the intense heat instantly vaporized the clouds, and the blazing inferno scorched the sky, making the dark night look as bright as dawn. A mushroom cloud erupted in the sky, and the resulting shockwave swept across the entire Yunhai. The entire area trembled for a moment. It was midnight, and many people sleeping were jolted awake by the vibration, their sleepy eyes instantly wide open. What just happened? Was that an earthquake? That can't be right. It's been so long since an earthquake happened in the interstellar era. Could the fleet be testing new weapons? The scale of that explosion is almost like a nuclear bomb, isn't it? Who tests weapons in the middle of the night? Please, show some decency. Fortunately, the tremor was fleeting. After waiting for a while and experiencing no second shock, everyone eventually drifted back to sleep. At the scene, Xing Yunlong and Anshui stood completely frozen. Since they were at the epicenter, they felt the impact far more intensely. And for that very reason, they found it all the more unbelievable. You have to realize, Huang Lin fired this strike toward the heavens, and the explosion occurred at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Even so, it possessed such terrifying power. One can only imagine what the destructive capability would be if he used it against a mech or a star beast. By their estimation, this single strike was nearly equal to the full-powered blow of a high-level star treader. And they were only one-star star treaders. Isn't that just absurd? Regret. Now, the only thing in both their minds was regret. If they had known this talent skill was so powerful, they never would have let Huang Lin have it so easily. Xing Yunlong rubbed his temples hard. He had a headache. With Huang Lin's personality, now that he had this ultimate skill, he would probably be challenged by him constantly. And Su puffed out her cheeks. She and Huang Lin were usually evenly matched, but now, he had definitely left her in the dust. What do you think of my Zheng metal crimson flame slash? The Shuangren held its dual blades high, looking down at Xing Yunlong and Ansu with a very smug tone. He hadn't expected that the second talent skill Su Bai awakened for him would be this overpowered. More importantly, it had perfect synergy with his first talent skill. It was truly divine. That 180 million was worth every penny. His strength had leveled up several tiers at once. Hey, it's not over yet. Sensing that Xing Yunlong and Su were turning green with envy, Huang Lin's smug voice came from the Shuangren, and then he brought his hands together. The blades in his hands instantly merged into one. Light energy coiled around the black gold blade, increasing its sharpness even further, and with the infusion of energy, it could also deliver concentrated energy strikes. A unique trait, dual blade unification. At this point, Sui couldn't hold back anymore. My God, is there any end to this? In her eyes, a trait that could combine two weapons while retaining the strengths of both was a dream come true. She was piloting an assault-type mech. Its biggest feature was having a massive arsenal of weapons. If she had this kind of trait, she could do all sorts of incredible things with it. If Huang Lin's second talent skill had made her envious, the emergence of this unique trait turned that into raw jealousy. Even though the three of them were old friends, Shu wished she could take Huang Lin's place right now. It was just too infuriating. Xing Yunlong felt a sinking sensation in his chest upon seeing this. Oh no, it seems my position as squad leader is no longer secure. Swoosh, swoosh. Both of them turned their gazes towards Su Bai almost simultaneously, although they knew it was unlikely. They still tentatively asked, Master Su, may I ask if such an enhancement can be done for us too? This was the first time Xing Yunlong had been this polite, but he had to show respect to Su Bai. This man was a brilliant, world-class mechanic. Because of his background, Xing Yunlong had seen many star-level mechanics, but he could swear that no one could do what Su Bai did, upgrading a mech to this degree in such a short amount of time. If it weren't for the fact that Huang Lin operated it skillfully from the start, and that there were some similarities he would have suspected, Su Bai had swapped in a completely different mech. Hearing Xing Yunlong speak, Su quickly added, Don't worry, money is not a problem. 180 million, right? We'll just run a few more missions and save up for a few more years. As long as we can improve, everything is negotiable. The two of them gazed at him with eager eyes, waiting for Su Bai's answer.